welcome to the 2025 Europe Triathlon Long Distance Championship Almere-Amsterdam. Now in its 44th edition, the 13th as Challenge Almere. It is the oldest long distance triathlon in Europe and the second oldest in the world, only Kona older than the race here. The professional athletes here today are eager to deliver their very best. The stakes are high, the competition fierce. Who will be taking home the crown of European long distance champion? And we also can't forget the all-important Dutch long distance championship as well. We have just on 50 professional athletes towing the start line here today. Our professional women will be first to start at 7:10 this morning, followed by our professional men at 7:25 and our age group athletes at 7:30 a.m. Conditions so far, well, you can see down on ground right now, it's a cool start to the morning at only 14 degrees Celsius, but we are expecting that to climb to around 17 degrees Celsius throughout the day. You can see our athletes' wetsuits are mandatory here today with the water temperature sitting at 18 degrees. And of course, with World Triathlon rules, it is a combination of the air temperature and water temperature. So again, wetsuits will be mandatory. We do have Julian, my partner in crime, down on ground. We will be crossing to him shortly to see if you can get a little bit of an update from some of our professional athletes that will be racing to see how they feel. We've got quite a few newcomers here today racing this distance for the very first time.
A very warm good morning, triathlon fans, from the swim start. Yeah, it's cold weather out here. We have some winds going on. There are waves on the water. It's pretty quiet still at the moment, one must say. Some athletes already lining up behind us. We have some more minutes to the start. And yeah, maybe we can get one or the other voice from the athletes. Follow us here into our special area. We have, among others, with the purple cap, we say Els Visser, former winner. They are still talking about the swim course, where to go and how does it look like. I can grab maybe Daisy Davis because she's there in the back. Daisy, good morning. How are you feeling? British weather, we said that before. Everything fine?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty nervous to be fair because it's my first full, but I'll give it a good go and we'll see. It's looking a bit windy, but hopefully the rain will hold off till the run, which will be good. So yeah, looking forward to it.
We are happy to have you here and really excited. All the best for you. Let's have a look at Els Visser maybe too. Maybe she's got, after having talked through the swim course, she has a minute for us. Els, do you have 1 second for us, Els? You're just talking through the swim course. I thought nothing new to you. You know the course, don't you?
To be honest, it's a bit confusing. The boys, the swim course is not, it's clear, but it's also like a bit confusing. So, but yeah, I know the course.
There are a lot of waves out there, so it will be interesting swim for you too.
It will be. I think it will be like a very tough day, hard conditions, tough conditions. So the strongest, we'll reach the finish line first.
Any pressure feeling, or are you going to enjoy it?
I'm quite relaxed. I had a wonderful week here in Almere. It also like the documentary. I tried to enjoy it, embrace the crowds, and absolutely I'll give my all today.
We are thrilled to have you here. All the best out there on the course. Enjoy. Yeah, Belinda, as you can see, our pro female athletes are ready to line up. They are a bit cold, so we're going to send them to the start line any minute soon, and we will be back for our min start later on.
Thank you, Julian. And of course, Julian down on ground at the swim start right now. He will be joining me in studio once that gun has gone off and our athletes are underway. So as he mentioned, it is a little chilly this morning, particularly for this Aussie, but I'm lucky one. I'm sitting here in a very nice and warm studio. Temperatures 14 degrees Celsius right now, but we are expecting them to climb to 17 degrees. We are expecting rain, but we are hoping that it will hold off till at least 3 p.m. this afternoon. Now, the big story for today, of course, being here in the Netherlands, is the wind. Now, it wouldn't be the Netherlands if it wasn't for the wind, the land of windmills, of course. And it has been blowing all week. Very, very strong winds we've seen here all week long. Right now, currently around that 20 kilometre per hour mark. We are expecting gusts of up to about 34 kilometres per hour throughout the day. But the good news, as far as wind goes, it is a southerly wind, which is the favourable wind for this particular course here in Almere. It will mean that the wind is a tailwind for majority of that first section of the bike course, the long straight sections along the dikes here towards the town of Lelystad. The only problem with that is it is a 2-lap bike course, and a lot of athletes will be using their wind to their advantage to start. It often results in a little bit of over-biking, and that second lap can be absolutely torturous if athletes have gone too hard too early. But right now you can see that those flags just blowing ever so slightly, and that chop on the water, again being a southerly wind. For majority of the swim, they will have that water chop, that wind chop to their side, which is actually more of an annoyance than anything. It also makes it very, very easy to go off course because you've got that chop pushing you off course. So athletes need to be aware of that issue once the swim start is underway. As I mentioned, our professional women will be starting first this morning at 7:10, with our professional men at 7:25, and our age group athletes at 7:30. Alongside the European Long Distance Championship, we also have the Open Long Distance race starting at 7:40, the Long Distance Para race at 7:47, and then the Open Middle Distance race starting at 9:50. And that race, of course, will be a rolling start. Neither of our champions from last year, both Marleen de Boer from the Netherlands and Jesper Svensson from Sweden, are here this year, so we will be crowning new champs here today. There are quite a few favourites who would love nothing more than to take that honour. At the top of that list is Dutchman Tristan Olé. With our women, of course, it is this woman that we just saw on screen then. It will be Els Visser from the Netherlands. She is the clear favourite to take the top step today. So you can see now our professional women making their way into the water. Els Visser from the Netherlands, she won the race here back in 2023. She would love nothing more than to win it again. She mentioned several times this week what it would mean to her to be able to win at home. She has so much support here in Almere. There are 15 professional women starting here today. Quite a few first-timers. Marta Bogovnik from Poland lining up for her very first time over the distance, as well as Daisy Davies from Great Britain. I'm really keen to see how these two women are going to fare over the full distance. We know that Marta has raced the World Long Distance Championships 2 years in a row now, finishing second both years in Townsville and, of course, this year in Pontevedra. So 2 minutes to go until the start here today for our professional women. I love that the professional women get to start first. So often here we see this lake, the Vierwater, nice and still today. You can see that chop is already starting to show itself. It's going to be quite a choppy swim. It's been windy all week long. I arrived here on Wednesday and straight away I knew that it was going to be a tough, hard day. And there we have Jort Flam on the right there, the CEO of Challenge Family. We are literally within the minute from go time here in Almere-Amsterdam. And they are away, our professional women here in Almere-Amsterdam, the 2025 Europe Triathlon Challenge Long Distance Championship. So right now we have Marta Wagovnik from Poland in the blue cap, Els Visser from the Netherlands in the purple cap, Davy Davies from Great Britain wearing the yellow cap. We are expecting Daisy to make her way towards the front of this race. As you can see right now, she is the strongest swimmer on paper. We have Simona Krivonkova from the Czech Republic, Gabrielle Obman from Austria in the green cap, Helene Moos from the Netherlands, Make Voren from the Netherlands, wearing the red cap today, Antonia Malowski from Germany, and in that orange cap, Duwertje Bax from the Netherlands. Now, Duwertje Bax, 14 weeks pregnant and racing here today. Absolutely incredible. But that is on screen right now. Daisy Davies debuting here today over this distance. She's only 23 years of age. She only just turned 23 back in June. She is the youngest racing today, with our oldest actually being Kristen Leopold from Germany. So fantastic to have Kristen back racing with us here today. Vanessa Pereira from Portugal, Margaret Elfers from Germany, and Lena Bonde from Denmark. Also great to have Lena back racing. It's truly incredible to think that this race has been going since 1983. The race hadn't had a male Dutch champion since 2012. However, of course, in 2023, we were lucky enough to be treated to a double Dutch victory with both Menno Koolhaas and Els Visser winning the race. That was the first time it had ever happened since it officially became a Challenge Family event. Now, the big question on everyone's mind is, will we see another double Dutch victory here today? Straight away you can see Daisy Davies taking control of this swim early on. You can see that chop, and it's really going to play a part here in this swim. It's going to make it very difficult for these swimmers to stay on feet, because they're going to be continually pushed off the feet with that southerly, the long straight sections of this 2-lap swim. So that is the red cap there of Antonia Malowski from Germany. It does look like the purple cap there of Els Visser. So these are the three ladies that we expected to take control of this race from early on. Look at that. Daisy Davies already starting to pull away. As I mentioned, only 23 years of age. She had a breakthrough race earlier this year in May at the championship in Šamorín, Slovakia, finishing in second place. She surprised us all in that race. She is no stranger to taking the win, though. Last year she was the winner of Challenge Wales and also Challenge Vubaku. She works part-time as a lifeguard, So it's no surprise here that she is a very strong swimmer. So the Quintanaroo 2-lap swim here today, 3.8 kilometres in total. You can see swimming in an anti-clockwise direction. See if we can find out who that is that has been able to sit on the feet of Daisy Davies. So, fun fact about the swim here today. It's actually in the Weerwater. So the Weerwater in Dutch means again water, which refers to the fact that Almere was all water originally before it became a city, before the Dutch filled it to make it land. And then, of course, once they did that, they then made this lake. So it is a man-made lake, hence the fact that it is called Weerwater. So while our professional women are underway here already in Almere, it will not be long to go before our professional men will also be underway. They will be starting at 7:25 a.m. I love the fact that the race here in Almere allows the professional women to start first. You don't see it very often in the sport of triathlon, so great to have the women here in first with the men following. And we will be going down on ground very shortly, back with Julian to see if he's been able to catch up with some of our professional men racing here today.
Back on ground, as you can see, also our men are talking through the swim one more time. It is a bit hard to see here and there because of the waves. As you can see, the boys are moving, so guys weren't really sure which one is which. But hey, let's talk to one of our favorites here. Robert Cullen is with us. Robert, get a minute for us. You just talked through the swim course one more time. Are you nervous or somehow?
Yeah, it was a bit unclear. Just to know where we should swim. So yeah, now we know.
In total, I mean, you got a strong swimmer. Tactics for today?
Yeah, try to hold some good feet on the swim, and then yeah, try to make some good things on the bike.
You will. We're happy to have you here, Robert. Good luck to you. Let's have a quick walk inside, and maybe we have one more minute to talk to. I see Mikel Ugarte here from Spain. Mikel, good morning. How are you feeling?
Quite cold now, no? But I think that we'll have a good day. Yes. A windy day and quite cold the first hours, but it will be a nice day.
All the luck to you. Great to have you here. We had it before. It's Spanish weather for him, actually, because he knows that really well. And as the pros are now lining up, Belinda, I have it giving back to you. We start with our min pro field.
So Julian down there with our professional men as they now get announced into the water. As we are back with our professional women here, Daisy Davies from Great Britain. Doing exactly what we anticipated that she would do. 23 years of age, the youngest in the field, 41 being the oldest. With Kristen Leopold from Germany. I love the fact that our sport, there aren't too many sports in the world where you have the youngest at 23 and the oldest at 41 racing together. Of course, with our professional men now as they get underway. So majority of our men will be in gold caps. Of course, we do have our special coloured caps for our top-seeded athletes. Ojnjen Stojnovic from Serbia in the red cap, Milan Bronze from the Netherlands in the purple cap, Robert Cullen, the absolute giant at 2 meters tall, the tallest, I believe, the tallest professional triathlete in the world. So Robert Cullen wearing the green cap. We've got Mikel Ugata from España, so from Spain, in the blue, and local favourite from the Netherlands, Tristan Olij, wearing the yellow cap. We've got some pretty good swim power here with our professional men. Expect to see Ojnjen Stojnovic, Robert Cullen, Will Grace, Milan Bronze, Pim van Diemen, Tristan Olij, and Mikel Ugata, all very strong swimmers. And that is Mikel there on the left in the blue cap. So Mikel Ugata Ramos from Spain. He was 11th at the World Long Distance Champs earlier this year in Pontevedra. So right now, our professional men making their way into the water. It is a deep water start here. In the white cap, an athlete that I am eager, and there he is on screen right now, folks. I am eager to see how he is going to go today. He is debuting over this distance, Will Draper from Great Britain. He has had a stellar year so far. He is on an absolute roll, coming off a win at Challenge Samarkand. He won his first professional race earlier this year in Gran Canaria. Fantastic to have him here today. And I am so keen to see how he is going to fare over this longer distance. He was 3rd at the World Long Distance Champs in Pontevedra, so he's had a little taste of what it's like to go long. But he knows very well that 180k bike ride followed, then by a 42.2 kilometre run is going to test him to his limits. But he is keen and eager. He set himself a goal of a 2:38 marathon, and I absolutely think he can do it. So right now our men making their way towards that start line. You can see that white cap there of Will Draper. His partner, Chloe Sparrow, was here last year. She also debuted last year over the distance, having a fantastic race here. I believe finishing in 5th place. Big shout out to Chloe. I know that you are going through a bit of a hard time right now with injury and sickness, but I have no doubt you will be back bigger and better than ever. So right now our professional men getting ready to start what is going to be a very long day. Less than a minute to go. Our men starting behind our professional women here today. And they are underway here in Almere-Amsterdam. The 2025 Europe Triathlon Challenge Long Distance Championship. Our professional women and our professional men now underway. Look to see Ojnjen Stanovic from Serbia, Robert Callan from Sweden, and Will Grace from Great Britain take the lead quickly. You can see already that is, in fact, Ojnjen absolutely smashing the first meters of this swim. You can see it is fast and it is furious right now. Ojnjen really wanting to get out fast. And you can see the men desperately trying to stay on his feet from behind. That is Robert Callan in the green cap. Milan Bronze, also a strong swimmer, in the purple cap. And then that yellow cap of Tristan Olij. So both of our Dutch athletes, Milan Bronze and Tristan Olij, would love nothing more to be on that podium at the end of the day. Tristan has made it abundantly clear that he wants to win here. Milan Bronze, he is actually from Almere, so has lived here his entire life. He knows this course like the back of his hand. This is actually the 5th year in a row that Milan has been racing here. And look at the stroke rate there on Ojnjen. Someone needs to tell him he is racing a long distance race and not a sprint distance race. That's unreal. And look at the difference in the stroke rate behind with these swimmers. I believe there in that gold cap, that should be Will Grace. And you can see that yellow cap of Tristan Olij. And the blue cap of Mikel Ugarte Ramos from Spain. So Mikel also having a strong swim, but wow. I've got to take my hat off to Ojnjen here. He is really giving it everything. He was 4th here in Almere last year in a time of 7 hours 50. He was 3rd this year at Challenge Gran Canaria, 2nd at Challenge Cesenatico. Unfortunately had a DNF at Roth. He crashed out at the 65-kilometre mark. So plenty of podiums for this man on screen, but no top spot. And I know he really wants to try and get that top spot here today. Look at that. Look at the distance that he's already created between himself and the rest of these professional men. These guys look like they're swimming in slow-mo compared to Ojnjen right now. As we are back with our professional women for the first time during this race, Daisy Davies has decided to get a little bit of help right now. The two of these women have created a significant gap between themselves and the rest of the professional women. But I'm sure Daisy is very happy to have some company up front there. So while our professional men and women are now underway, our age group athletes also now getting ready to start the European Long Distance Championship. We have over 3,000 athletes in total competing over the course of this weekend. Racing here started on Thursday, but of course today is the marquee event with the European Long Distance Championship. We have 800 athletes racing here today, 1,300 in the middle distance race. So a total of 2,500 athletes racing here in Almere. For those listening in that are wondering where Almere is, well, it's about a 25-minute drive from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. And actually, Amsterdam celebrated its 750th birthday just last week. So while Almere itself, not particularly old, Amsterdam, 750 years. Looks like it's going to be a very lonely swim for Onion. Out in front, he's managed to really put a significant gap between himself and the rest of the professional men. He's not mucking around here. I will try and find out who this swimmer is with Daisy Davies. As soon as they exit the water, it is a 2-lap swim here today. So our professional men and women racing for a total prize purse of €50,000. The winner taking home €6,250. Our top 6 professional men and women also automatically qualifying for the championship next year in the Šamorín, Slovakia. And of course, the most important, taking home that title of European long distance champion. It's going to be interesting to see if any records are able to be broken today. It is windy. That southerly is starting to pick up. We know it is going to continue to pick up throughout the day. Right now, that race record for the men held by Menno Koolhaas from the Netherlands. He set it back in 2023 for our women. It is Marleen de Boer. She set it last year, 8:22:30. Unbelievable. This course is renowned for being lightning fast. It is a flat and fast bike and a flat and fast run. So 2-lap swim, 2-lap bike, 4-lap run here today. The only time that the athletes will need to get themselves out of their error bars during this bike ride is a couple of times when they have to get themselves up on the dike. A few little technical sections there early on the bike and a couple of the corners and turns. Otherwise, they can stay down in that aero position pretty much all day long. They've done a lot of work on the roads around here in the last year as well, so we've got some super smooth, really fast road surface. But look at this stroke weight of Onion. He is absolutely flying. I'm sure it was his plan to go out hard and just try and get rid of as many athletes as possible. And so far, it's working. And any moment now, I will have Julian back in studio with me. He's been down on ground. He'll be able to give us an update of just what the atmosphere was like down there today, the conditions. It's very easy for me to sit here and watching a screen in a nice warm studio. A little different when you're down on ground amongst it all. And here he is, Julian, back with me. How was it down there?
Good morning, Belinda.
Hello.
It's great to be back here inside. I must say, I'm a bit frozen.
And that's a lot coming from a German. I mean, from me, the soft Aussie, it's understandable, but from you? You should be used to these sorts of conditions. What's going on?
Been on holiday before, you remember. It was really hot in southern Italy. But yeah, true. It's fresh out there. However, tons of people were out there. Amazing crowd, making lots of noise, cheering the athletes. It was really nice. There was lots of wind, yes, it was cold, but the Dutch, they don't care about that. They're amazing people here. They celebrate our athletes. What was interesting to see was were the athletes themselves. They were really freezing and happy to get into the water, I think, because the water is warmer than the outside temperature. So for that moment, once they were in the water, they were pretty happy. But yeah, as you can see there in the background, the skyline, beautiful place, Almere here, where we're going to race. And so the swim was first, it was totally quiet, really calm, and once they were getting started, the crowd really exploded.
And we've been talking, obviously, the professional women started first, and we've now got our lead male on screen right now, our professional men starting in second place. The speed in which this man on screen now took off at, and I thought he was only going to hold it till he actually, tried to drop as many as he can, but he's just continued to keep it going, and that his stroke rate is twice as fast as every other athlete out on course right now. And you can see already he has blown this field apart with the professional men behind him really trying desperately to stay with him. You can see that green cap there of Robert Callan. We expected him to be up front. 2 meters tall, that Swede.
Absolutely.
2 meters. He is an absolute giant. But you can see, look at that gap already between Robert Callan. I believe that should be Will Grace there in front of him. Between those 2 athletes and Onion up in front, it's incredible.
Maybe that has to do with the fact that Onion was a little late to the start. We all lined up the athletes, and that's why with the interviews I just was able to talk to Mikel and to Robert, because Onion was still not there. And the moment the speaker called up his name, he came running from behind, just directly into the water. So I think he was already on fire when entering the water.
Honestly, and we know that Onion, he's one of our most experienced athletes here today. He's raced over this distance many times. He loves to race. He's not an athlete that shies away from racing. Already this year he's raced pretty much every race I've been to this year. Onions has been there. So I love his attitude. He's always ready to give it some, and he's doing that exactly today. So great to see Onion out there. And as I said, had a bit of bad luck. He had a bit of a nasty crash leading into Challenge Roth. He wasn't fully recovered by the time Roth came around, and then of course crashed again at the 65-kilometre mark of Roth, and that had to call it a day. So a little bit of bad luck there for Onion, but right now really racing well at the early stages of this race.
It's interesting to see, because like last year he had great races in Frankfurt among others. He did 3 long distances last year, finished them all really well. This year it's completely opposite. He has only that DNF in Roth, so nothing has really worked for him on the long distance. So he said it to me before the race. He's not feeling pressure, but he wants to prove himself now on the long distance here in Almere.
Yeah, it's interesting. I said he's a very consistent athlete, Julian. He's always, or nearly always, on the podium or thereabouts. But that top step has just eluded him this season, and I know that he really would like to pull off a win. And again, over this distance, he's proven himself over the middle distance. He comes from a short course background, and he has definitely proven himself over the middle distance racing, but he knows that he's never really pulled off what he believes he's capable of over this full distance.
Absolutely, and yeah, like you say, he's aiming for the podium spot or even the win, because he comes here to win, of course. He's wearing big number 51. He's one of the highest ranked athletes out there, so he knows what chance he has today to take the European champion title or to win this race.
Absolutely, and a crazy stat for Onion, which I didn't realize until I did a little bit of deeper research this time. He actually has around 150 World Triathlon races listed on his World Triathlon profile. 150. I'm pretty sure he would have to be in the top 10 most starts of any athlete in the history of our sport.
Wow, just want to say, how many have you done back then?
Well, this is short course, so this is Olympic distance racing, but no, I finished my career with 50 full distance races. That is nothing on Onion. So, and he's only 35 years of age, plenty of racing left for this man, so it's going to be very interesting to see what his stats are by the time he hangs his boots up at the end of his career. On screen now, our professional women.
The yellow cap, we can see Daisy Davies from Great Britain. Strong swimmer, and as she said, she likes the weather conditions here. It's British weather, she feels like home. And as we can see, good position already in the swim.
She really is. 23 years of age, based in Sherborne, Dorset in the UK. She's self-coached, so coaches herself, but coached by Luke Watson since November 2024. This is her first time here in Almere and her first time racing over this distance. And her first year of focusing predominantly, obviously, on middle and long distance after moving over from short course racing. She is here with her dad, so great to have Daisy's dad here to support her. Saying earlier on, Julian, that she had that breakthrough race at the championship, which you were, of course, at with me earlier this year in May in Chamarin, where she finished in second place. I think she surprised herself as well as all of us. We weren't expecting to see a podium from Daisy, but she raced very, very well. She's a very strong athlete and still so young. So I'm going to be really interested to see how Daisy progresses over the next few years.
And as you say, she's young, but interesting step already for her. First long distance, win that age.
It shows how the sport's changing. You know, back in my day, the logical progression was you started in short course, you moved to middle distance, and then you moved up to long distance. And I remember, I don't think I did my first full distance race till I was in my late 20s. But these days, I mean, of course, we've got people that run against the norm. We know athletes like Sam Long, even Sam Laidlow started doing full distance racing when they were very, very young, very similar age to Daisy. So it's incredible to look now that so many athletes are just so eager to get to that full distance racing very, very early on in their careers. We spoke a little bit about conditions while you were down at the swim start, Julian, and you were saying the athletes actually eager to get in the water because the water warmer than the air temperature. I think the air temperature currently sitting at around that 14, 15 degrees Celsius mark, while the water temperature up at 18 degrees. Mandatory wetsuits, so no choice in the matter today, mandatory wetsuits, and that's because of the combination of the air temperature with the water temperature, and of course that wind chill factor as well. So even though it's sitting at about 14, 15 degrees Celsius, that wind chill factor making it seem a little cooler right now.
From the outside position, I can say, yeah, not only a little after 20 minutes. Yeah, one was pretty frozen out there. So yeah, it was interesting also to see before the start, as an athlete, on the one side you jump into your swimsuit, and then you have to find a way not to cool down until you're into the water, and yeah, just get some wind shade, or if possible.
Well, to be honest, Julian, looking at the conditions right now on screen, from when we started the professional women's race, it actually looks like that wind has even dropped just ever so slightly. The scenes we were getting, much more wind chop than we're right now, and our spotters down on course are confirming what I can see on screen, and that is that the wind does seem to have dropped just ever so slightly, and the swim conditions now much more favourable than they were when our professional women started at that 7:10 this morning.
Yeah, we are close to the seaside, so yeah, weather conditions always, yeah, changing quite often. As in the back, we can see the bridge. That will later be a part of the run course, actually, where the athletes will come from the right side, and then, yeah, right on the left side, we'll take a turn back onto the island. That's a little island there in the back, as we can see, and yeah, this is a place of the run course where they're gonna make a turn back.
Well, it's interesting, Julian. I arrived here on Wednesday, and I knew that there'd been some slight changes to the run course from previous years, so I was eager to get out there and just see what those changes were, and if it was going to affect the race in any capacity. And of course, the changes are very, very minimal. It's a 4-lap run course, but great run course. I love this new run course that they've got. It's like you said, they're going over bridges, a little bit of a U-turn to come back over again. A little bit of a slight incline up and over these bridges, but other than that, it is a deadpan flat run. So really, really fast run times. However, couple of the times that I did run it, it was very, very windy, and my gosh, did that make a difference.
Holy, yeah. I did some running yesterday morning, and wow, on two sides of the lake, yeah, you run against the wall, you were feeling like. So that will be an interesting factor, and we will see how the weather will develop. Yesterday I heard some athletes, pro athletes, talking about it, and yeah, they have some respect of that run course. Still, as you say, it's flat, but the wind will play a role later on.
Absolutely. Now, professional lead male. He's led since the gun went off at 7:25 this morning. That stroke rate still absolutely flying. So Onion here really giving it his all. He loves to race. You know how disappointed he was when he had to pull the pin at Challenge Roth back in July. So he definitely has some unfinished business this year over this distance.
Well, will be quite interesting to see that still now we have athletes starting of the age groupers, so they will be in some way mixing up with our pro athletes now on the second lap. So you have to keep your eyes up open.
I did mention earlier that while the main event here today is the European Long Distance Championship, right now the Open Long Distance race starting at 7:40, so it is also underway. Now, Long Distance Para race about to start in less than a minute's time. Nice pack there of our professional men. Robert Callan in the green cap. We saw Mikel Ugata also there in the blue cap. They are all chasing this man on screen right now, just trying desperately to keep that deficit to a minimum. And Onion is an all-round athlete, doesn't really have a weakness. He's strong over swim, bike and run. And coming out of the swim with a lead just allows him that nice clean transition as he enters T1. It gives him time on the bike to get settled, to get some nutrition, some hydration in before the Uber bikers behind catch him up. We know Robert Callan, one of the strongest. Very, very strong swim bike combination for Robert Callan, and it's no surprise, I didn't realise, talking to Robert earlier this week, he's coached by no other than Bjorn Andersen. Now, anyone that's been in the sport as long as I have, you'll know who Bjorn Andersen is. He was the greatest swim biker that the sport has seen for a long time. He was a giant himself, just like Robert, but incredible swim bike combination. But looking at Onion now, you can tell he is from a short course background with that stroke rate. Look at the difference there, Julian. I was saying earlier, it almost looks like these men are swimming in slow-mo compared to Onion.
Absolutely right.
Amazing, the difference. And of course the energy, it'll be interesting because this is what we're used to seeing. Long distance racing, full distance racing, this is the sort of stroke rate that you would normally see in a full distance race. And the whole reason behind it is you want to get into a rhythm and just hold that rhythm. You don't want to expend too much energy. It's a long day ahead, 180 kilometre bike ride, 42.2 kilometre run. The swim is just the start. Now, yes, it's important to set yourself up. This is where you set yourself up for the day, but you don't want to be expending that much energy that you're leaving yourself short for the bike and the run. And it's all about rhythm and technique and just using as little energy as possible. And when I look at Onion, I mean, I get anxious watching him because of that stroke rate. He just looks like he is absolutely pushing the limits. But, you know, that's just the way that Onion swims. I've watched him many times this season already, and it is just the way he swims. It's his technique, and it works for him.
Absolutely, and he is long distance experienced, so it's not like he's doing his first long distance. We're afraid that he might blow up now. So he knows what he's doing, as we have now seen in the women's race already, that they are overtaking age groupers, so field is now mixing up.
And that's correct. While our age group athletes are on lap 1 of a 2-lap swim course, our professional women are now on lap 2, so 2 lots of 1.9 kilometre swim loops here. And it won't be long before our women making their way back towards us here. They'll swim past us. Transition is a little past the finish line here where we are based, down on ground. Right there, our 2 professional women leading this race. You can see in the background they are our age group athletes that are on lap 1. So just as to not confuse our viewers out there, front of screen are our 2 professional females who are leading today. Daisy Davies in that yellow cap. We are trying to work out silver caps, so all of our professional women are wearing silver caps today, apart from our top tier athletes that we have given the coloured caps to. The same with our professional men, they are in gold caps. So we know one of our swimmers that it could be Margret Ilfers. So Margret Ilfers from Germany. Another one of our reasonably strong swimmers in the field, although looking at Torsten Rade's statistics that he ever so kindly does for me every year for this race. We knew from his stats that Davy Davies would be leading the way. She is significantly faster than the other women. Els Vizzo, Antonia Milowski, also very strong, but we are just not sure on paper who this is right now leading the way in our professional women's race.
However, clever tactics of Daisy Davies. She's not overdoing it, following other athletes on her very first long distance race. She seemed quite nervous too. Yesterday she played a little down, though before the race started, I think she was here with the family, standing there. So she seemed pretty nervous or unsure about what to come. She repeated again and again that nutrition plays a very big role. So of course she knows about that. Yeah, beautiful picture now. As we can see, all our athletes in the water, at Weir Water here. You can see the sun is coming up a little bit with some clouds still out there.
We haven't seen a lot of sun so far this week, Julian, so I'm very happy.
On my run yesterday, I must say, it was quite sunny, when then afterwards the heavy rain came. That was interesting too. Within seconds, there was nothing said it will be raining. Then all of a sudden, we had a 5-minute heavy rain. So that's the interesting part also maybe for the race today. It should not rain, but you never know.
Well, I've been in absolute shock since I arrived Wednesday. Just the difference in temperature, the difference in the weather from 10 minutes difference. Like you said, we had the sun out at one point yesterday, then it was absolutely pouring with rain 10 minutes later to then have the sun come out again. So, you know, all 4 seasons in one day, every day since I arrived on Wednesday. And you can see now, this is when it gets really quite tricky for the swimmers, because our professional athletes, our men, are making their way through all of our age group athletes. Really makes it quite difficult to sight. Also a really nice position for Onion to get in, because now makes it very, very difficult for the chasers, so the likes of Robert Callan, Mikkel, Tristan, for these athletes behind to actually get eyes, to have eyes on our leader because he just will disappear in between all of these age group athletes. And, you know, they want to try and make sure that this deficit doesn't blow out to something, you know, too hard to manage. And just being able to see exactly where he is in the water becomes increasingly difficult now that he's starting to make his way through all of these age group athletes.
About 3,000 athletes actually out there on course in different distances. So we have the long distance today. There's also the long distance aqua bike later on. The three together.
Our relays as well. And then I think at 9:50, so not quite a ways after all of our athletes should be out of the water, at 9:50 our middle distance race, which is our biggest race of the day. Our middle distance open race also starts. It will be a rolling start. No professional field in the middle distance race here in Almere, so it is age group only, but it is a very popular race. So it's been a very busy program. Thursday we had the Junior Challenge, the Business, Family and Student Relay. On Friday we had the No Limit and Senior Challenge, and of course today the European Long Distance Championship, the Open Long Distance Championship and Relay, and then the Middle Distance Aqua Bike and the Long Distance Aqua Bike. So packed, chock-a-block packed program here in Almere.
And it's well known for all the program and for the race. Almere is one of the oldest triathlon races on the globe.
Definitely the oldest in Europe.
Of course that. And you have the community in the background here. There are lots of clubs supporting the event, setting up the event. More than 800 volunteers are out there today for the athletes. And lots of spectators, as we said. We hope it stays dry, and then on the run you will see how many people are celebrating triathlon here in Almere. A little bit away from Amsterdam actually, so it's like a 20-minute train ride to Almere from Amsterdam. So we're not directly in the center, of course, but a little bit outside. It's always interesting when we talk about Almere. That city was built up not too long time ago, and it's lower than sea level. So we have a dike here. Yeah, we sit below the sea at some parts, and it's just a city built up from nowhere.
It's incredible.
Water beforehand.
Yeah, well, of course, where they're swimming right now, Veer water, which means water again, because it was originally water before they built it up and made it to Almere. And it's funny you mentioned that, because I did mention earlier that while Almere itself is a very new town, particularly in European standards, just last week, Amsterdam, 750 years it celebrated. So amazing the difference here. And you can see just from the architecture, obviously Amsterdam much different to Almere with skyscrapers and a lot of modern buildings. So for someone like myself, coming from Australia, itself not a very old country, to be able to walk through Amsterdam and see some of these buildings, fabulous for me. But you can see right now, my case in point, it is a very new city, and the architecture really quite different to Amsterdam.
Yes, and then the background, you can see the island where we had the big expo some years ago. That's a nice thing that they still kept it and built it into the city. And also when you get along the city, we see it later on the bike course, but also on the run course. It's perfectly set up for the people too. You have lanes for bikers, tons of, perfectly set up with lanes front and back. And next to that, there's lanes for runners and for walkers around the lake. And also, so everything is connected really well, very well thought through how they set up that city.
No, absolutely. And I love, it always blows my mind how many people ride bikes here in the Netherlands, and it's fantastic to see. And you know, from very young to very, very old, and it's just a natural occurrence. And like you said, this city has been built specifically to cater for that. That's great to see.
49 minutes now into the women's race, as we can still see Daisy Davis in the yellow cap in second position. As we said before, the silver cap, we're not 100% sure who we have in first position. All our female athletes wear silver caps. We have some people will think that could be, but we will tell you, of course, once.
I always like a little bit of a surprise package, though. So this is a good thing. Keeps us on our toes. But Daisy Davies, she's had a really strong year so far. Again, she was third at Challenge Gran Canaria early in the year. She then had that stellar race at the championship where she finished in second. She was fifth at 70.3 Nice. Had a DNF at 70.3 Swansea, and then was sixth at 70.3 Zell MC. So, you know, a reasonably consistent year for Daisy Davies, but today, really, really keen to see how she's going to fare over this full distance, never having raced anything longer than a middle distance race. A couple of our other athletes, for example, Marta Bogovnik, while she's never done this distance before, has raced the World Long Distance Championships, which is like a stepping stone, so to speak, between the middle distance and this distance, and she's proven 2 years in a row now that she is very, very good over that distance, coming second this year in Pontevedra. She was also second last year in Townsville. So I really think the longer the distance, the better it is for Marta. She's not renowned for her swimming prowess, but she's very, very strong over the bike and run. So we are expecting to see Marta up the front of this race a little further on, so at some point during the bike.
And our spotters told us that our pro female athletes are close to the swim exit. And then we can solve the riddle of who is in leading position. As we said, Margit Alfers from Germany, strong swimmer, could be the one being in the lead here. I know spotters also told us that there's a big gap on the third.
We do know that our professional women on screen right now are heading towards that swim exit. So when they get close, there will be two large buoys that they will need to make their way through. So it is a different, they will exit in a different area to where they started here this morning. So you can see right now, they are only moments away from making that swim exit. 52 minutes on the clock for our professional women as they make their way now towards that swim exit. You can see the two yellow buoys marking where they will exit straight into transition. And then they will begin the Quintana Roo 180-kilometre bike ride. 2 laps here today. You can see conditions quite tough for our women. 52 minutes. Not a slow swim, but also not a particularly fast swim either. So somewhere in between.
So spotters say it could be Mikey Voren.
There you
But
go.
not 100% sure, so still a riddle, but getting closer to the swim exit. And first woman out of the water now.
Great transition so far. She is up and she is out, leaving Daisy Davies behind.
But also great swim from Daisy, and on her first long distance, second out of the water.
So it is indeed Micah Voren. So well done to Micah. Beautiful swim from Micah Voren. She is from the Netherlands. So the Dutch spectators will be very happy to see a Dutch woman first out here today.
And she had some good results this year. 7th at West Friesland 70.3. Challenge Shamrin, she was 10th. So
But this definitely a very strong swim for her. Great to see her out in front.
it's also her very first long distance race.
And hence why we didn't have any stats for her, because it is her first race. Very difficult to have stats for that. But yeah, very strong swim, very happy. And you can see, look at that, already out on, that is Davy Davies out onto their bike. So great transition here. Of course, being the European Championship, we have very strict uniform rules in place. The athletes must be in their team colours, as well as have their name on the front and back. Makes our job nice and easy. Of course, once the wetsuits are off, not so easy when the wetsuits are on, but I was at the pro briefing yesterday, and of course, being the European Championship, very strict rules in play. The athletes needed to bring their uniforms with them to the briefing. Before the briefing, their race kits were checked, as well as running shoe check as well.
And interesting to see now who will come in third, as we can now see.
Wow, look at
Maika
the difference there in the time. Now, Maika Voren was first out of the swim, but look at the time that Daisy Davies has already put into her with that lightning fast transition. But this is a significant gap, Julian, between these two women and the rest of the professional women's field. They have really opened up some time. We are expecting the next of our swimmers in. It should be Els Visser. So we know that Els Visser, while swimming isn't exactly her strength, she's still a solid swimmer, so we are expecting to see Els Visser out next, along with Antonia Malowski from Germany.
One last word to Maika Voren. So she has a swim background and started triathlon in 2018, but before she was a swimmer, so not too new that she was in that position. As we can now see our third woman, and that is from Germany.
Here's Antonia
Milowski. So also a strong swimmer. Would have expected her a little bit closer to the others.
Very lonely swim for Antonia as well. And look at that, you can see that elastic band hasn't quite broken yet.
I was wondering if, or what the goal now is of the two girls in front, if they would work together, or if, what it looks like now, Daisy wants to get away from Maika.
Well, and look at the results. Daisy's already put 52 seconds into Maika just out of transition. 52 seconds. So, you know, I don't think Daisy's waiting around for anything right now. And what I love about Daisy Davies, she's young, she's super keen, and sometimes ignorance is bliss when it comes to long distance racing. You know, she's never done it before. She doesn't really know what to expect. There's no anticipation. It's just she's got everything to gain and nothing to lose right now. And I always love watching athletes racing over this full distance for the first time, because they really don't know what to expect. And because of that, you see them doing incredible things like we're seeing right now with Daisy. She's out of sight, out of mind.
Absolutely. Yeah, here you can see the lanes I was talking about. Bike lanes on the left in red. For the people on the right, you have lines for running, actually, and then also for people walking around the lake. So it's really great setup. And on the right side, that's also the run course later on. So everything is really close together at Almere. Great for the spectators too. And the bike course in the beginning is really interesting because it's quite technical. You have some heavy curves in it. That's a longer distance now here along the lake, but then later on, heading towards the dike, we have some 90 degrees curves in there, so you cannot stay in this position for very long. Afterwards, then yes, when you're on the dike, once you're on the dike, you just let it fly.
It's interesting you spoke about that, because it is you know, people look at this course and they look at the results and they think, wow, you know, this is a course you can do and get a PB, race really, really fast. And there's no doubt it is a super fast course, but that does not mean it's an easy course, Julian. I think there's a misconception there at times that these flat courses equate to being, flat and fast courses equate to being easy courses. And you've hit it on the head. This particular bike course can be a very dangerous game, because you can pretty much stay down in that aero position for the entire time. This first section right now, as you can see, while they make their way up towards the dike, it is quite technical, this first section, with a few twists and turns. But once they get onto the bike course proper, they actually need to consciously think about getting up and out of the saddle every now and again, just to give their hip flexors, their glutes, their lower back a break. And if they don't do that, well, they pay the ultimate price coming into transition. And I've seen the results, and it ain't pretty.
44 minutes now into the men's race. On the other side, still Arjen Stojanovic in leading position from Serbia. I said before, he was 4th last year in Almere. He's wearing bib number 51, so to say number 1 in the men's race. He's leading from the gun. Fast strokes that he's taken.
It really hasn't slowed down at all. Incredible pace right now. not wasting any time as he makes his way towards that finish. We know that our professional women started 15 minutes before our professional men here today.
Looks like he's already aiming for the swim exit. Looking a lot head up, knowing where to go. They had some discussion out there on ground before the start in the men's and women's race. The question was which boy exactly where to go, where to turn, because there had been some waves. The boys were in position but had been moving a little, as we can now see. Els Visser from the Netherlands, she has arrived in T12 and will now start chasing Daisy Davis, Maike Voren and Antonia Milowski, who was third out of the water.
And of course, Els Visser, by far the favourite here today. She is the most experienced, she is the highest ranked. Actually, the highest ranked, because we have two different ranking systems here, because of the European Championships, we have the World Triathlon ranking, long distance ranking system, which actually has a Marta Wagavnik in front. But we know obviously that Els Visser on paper, particularly when it comes to full distance racing, is by far the highest ranked athlete. Incredible athlete, great to have her here. I was fortunate enough to be here on the Wednesday night when she had the premiere of that incredible and insanely moving documentary on Els Visser, going back to her time in Indonesia. For those that don't know her story, she was in Indonesia on a dive when the boat that she was on hit a reef and sank, and had to make the decision on whether they stayed with the boat that was sinking or whether they try and make their way towards land. If you haven't seen this documentary that Red Bull put together, please go and watch it, because it is the most inspiring. It's called Resilience, and it is the most inspiring, incredible documentary, and it'll give you a better understanding of Els Visser and what makes her tick and why she is so good over these long distance races. Because at the end of the day, if I could use one word to describe what is needed to get through these racing, whether you be a professional athlete or an age group athlete, it is the word resilience, and Els Visser has got resilience by the bucket loads.
As now, Onion Stojanovic, first out of the water in 47 minutes. We said it's a fast swim. Compared to his last year's swim, he had 44 minutes, 46 seconds. So 2.5 minutes slower roundabout than last year. Interesting, but first out of the water. And now the question is, how big is the gap on the chase group? It had been quite big before.
Yeah, definitely no swim records here today. Lucas Voigt holds that swim record at 44 minutes for our professional men. 44.45 for Lucas Voigt. For our women, it's Alana Siffert. She set the record here last year at 51.05, so neither of those records being broken here today. As you can see, more of our professional men now making their way to their bikes. That is Robert Cullen there in the green cap. I dare say that should be Will Grace just in front of him. We'll get a time check shortly.
So roughly 1 minute between Onion and the chase group. And here he is.
And indeed it was Will Grace, so I was correct. Will Grace out of the water in second with Robert Cullen right on his hammer. So those top three men now out of the water and onto their bikes. While in our women's race, Daisy Davies leading the way, Maike Voren in second. Great to see that Marta Wagovnik is also out, Els Visser and Margaret Elfers, so our top 5 women. Helene Moos also out of the water as well. We are waiting to see what's happened to Antonia Milowski, because we did see Antonia was out of the water in third. She's not coming up on the results right now, so she may have a bit of a technical issue with her timing chip, but we will have people down on ground looking to take care of that right now. So just an update for anyone that's trying to find where Antonia is. We did see her on screen coming out of the water in third position, and we are just waiting to see where she is out on course and if she does have a technical issue with that timing chip.
Not sure if we've mentioned it, Antonia Wawowski also out of the water. As we now have seen Robert Cullen exiting T1, heading onto the bike. He's also that sort of Uber biker with its 2 meters, so interesting to see how fast he can get closer to Onion. Maybe not until the dike, as said, it's pretty technical there. We'll see if that will already play a role. And now we are on the dike. We will see how the wind, or what role the wind will play. Michael Warren here in the picture to see. It's said the wind comes from south, so that is, Belinda, a positive update.
Well, look, I mean, we're in the Netherlands. Anyone that comes to race in the Netherlands and isn't expecting wind, it has not done their research because we know it is the land of the windmills. It is always windy here. And you come to expect that there will be wind at some point throughout this race. We know that it is blowing southerly here today, and a southerly wind is a favourable wind for this bike course because it basically means that when they're on the long straight sections that we can see them on right now, the wind will be at their rear, so they will be a nice strong tailwind. The only thing they need to be careful about, Julian, is often when you get a tailwind, you think that you are able to push a little harder, and we often see that a lot of these athletes will overbike that first lap, and come the second lap they pay the ultimate price. But right now on screen, Mika Voren looking really, really good, nice and comfortable, down on those error bars. It'll be interesting to see how long Mika is able to stay in second position. We've got the all-important Dutch long-distance championship also up for grabs here today.
Interesting to see on the right side, you see some hills on the buildings, there were buildings set up on hills. It's always a bit hilly, and it's low on the right side and on the left side. That's why the right side is below, on top of sea level. And the dike, of course, is there in between. And Milan Bronze is now leaving T1. He has been 3rd in 2023, 5th in 2024, in 7 hours 51:28. So it's 5th time here racing.
5th time in a row, and good to see actually Pim van Diemen, Milan Bronze and Tristan Olay, the 3 Dutch athletes out together in 4th, 5th and 6th. So great to see the 3 of them together. There he is right now, Pim van Diemen. He had a great race here last year, swim bike, was very, very dominant on the bike ride. He faded a little on the run, finishing down in 7th position at the end of the day, but he is coming into this race in very good form, so I'm going to be really keen to see how hard he can push the bike here. He was very strong on the bike here last year. And you can see right now, I was talking about the first sections of this bike was just a little technical here with the surface. They have to take it a little more carefully than normal.
There are some bumpers in them, and I remember there was one race, yeah, because she's touching her bottles. We had some athletes losing their nutrition here and there on these bumpers, so it's better to be safe than sorry, because you're going to regret that loss later on.
That was an athlete that's had experience on this course before. She knew exactly what she needed to do. Just take it easy, because I mean, really, the time gained going quickly through these sections, if you lose all your nutrition, you pay the ultimate price. So very smart racing so far from Mika here in the early stages of this bike ride. But a little tricky as they come on and off the dikes. More of our professional men now making their way onto the bike course. But Will Grace and Robert Cullen just under that 1 minute mark down on our leader. It will be interesting to see just how quickly Robert Cullen is able to swallow that time up.
You can see here that the track in some places is quite wet. There were some heavy rains yesterday. The night was dry, especially there where the sun did not shine. It's a little wet, but later on should be all right out there, as Robert Cullen is now on the chase for Onion Stojanovic.
So that looked like Duercher backs there. So our professional men and professional women now mixing it up. As mentioned earlier, 15-minute gap between our professional women and men this morning. So we've got some of our professional men coming out of transition along with our professional women. I mentioned it earlier on when you were down the swim start. Duercher backs 14 weeks pregnant and racing here today.
Oh, you mentioned it, yeah, we've talked about it yesterday. Are we allowed to tell? Yeah.
Well, this is what, I mean, I'd heard whispers about it, and of course, I actually, at the pro briefing, I went up to Duercher and I said, is this public knowledge? Are we allowed to speak about it? She said, absolutely, no problem. So, yeah, incredible to see Duercher out there today. And I'm sure, you know, she won't be racing at her absolute best. She'll be sensible about it. But, yeah, great to see her out racing. And, of course, being Dutch championship up for grabs. We've got some incredible Dutch athletes in both the men's and women's race here. We are expecting the likes of Els Visser and Tristan Olay to take that top step today in the Dutch Championship. But you know as well as I do, Julian, long distance racing, full distance racing, it is a crazy thing, and it's not over till it's over. So we've got a long day ahead of us. But look now, the conditions look really great. And this is a section of the bike where it is quite protected from the wind. But you can see really quite skinny roads. The athletes need to be really wary just to concentrate, know what they're doing before they get out onto this onto the course proper. But right now, beautiful conditions, blue sky above. Really couldn't ask more. Oh, and what happened here? Oh.
That is from Germany, Matthias Türk.
Oh no, and look at that, he's lost his bottles, his shoes come off. So, you know, even the most experienced of racers, sometimes it all gets, you just don't use your head properly. Sometimes you just want to rush out. He probably saw some athletes up the road and he's just made a really silly but costly mistake. And now he needs to hope that nothing's gone wrong with his hydration system there. But just obviously wasn't concentrating, fell over his bike. We see it at every race, there's always something. We know that Pim van Diemen had a similar thing happen. He didn't fall over his bike, but at getting onto his bike, he lost one of his biddens. Didn't go back for it, so let's hope it was just a hydration bidden and not a nutrition bidden. But simple things like that at the time can actually be costly mistakes at the end of the day.
That's one of the curves I talked about in the beginning of the course here. Daisy Davis in leading position. Well, for her, it just means now is that the point now for her first long distance? Will she now just go for it? Because she knows the others will come closer. So you don't go, or you go 100% of course because it's race day, but in some way, tactical speaking, you cannot go above.
It's difficult. I try to think back to my very first full distance race. Very difficult for me to do so because it feels like it was 100 years ago.
But actually it's only, I think, 12 years, isn't it?
And I mentioned it earlier, sometimes ignorance is bliss, and not knowing exactly what you're in for. And I spoke to Daisy, and she's the sort of athlete, if you get to know Daisy, she's the sort of athlete that she's not scared. I don't think she's scared of the task at hand or what is ahead of her. She's embracing it, if anything. And so I don't think she cares at all what's happening behind her. She's going to concentrate on herself. And right now, leading the race in your very first full distance race, I mean, that's got to be a good feeling. And I think even at only 23 years of age, she's mature beyond those young years. I love speaking to her. She seems to be a very level-headed, sensible person. So I'm really keen to see how she goes here today. And I don't think that she's going to do anything silly. per se, but that's not to say that she's not going to give it everything. But I think she'll have a controlled start to this race, and she will slowly but surely work her way into it.
Our spotters told us that right now already she has a gap of 2 minutes to Michael Voren. And
that's Will Grace right now, right? And you can see this beginning section, and we see it every single year. If they take it too hard, they lose their biddens, and you can see Will Grace there just losing one of his biddens.
Oh, it was the one guy in front of him, because he's still
he's got his 2 on, so it might not have been his, but you can see cobblestones here makes it very, very difficult. This is that section we saw early on with Mike Voren that she took very, very nicely. And of course, Will Grace just checking to see that he has his biddens there. But yeah, losing any sort of hydration or nutrition this early on. Look, checking again just to make sure that they are in.
It happens every year, and I'm not sure if they tell you in the talk before the race, but yeah, it's just so unnecessary. It's 180k on the bike, and you lose that bottle.
I know, and you don't think about it at the time. You're living in the moment. But Will Grace, 30 years of age. Great to have him here. He's coached by Joe Spindler. So I used to train with Joe back in the day. He's part of the Q-Cycle professional team, so great to have Will here. This is his first ever Challenge Family full distance race, so still reasonably new over this distance, although he did have a fantastic race in Ironman Leeds. He was 6th overall. At the second fastest run of the day then to Sam Laidlow. Of course, we know Sam won that race. He has got a goal here today of finishing in the top 5. But he definitely very strong over that marathon. I'm going to be very keen to see what sort of run time he's going to be able to produce here today. Look at the difference in size here, Julian. That is Robert Cullen on the left and Helene Moos on the right. He is an absolute giant.
Such long legs.
Such long everything.
Yes, okay. Took a picture with him.
Oh no, and look what we've got here. So looks like that is David Rother from Germany, and he's had a bit of a technical issue. Oh, this is heartbreaking. Looks like his zipper has busted, and of course, one of the rules here, he needs to have that done up. So they've found some safety pins for him. He's going to try and say, but this is not ideal. Oh my gosh. I mean, apart from it being a problem with the rules, I mean, aerodynamically, this is just an absolute disaster for him. So you can see that the team, Challenge Almere team, Jeffrey Vizza right there, that they are down on ground trying to help him do up his suit with what looks like about 5 or 6. I mean, this is a pretty good job done under the circumstances. I mean, it's got to be good enough. Look, he's asking the technical official, surely, what can I do here? Come on, guys, give him a break. I mean, this is...
Closest he can get, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the rules here with World Triathlon, with European Triathlon, they are very, very strict. I'm not sure what the outcome they are, allowing him to go out on his bike.
Yeah, the referee give him a go.
But you know, every race there's always something, and I mean, he's probably had no problems whatsoever with that zipper leading into this race, and for some reason, it's just decided to pack it in, and that's a real disaster for David. And you know, mentally now, Julian, you know, he's onto his bike, but mentally now being able to put that to the back of the mind, because at the end of the day, they've done what they can do. There's nothing more that can be done about it. And as easy as it is for me to sit here and say, you know, he's got to forget that now, he's got to push on, mentally very, very difficult to do, because you already feel like you're behind the 8 ball on the rest of your competition.
Right. And it's something that's, especially on a 180k bike course, will dig into your head, into your mind.
Absolutely. But this is racing, and this is, you know, it's one of the things I love about, particularly about long distance racing. It's more a mental game than it is a physical game. And at the end of the day, it is always the athlete that mentally is able to cope with the conditions, with the day ahead that ultimately comes out on top. And we see it time and time again, particularly at the pointy end of the field where everyone lining up is in incredibly good physical condition. And it's just those athletes that mentally are just that little bit better. But Robert Cullen, we mentioned before, 30 years of age. He's based in Trollhättan in Sweden, about 90 kilometers north of Gothenburg. He's coached by Bjorn Andersson, who also lives there as well, so great to have his coach in the same town as him. And like his coach, Robert's renowned for his swim biking prowess. He's done 10 full distance races so far, but this year itself has been a bit of a roller coaster. He's done some really solid middle distance races, but just hasn't quite nailed the full distance yet. So he really wants to prove himself here today. He's taken some time off his regular 9-to-5 job, so he's training full time right now. Really focusing on his training. Spends most of his time in Sweden, so he hasn't done any training camps. Like many of our other professional athletes, we see them doing training camps at altitude, the likes of Font-Romeu, Andorra and Majorca. But he stayed home. But one of the things that I chatted to Robert about is he did sit down and have a great chat to last year's winner, Jesper Svensson, also from Sweden. And apparently Jesper gave him a lot of good information on what it took for him to take the win last year. So I think Robert's coming in with quite a bit of confidence about the course. He's never been here before, he's never raced here before, but sitting down with Jesper and just learning the ins and outs of this course, what works, what doesn't work, what he needs to do, what he needs to focus on, and I think that's going to make a difference here today for the Swede.
Patience is somewhat it was for last year for Jesper Svensson. For a very long time he was in third and second position, just late on the run took the leading position and get the win. Yeah, looking at times, I mean, Robert Cullen strong on the bike. He's only 28 seconds behind Ojen Stojanovic after around 10 kilometers. So it was 1 minute after the swim. Will Grace still 1 minute behind, so that shows you how fast Robert actually went. Then we have a chase group of 3 athletes, our spotters told us. Within there we have Milan Brons, Tristan Ole, and Wojciech Kopinski. And then 20 seconds behind them, that's Pim van Dijmen in 7th position. So the Dutch athletes close together.
And yeah, well, you can see right now it's only a matter of time before Robert Cullen on screen now will catch our early leader, Ojen Stojanovic. Reports out on course that Ojen isn't doing anything crazy. It's almost like he's just using this time to warm up, to really just get his cycling legs intact. I think Ojen, he knows that he's going to be chased down by the likes of Cullen and Will Grace, and it's almost like our spotter's saying he's expecting it. It's just a matter of time now.
The question is, can he follow them later on? Will he want to follow them later on?
So lots of twists and turns while they make their way onto the dike. We know that while our men are making their way up there now, Daisy Davies is already onto the dike towards Lillestad, averaging around 45 kilometres an hour. So look at that now. This is the part of the course that I absolutely love. It's a time trialist's dream. So many athletes that have come before the race have loved this section. I've spoken to them afterwards and they absolutely thrive here. It is pure time trialing at its best.
Daisy Davies, yes, in leading position. 2.5 minutes already on Mike Voren. Wow, that is a lot as regarding the fact after 10K now that they left the water together. Elsvisser is 6 minutes behind, quite a lot, but we know she will get closer later on. And Marta Wagovnik, also 6:26 behind. So Els was able to overtake Marta.
Well, interesting enough, I mean, Marta as well, debuting over the distance here today. Second earlier this year at the World Long Distance Championships in Pontevedra, but has had a bit of a tough time of it coming to this race. 2 times was at the airport in Gdansk trying to get here. 2 times her flights were cancelled because of the strikes that took place earlier this week. So I really feel for Marta. She finally was able to arrive. 3rd time lucky, 3rd time's a charm yesterday. Literally made it here just in time for the pro briefing. So, you know, hats off to Marta. It's been a tough ask, but she's handling it really, really well. And I really would love to see her have a great race here today, particularly because of what she's been through so far.
And what showed how an amazing person she is that she didn't come here and was enraged, but she asked us if anybody is now angry about that and has a problem with it. We're just like, yeah, it's not your fault.
No, and absolutely not. She's an incredible athlete. And you know, I think that because she has that attitude, Julian, I think that it'll be a great day for her, because that's the sort of attitude you need for long distance racing. You can't sweat the small stuff. You need to be able to stay patient. You need to be able to stay calm and cool all day long, and that's a trait that Marta definitely has. But right now, Daisy Davies on screen. She is our lead female. She looks very, very good, very comfortable on the bike so far. It's going to be interesting to see what type of time she's able to come with out with at the end of the day. We know that bike record set back in 2023 by no other than Renee Kiley, 4:23.07. So Renee, if you are out there listening, I know Renee, very, very close friend of Els Visser, so I know that she will be following the race today, wanting Els Visser to finish on that top step. But Renee Kiley still with the bike record here in Challenge Almere. In our men's race, it is no other than Andrew Starkovic who holds that record, 4:02.12, which he set back in 2023. 2023, of course, fantastic year. Conditions were absolutely perfect.
I remember Milan Brons following Starkovic back then on the bike. Killed him on the run, unfortunately, both of them. But yeah, incredible times on the bike they set up there.
Yeah, there aren't too many athletes in the world that could stay with the likes of Starkey. He was a phenomenal cyclist, swim cyclist, of course, retired now. Everyone loved it when Starkey raced because he caused chaos up front. Always caused chaos. Made it great for us here in the commentary booth.
The year when Menno Koolhaas set the course record, that is still there, 7 hours 36:36. Tough to beat today because the weather conditions have been almost perfect back there. Today still, we said, windy, wind from the south is not too bad, some crosswinds maybe. But already on the swim, we were a bit behind schedule, so to say.
Yeah, the conditions on the water were not ideal. You could see that chop, while it did seem to get a little better as the swim progressed, it was still not great swim conditions, or certainly not swim conditions conducive to fast times. Look at that though, look at the long straight sections. As I said, incredible time trial conditions, but also for me, it's not a course that would have suited my strengths. I didn't like being able to see exactly where I was going. I preferred a course that was a bit twisty, also hilly climbs, whereas this is just, it's a mind game. Deadpan flat. You can basically see where you need to go for kilometres. And yeah, that would do my head in after a while. But for any athletes that love being down in that time trial position, the likes of Daisy Davies right here on screen, I know Robert Cullen is going to thrive on this particular course. He loves this sort of riding. Right now, Daisy Davies on screen leading the way. Maika Voren still in second, around that 2.5 to a minute 40 minutes down. Els Visser in third, Marta Wagovnik in fourth, Margaret Elfers in fifth, Helene Moes in sixth, Gabby Odman in seventh, around just shy of 11 minutes down. So big time gaps early on in this race here today. Lena Bonde about 11 minutes down, just over. Vanessa Pereira in ninth, and then rounding out our top 10, Simona Krivenkova in 10th place, but 18.5 minutes behind this woman on screen. So huge gaps early on in this bike ride. So Els Visser currently in third, but moving her way through the field. We know it won't be long. She should be able to catch Maika Voren. Els coming into this race not in the greatest of shape. She is carrying a bit of an injury. She's had a bit of an injury. That's why she's had a fairly quiet season for Els. And it's been a very busy season too, with the release of Resilience, the documentary that Red Bull have made on her and her time in Indonesia. I was speaking earlier on, Julian, about this documentary that I was lucky enough to see the premiere on Wednesday night here in Almere in the cinema. And it's the most inspiring goosebump material documentary on Els. And you know, for those that don't know Els, she's a doctor, so went to university. She is a doctor. Was travelling overseas and got her dive license, and decided before she would come back to the Netherlands to start her career as a surgeon, as a doctor, decided to do one last dive in Indonesia, and that ended up with the boat hitting a reef and basically capsizing, and all of the people on the boat were trapped, and they had to make a decision of whether they try to swim to shore or whether they remain with this boat. That was sinking, and it's just unbelievable to watch and to think what she's been through. And there were people that didn't make it that day, so I mean, I couldn't even imagine what it would have been going through Elsa's mind when this was all happening. But yeah, if you haven't watched it already, I definitely, oh, as you can see Daisy Davies here trying to get those bins, not doing a particularly great job of it, but a little bit of a smile there, a little bit of a chuckle from Daisy. She realises that she didn't really do a great job then. But yeah, Els Visser and Resilience, I definitely recommend going to watch it. It's coached by Brett Sutton. She's had some incredible results.
Yeah, you can watch it online on the Red Bull page. You said that before, I guess. And Daisy Davies still leading. Yeah, we saw her in the 8th station. Did not perfectly work out for her. Which worked out for her was Challenge Morgan Gran Canaria. She was 3rd this year, 2nd in Chamarin Championship. And this is her very first long distance. And I had a talk to her before the race, and we have a little interview with Daisy Davies. Now for you. Daisy, here in Almere, this is your first long distance race. What do you await from that? Are you nervous?
I think I'm more excited than I'm nervous, to be honest. I've always wanted to have a crack at a long distance, so this was a perfect opportunity for me to do that. I mean, it's going to be a long day out, but it's going to be the same for everyone, so we'll see how it goes.
Did you get any tips or tricks in before? And I guess many people have told you anything. What do you want to follow?
I think most of what's been said to me is make sure my fueling's good and my pacing. As long as I nail those two, I think I should be okay. We'll see.
So, no, you're not afraid of anything that's going to happen? Because I always say it's at kilometer 32, that's when the hammer comes down.
Yeah.
How do you see that?
I think going back to the fueling and pacing, as long as I nail that, I should be fine. I'm not overly nervous. There's a bit of more, I think I'm a bit naive to the distance, really. But yeah, we'll see. I think it's going to be a tough day out, but I'll give it a good go.
It's probably, I think, a good way to see it, yeah. Weather is interesting too. Pretty rainy, windy today, but it's British weather, so is that yours?
Yeah, it's perfect for me. I'm used to that. It's been, pretty wet and windy at home. So I think for me, the cooler the race, the better. I've done all right in the hot races, but I much prefer a cooler day out.
How will your race look like? I mean, you're one of the fastest swimmers out there. What's your race tactics?
I think I'm expecting myself to be at the front or near the front coming out of the swim, but just stick to my plan and know that if I do that, then I should get a good result out the back of it and not worry too much about what everyone else is doing.
Have you talked to the other athletes around, your competitors? Do you know who you want to follow maybe? Who's your
No, not really. I just keep myself to myself really and stick to my plan and know what I've got to do, not what they've got to do.
And the perfect day would be Daisy Davies as the winner?
Something like that anyway.
We are excited about that.
Yeah.
Thank you, David.
No problem. Thank you very much.
So that, of course, Daisy Davies. She has been leading this race since the gun went off this morning. Just to confirm behind her, it's still Megavorin in second, but in third, around 5 minutes in arrears, is Antonia Malowski. We keep forgetting she's not on the official timing site at the moment because we do believe her timing chip, unfortunately, is playing up. So just to confirm, Antonia Malowski from Germany still in third place, around 5 minutes down on our leader. And then it is Els Visser in fourth place, 6:35 down. So quite significant time gaps right now between our top 5 professional women on course. As we now head to the leader of our men's race. Great to see Onion still up front. We know that he is being chased behind by Robert Cullen. He was third this year at Challenge Gran Canaria, second at Challenge Cesenatico. He was also the winner of the inaugural Challenge Xiamen last year in China. Yet to get on that elusive top spot of the podium. I know that he would love nothing more. He was most recently third at Challenge Samarkand. So again, very consistent racing from Onion. Loves the podium, but just would love to hit that top spot here today over the full distance.
Last year, as we said, 7 hours, 50 minutes, 12 seconds. That was enough for fourth place. Just missed the podium. And he wants to be on that podium, or better, take the win.
Right now you can see Onion is just about to catch and pass Marta Wagovnik. So that is Marta Wagovnik from Poland right in front of her. She's currently in 5th position. So right now you can see our elite men starting to catch and overtake the pointy end of our women's field. Very fair racing so far amongst our professional women and men. 12-metre rule being implemented here today. But you can see Onion now straight past. Great to see. She is wearing the #1 bib. She is the highest rank on the European ranking list for long distance racing. Marta is ranked #1. But Marta, part of the Phoenix Foundation team out of Poland, actually from Gdansk. So really great to have Marta here today taking on her very first full distance race. She's 30 years of age and she does spend most of the year in Gdansk. She's coached by Monika Simaru from Poland as well. It's her first time in Almere. She's been racing pro over middle distance since 2022. She did start in short course, and I think from 2015 to about 2022, she was trying to qualify for the Olympics. But before that, actually, she was a pentathlete, so her background is pentathlon. So I think from 2009 to 2015, she was a pentathlete, but then switched across to triathlon. She always laughs about she switched out from the horse to the bike, so switched to horse riding to bike riding. But she had a fantastic first half of the season so far. She won in Challenge Gran Canaria, defending her title from last year. She was also second, as I mentioned earlier, at the European Middle Distance Championships in Pamplona, where she won again, and then she defended her title. She was third at the Zaruzco in Spain, a very popular race in the northern part of Spain. She was second again at the World Long Distance Championships in Pontevedra. So had a very, very strong first half of the year. Interesting fact about Marta, she actually has 7 siblings, so 8 in the family. Incredible, like 1 sister and 6 brothers. That is a big, that is a big family. But she actually decided to give up her job earlier this year, so she's now a full-time athlete. She's got some great sponsors behind her that's allowed her to now become a full-time athlete. And she always she thinks back in 2015 when she did her first middle distance athlete as an age group athlete, and she won, and she was hooked from then on. So great to see her fast forward to now, and she's, you know, right up there, very, very strong athlete over the middle distance. And interestingly enough, if she wasn't doing triathlon, she's actually also a doctor. So we have 3 female doctors actually racing here today: Elzviza, Marta, and also Debercha Bax, all doctors. So some very intelligent athletes on course right now.
Impressive. Well, Onion's still on a lonely ride here in front. We said before, Robert Cullen is heading closer towards him.
Yeah, we have got reports out on course that it is Tristan Olai that is doing all of the work on the front with that chase group, trying desperately to decrease that deficit to Onion Stojanovic up in front.
It's a pretty big chase group according to our numbers. So yeah, as we said, Wojciech Kopinski, Milan Bronze, Tristan Olai, Pim van Diemen tries to get into that one. And there in between then we have Robert Cullen in 2nd position and Will Grace in 3rd. That's Antonia Milowski now on screen.
Actually great to see Antonia, because we know, as we said, anyone looking at the results and seeing that she is not there, but we can confirm right now that she is indeed there, as you can see, just having a bit of an issue with her timing chip, but racing very, very well early on in this race. So currently in 3rd position. Didn't know too much, I'll be honest. I didn't know too much about Antonia before I got the start list here, so great to have her here. Only her 2nd time racing over the full distance. She only raced her first time over the distance earlier this year in June, so very new to the longer distance racing as well. Makavoren's still looking very comfortable. Some conditions on course. It is starting to warm up. Currently sitting at about 16 degrees Celsius. The wind, while we expect it to be direct southerly, we've been told now that it has changed slightly. So these athletes right now up on the dike do not have a direct tailwind. Slightly to the side of them. So south-southeasterly right now. You can see from the water, though, the wind not as strong as we actually first anticipated. We've had really strong wind all week long. We know that this man on screen now was hoping and praying that that wind stayed. The windier the conditions, the better for the tall Swede. He's very, very powerful on the bike. Incredible to think that he is 2 meters. When you compare him to the likes of someone like Will Draper, to see those two together yesterday, chalk and cheese. We haven't spoken much about Will Draper yet, but of course, we know that swimming is not his strength. It doesn't faze him whatsoever. He's used to being in this predicament. In fact, I think it actually is an advantage for him in a way because he gets to work into this race on his own. He's mentally prepared for it. So while we might not be seeing much of Will Draper early on, I do believe that by the time we get to lap 2 of this bike here today, we will be talking about him. He's very, very strong on the bike. He has a great bike-run combination. Maika Boren, great position on the bike. She would know this course like the back of her hand. It's the advantage that the Dutchies have here today. Someone like Milan Bronze, he was telling me, he basically has been training on this course for 20 plus years. He's born and bred here in Almere. He doesn't live here now, of course. He moved to Girona, and that is now home for him. But still, he's been back here now for 3 weeks training on the course, but he really has been training on and around this course since he started in triathlon over 20 years ago. So massive advantage when you know every corner, every part of this swim, bike and run.
Yeah, of course, a home game for our Dutchies here. And as we said, lots of pro male and female athletes from the Netherlands here. She is coming from Germany. And as said before, she's not on the tracker at the moment, Tonia Widowski. But still in a solid position, around about 5 minutes behind what our spotters told us. She did Ironman Les Sables this year, was 8th there, and the 70.3 Kraichgau as well as the Valencia, she came in as 13th. So was a solid swimmer. Expected her actually a little closer to Daisy Davis when exiting the water.
Well, we do know, though, with our women now, they are starting to, I spoke about quite large gaps forming very early on, but we've been given reports out, of course, now that those gaps are starting to come down, and our professional women are starting to come together. So, bit of a change there starting to happen with our professional women's race. Huge change in our men's race. We have been told by our spotters out on course that Robert Cullen now leads the race. So while we have Onion Stojanovic on screen, we do know that it is Robert Cullen from Sweden that is leading this race. We knew that last time check it was only at around 28 seconds and that it would only be a matter of time before Robert Cullen took the lead of this race. But right now, Robert Cullen leads the way, Onion Stojanovic in second, and Will Grace in third.
So Onion Stojanovic, as we said, he was 4th here and now in 2nd position, has to find his way back on track, and we've talked to him yesterday before the race. We're going to listen to his interview now. Armin, it's great to have you back here at Challenge Almere. You are a Challenge ambassador, one can say. You're doing many races, Challenge family. What does the brand mean to you?
Yeah, it's really great to come here for the 3rd consecutive year. I really like this race, and as you said, it's obvious that I also like all challenge events. It's just I think the treatment of professional athletes, also the events, the locations. Like there is really 4, 5, 6 challenge races which I really target per year, Not always I can do them, but there are some which I really enjoy.
So like you said, you have been here before. You came in 4th last year. So this year, what brought you back? A podium or a win?
Yeah, I think anything less than podium, I think it would not make me happy. But I mean, Ironman distance race is, you know, world for itself, and there are pretty strong guys on the line. Some strong guys. So yeah, you never know. Of course, my goal is not to be first, second, or third. I believe if I execute the race, I know I'm capable of, because I feel I'm in really good shape. I think I will be pleased with the outcome.
You know the course pretty well, obviously. What does it need to win a Challenge Almere?
It's a difficult question because also depends who is racing it. I mean, this year is a bit specific. Like, there is not strong swimmers. I think I will be alone on the swim, but there are some pretty good cyclists. So for sure, you know, they will try to make the gap. And I think the conditions which are forecasted for tomorrow is going in their favor. And also I think the wind will be a factor on the run, and actually the run is something I'm really looking forward, because of course, overall I want a good result, good time, but I also need to prove to myself that I can run a good marathon in Ironman distance race, because previously I'm kind of not happy with how I was doing it. So yeah, if I manage to, as I said, to do the race I believe I'm capable of, I think I should be happy.
You're wearing bib number 51, so first number, so to say, of the pro men's race. You came in 4th last year. You had 3 really good long distance races last year and beforehand. This year, DNF. So where do you see yourself? Do you feel pressure?
No, I don't feel pressure. Actually, I really wanted to do a good time this year on Ironman distance race, and I started Trot with the goal to do like really good time. But I DNF'd because I crashed before the race 1 week, so I was not in a good state starting the race, but I also crashed during the race. So unfortunately, it was not, you know, realistic for me to finish the race. So immediately after the road, so it was pretty clear to me that, you know, Challenge Almere is my next, you know, full distance race, because I think it would be pity to not do a good Ironman distance race in this season. So yeah, it's kind of all my eggs are in this basket. So if I don't do well, that means that 2025 is not very good for Ironman distance, and obviously, if I do it well, I will be happy.
We are excited to have you back and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Onion Stojanovic from Serbia, who is what our spotters told us now in 2nd position, being overtaken by Robert Cullen. We will inform you as quickly as possible if we have new information, if that is even Will Grace in front of him. But yeah, we have to wait until the 30-kilometer mark for our next splits, but told from our spotters it's Robert Cullen, Onion Stojanovic and Will Grace.
And then a huge gap to the chase group, the likes of Olaj, Van Diemen, Bronze and Kapinski. So it's quite a significant gap to that chase group. Such a mental game right now, because you can see, even from here, what we're watching, you can see athletes up the road, and you know, you think, oh, I can get them, but those gaps are actually so much larger or bigger than what you think. And of course, that is Will Grace now, so he has overtaken Onion Stojanovic. So that's now 2nd position on screen right now, with Robert Cullen up front. So great to see Will having such a strong ride early on here today. So quite a few changes in our men's race. But these 3 men right now, with a huge gap back to that chase group, with our Dutch legends, so to speak, so Milan Bronze and Tristan Olaj. Of course, Pim Van Diemen. They're all racing for that illustrious top Dutchman. So the Dutch Championships here today. But look at that, look at the speed. Robert Cullen is making sure that he's trying to pull away. He does not want Grace to have a sniff at all, as he just passes Antonia Malowski. So Robert Cullen actually making his way towards the front of this race. And while he leads the men's race, we still have 2 women in front of him. So Maika Voren and of course Daisy Davies, but it won't be long before Robert is actually leading this race.
And this is now our second position. Antonia Milowski
so she has
overtaken Maike Voren, is what our spotters just told us. Daisy Davis has a lead of around 5.5 minutes.
Wow.
Now, towards Antonia Milowski, then Maike Voren, and in fourth position, Els Visser, 6 minutes 40 behind. Yes. So a good race so far for the German athlete.
Now, spotters actually had a little bit of a conversation with Els Visser. Els knows exactly where she is on course, and they asked, you know, are you worried about the time gap right now? And Els is like, no, it's early days. And the great thing about Els is she's the most experienced here for sure over this distance, and she knows that we're literally not even halfway through lap 1 of the 2-lap bike course, and we will see Els just get stronger and stronger throughout the day. So beautiful conditions, so nice to see the sun shining right now, Julian. Really, I was quite concerned about what we were going to be presented with this morning, but you know, getting out of bed at 5 o'clock this morning, opening up those curtains and seeing, yep, not too many clouds in the sky, the sun obviously shining down. Now, we know it's not going to get particularly warm today, so 17 degrees Celsius high, which is going to be really conducive to fast run times as long as that wind doesn't pick up too much. But right now, really nice conditions.
And the sun has some strength still. Yesterday we felt that when I was running, when the sun came out. It was quite warm actually. The wind cooled it down a lot, but once the sun was out there, it helped to warm up the body or heat up the body. Not too much, of course, but...
And we do know right now that they are on the part of the course now heading towards Lelystad. It's probably going to be the toughest section of the course for them, because it'll be the only time, or one of the only times, where they'll actually have the wind in their faces. So it will be quite a reasonably strong headwind as they head the crossing through Lelystad. And it'll be very interesting, not so much this lap, but the second lap, when the legs are starting to get a little fatigued. But right now on screen, Robert Cullen not looking fatigued at all. Such a powerhouse on the bike. Again, hasn't been that happy with he's done 2 full distance races so far this year, has not been happy with the results. Definitely the training he's been doing and the outcome at these races have not matched up. So he really is hoping today to have the race that he knows he's capable of having over this distance. So Robert Cullen also making his way now towards Lelystad. So you can see right now, a little tricky here where they go on and off the bike paths, just to keep it interesting. This bike course, we know it's had quite a bit of resurfacing done, so really some really nice, fresh and fast asphalt. I think about 15% of each loop has been resurfaced, but we do have these sections, around 5 to 7 kilometres in total, these quite narrow bike paths, which take the athletes up onto the dike. But it is pretty much pancake flat. And like you said, the elevation, it's actually below, this section's below sea level, which is crazy to think.
And as you said, so many lonely parts too, where you can see the track in front of you. You also, like here, have animals in front of you.
Birds to contend with, what's going on here.
But yes, it's often just a very long straight ride. In before we had winds from behind. Now you can see our weather conditions. Yeah, 13 degrees. But now, yeah, as we head towards Lelystad, the wind comes from front, so that changes, of course, a little bit the way.
Well, this will definitely be an advantage for the stronger bikers like Robert Callan. Didn't like to see that 80% precipitation there on the right-hand side of that graphic we just had. So far, not looking like it's going to rain. We've been told all week that it would be raining today. It would be quite a wet day, but it's looking likely that if it does rain, it will be much, much later on in the afternoon. But Robert Callan, as I said, a little bit disappointed with his results this year over the full distance. He was 18th at Ironman Texas and then Lake Placid 14th. Definitely not what he wanted there. Had some better racing over the middle distance. He was 4th at 70.3 Eagleman and then 8th at 70.3 Sweden. Has ridden a sub 4 before at Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. 3:54 is the fastest bike time for Robert. We know this course 4:02 is the fastest right now. Not sure if he's going to be able to give that one a nudge here today, but it'll be interesting to see.
Antonia Milowski in second position. Interesting fact about her, she's working full-time as a nuclear engineer. That is also interesting. We have so great women out there.
This is going down to be the smartest group of professional women I've ever come across in a race. It's brilliant. I was saying, I'll be honest, you know, obviously when I do these, when I do the commentary, majority of the time I know all of the athletes that are racing, but I often find when it's a European championship or a European-based race, there are always athletes that I don't know a lot about, and it's one of the things I love about my job, to get to research these new up-and-coming athletes. And Antonia was one of those athletes, and it's fantastic to have her here today and racing so well. But this is only her second time over the distance. She was 8th place at Ironman Les Sables d'Olonne.
In 9 hours and 1 minute 55 seconds.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Will she be able to crack that 9-hour mark here today? This is the course you want to do it on. It's perfect for it. So I'm sure that is one of the little sub-goals that Antonia will have right now. Still very, very new over this distance. There's Robert Callan right now taking control of this race early on. We know behind him, Will Grace from Great Britain having a great day. In that chase group, I'll be really keen to get eyes on that chase group. We know that we've got Pim van Diemen, Tristan Olay, Milan Bronze. So the 3 Dutchies all together. They're riding above 50 kilometres per hour right now. And I'm really hoping that we can get, at some stage, a close-up of Tristan's bike. So Tristan Olay's bike. It's very, very cool. It's got some decals on it, some windmills. So, of course, the windmill, traditional to the country of the Netherlands, known for its windmills.
Robert Callan, so still in the lead. We are still, of course, in the first lap of our bike course. It's a 2-lap course. And yeah, he has passed kilometer 40 already. And there we had the last timing. Robert Callan in leading position. Will Grace 1 minute 10 seconds behind Onion Stojanovic, 1 minute 11. And then we have the chase group, 2 minutes, 10 seconds behind Tristan Olli, Milan Brons, Wojciech Kupinski, and also Pim van Diemen made it to this group. So
I love that we've got the 3 top Dutchmen in this group.
right.
I mean, even though they're obviously competing against each other for that Dutch championship right now, I'm pretty sure that they will be working well together, legally working well together to try and chase down this man, or at least to try and limit that deficit. They all know that Robert Cullen's not renowned for his running speed, but they also know that they can't afford to let that time gap blow out too much. Right now, it's doable. It's in control. But you know as well as I do, that second lap, it's crazy how much things can change. So they really want to keep Robert well and truly within that 5-minute range coming off the bike. Tristan is definitely one of the fastest runners. Milan is also a great runner. We know he's had that injury, and poor Milan, first half of the year, a sacral stress fracture. It's taken him a very long time to get himself back into peak fitness, but great to have him back racing again. I know he spent some time in Font-Romeu. He's based in Girona, but spent some time in Font-Romeu with the likes of Vincent Louis, getting Vincent Louis ready for Challenge Roth. So they've done some great training together. What a great training partner. So we know that Milan Brons coming into this race. Obviously, there's a little bit of a question mark with the lack of racing that he's done, and race fitness is very, very different to general fitness. So it'll be interesting to see, but I know that Milan Brons will be the crowd favourite. He's from here. He's got all his family and friends here, and it's going to be an incredible battle between these men, between Tristan, Milan and Pim van Diemen.
Speaking of strong runners, in 8th position we have Will Draper. He's 2 minutes 54 behind, so solid position for him on his first long distance.
And we know that swimming, you know, he knew straight away that he was going to be giving up a big chunk of time in the swim. It's a position he's used to being in. It doesn't faze him whatsoever. And this is what I love about Will, and he's got such momentum coming into this race. He's had an incredible year, the best year ever of his career. Fresh off that win in Samarkand, where he was able to chase down Max Stapley. That was brilliant to watch. I was there for that race. Yeah. And yeah, just such a strong bike runner. So again, untested over this distance, which, you know, that's another little piece of the puzzle for today's race. But look, I have no doubt. He's here with his dad, so great to have, mum and dad, great to have them here. The last time they were at his race was at Challenge Gran Canaria at the beginning of the year. That was his first pro win and his mum's birthday. So I think his mum and dad are actually good luck charms. So it's good to have them here. And I think I'll be interested to see what Will's able to produce today.
To round up top 10, we have Thomas Renk from Czech Republic in 9th position, 4 minutes 16 behind, and Mikel Ramos from Spain, 4 minutes 37 behind. We'll see which role he can maybe play later on. Also solid bike and good runner. Who said those are weather conditions he'll note from Victoria from Spain, where he comes from. So still an open race, but this guy here, number 53, Robert Cullen from Sweden, in leading position, 1 minute ahead of Will Grace and Onion Stojanovic.
Now, I'm not sure, I mean, you've been in triathlon for a while, but certainly not as long as I have. And do you remember the athlete Bjorn Andersen? I mean, obviously I know him very well because he was my era. And Bjorn Andersen was a giant as well, very, very tall Swede, and a brilliant swim biker. He was, in his day, the best in the business. And I didn't realise till I had a chat with Robert Cullen yesterday, or the day before, that he was actually the coach of Robert. So it all started to make sense why Robert is such a great swim biker, because being coached by one of the best in the business. So it's great to see.
Like you say, it's interesting maybe that both been pretty huge or big, that they work together and just know how to deal with that.
Yeah, and they're both from the same town, so nice, definitely a nice coach-athlete situation right now. Oh, and here we go, our lead female. So back with our lead female, Daisy Davies from Great Britain. I think she has one of the coolest names in the sport, I have to say. I love it.
It's sometimes tricky to not mess it up because it sounds
a bit of a tongue
similar,
twister.
Yeah. So yeah, some numbers maybe too. as we see Daisy trying to grab, this time maybe more successful.
Slowing down a little bit more for this Bidden right now. You can see taking her time, lining one up. Come on, Daisy, you can do it this time. Yep, way better, way better. And again, you know, it comes down just to a little bit of a lack of experience. We've seen she gives a little bit of a chuckle to the cameraman.
This time I got it, she said. Yeah, look at sometimes. I mean, she came out of the water together with Mike Voren, and she's now ahead of Antonia Milowski, 5 minutes, 42 seconds. That's a big gap. Mike Voren is 6 minutes, 26 behind, so that is also a lot, concerning the fact that they exited water together. Elsvisser, 6 minutes 44 behind, 5th position. Marta Bogovnik, 8 minutes 50. She lost some time on the bike now. Helen Moos from the Netherlands, 10 minutes 42 behind. And Margit Elfers from Germany, 10:44 in 7th position. Gabi Obmann from Austria, 12 minutes behind. And 9th place, Line Bonde from Denmark, 12 minutes 47. So bigger gaps, a lot bigger gaps than in the men's race. Interesting to see.
I mean, it's not unusual to see that in our women's racing, particularly here today. We've got, I think, 14, 15 professional women racing, whereas in the men's we've got around that 30 men racing. While we're on our women's race here right now with Daisy Davies leading the way, we know that chase group that we would love to get eyes on. So that chase group of men behind, it looks like Pim van Diemen doing exactly what he did last year, just a lap earlier, and he's come to the front of that group. And he is really starting to put the pressure on that group, and they are starting to splinter just ever so slightly. So Tristan Olay definitely feeling the heat a little bit right now as Pim van Diemen is starting to really push the pace. He wants to attempt to catch those men up front. He knows that there are 3 men up front. And really, if that chase group's got any chance of catching the likes of Will Grace or Onion Stojanovic, they really need to work together.
Speaking of the Netherlands, it's not windmills anymore in the back, but it's different windmills, so to say. Robert Cullen is also now leading the full race, so to say, we were told by our spotters. Oh, very well done in the leader zone. So as said, there was a gap of 25 minutes between the women and men's starts. And now Robert Cullen has also overtaken Daisy Davies and is now...
Well, she's just still behind. I think she's that was the aid station that Daisy just went through before.
Yeah, our spotters told us that.
But now they have.
Sure,
so
yeah. But you're right. With that pictures, actually, it looks like he's...
Well, we know that it's pretty close, and it was only we knew it was only a matter of minutes before Robert Cullen would take the lead overall here today. So for our viewers that have just joined in, our professional women, our elite women, were the first to start this morning at 7:10, with our elite men starting 15 minutes after our women. We are now in the situation where our lead men are starting to catch and overtake the lead women here in the race. It's great to see the women actually getting to be first here. So starting first, they've got the lower numbers. We know that Marta Wagovnik wearing bib number 1.
Information for the men's race, maybe that is interesting. The chase group with the Dutchies in it are now close to Will Grace and Onion Stojanovic, so only a gap of around 20 seconds left.
Oh, wow.
So they will form a big chase group all together. It's like 5 or 6 athletes then together riding.
Well, they did say that Pim van Diemen, because it had been Tristan Olay that was doing majority of the work in that group, and I think Pim van Diemen's realised, you know, if we've got any chance of catching these men up front, we need to do something. We need to do it now. And it looks like he's gone to the front of that chase group, and it's working because it's only a matter of time now before we see them actually catch and pass. It'll be interesting to see what, I mean, Onion obviously I think will try and slip on in there. I mean, 12-metre rule, yeah, it's doable, I think. It'll be interesting because that wind, as we said, it is a crosswind for a majority of this course now, southeasterly. So it's going to be interesting to see once they get to Lillestadt, which they are now, that headwind is going to play a part as well. But that's going to be quite a significant group if they are able to then also catch the likes of Will Grace and then see if they can then work together to catch our leader, Robert Cullen. I don't think it'll happen. I think Robert will stay out in front, but it's going to be interesting to see if those time gaps are able to come down.
Yeah, at least to minimize the gap. As we said, Robert is not the strongest runner, so it's interesting to see. Yeah.
Earlier that Daisy Davies works part-time as a lifeguard, so she's not a full-time athlete quite yet. She's based in Sherborne in Dorset. It's funny, I always ask these athletes to give me some interesting information about themselves, and of course Daisy came back to me with she's got 2 dogs, Louie and Murphy, and of course Louie is a running partner. She's here with her dad, so big shout out to Daisy's dad, who's probably down on course now, waiting for Daisy to complete lap 1. It's the only opportunity that they get to see the athletes here on the bike course as they make their way onto the second lap. But the greatest thing about this course here in Almere is the run course. 4 laps, ample opportunity for spectators, family, friends to cheer on their athletes. It's one of my favourite runs to watch because there's just so much opportunity for the athletes to be seen, to get support. Right now, windmills everywhere, just as you expect here in the Netherlands. So right now, 2nd and 3rd place in our professional men's race. That's Will Grace up front. Onion Stonovich in 3rd position. I wonder if these men know that they are being hunted, that they are being chased down by that chase group behind them. The 3 Dutchmen in that group, along with Wojciech Kapaczinski as well. So Wojciech in that group having a great race so far. So right now, Will Grace up on screen. We do know that that chase group has now caught the likes of Will Grace and Onion Stojnovic. So these men are now together. It is only a Robert Callan riding solo out in front. So right now, Daisy Davies leading the women's race, Robert Cullen leading the men's. We know that Robert is out front. We know that that chase group behind is catching. They are only moments away from catching our second and third place men. And will this group then be able to work together to try and bridge across to our leader, Robert Cullen? In our women's race, Davy Davies leading the way. She doesn't have any pressure whatsoever on her right now from behind. The time gap, if anything, is getting bigger. And as I said, this bike course here today, 2 laps, 180 kilometres in total, 2 lots of 90-kilometre loops. It's about as flat as you can get. And you can see right now Daisy taking that opportunity to get up and out of the bike course. And we will go over the bike course here in Almere. You can see it starts here in the city of Almere, makes its way out of town on several different bike paths before it makes its way up onto the dike. Great course, you can see right now up onto the dike here, long, straight, flat sections. A few technical sections as they make their way off and back onto the dike again. But you can see right now, barely any elevation in this course at all. That's why we continually see so many fast times being posted here. Back onto the dikes again. Look at that, it is a time trialist's dream course. And they eventually will make their way back here into town. The Quintana Roo 2-lap bike course. And once they make it back here into town, they then start lap 2, identical laps here. Robert Cullen looking as smooth as butter right now. Has not moved a muscle from that position. Not long now before we see him catch our lead female, Daisy Davies. I always like to get those close-ups of their face, Julian, just to see. You can see it, you can read a lot into an athlete's face, and he looks very, very controlled, relaxed. Does not look like he is overexerting himself at all. Whereas I believe it is a different story from behind, where those men are really desperately trying to limit that gap between themselves and Callan right now. We know it was less than 20 seconds between Will Grace, Onion Stojanovic and that chase group. Only a matter of time before it all comes together. And we do know that Will Draper also closing in on that chase group. So Will Draper having done that solo, so impressive. So while that chase group is about to catch Will Grace and Onion Stojanovic, we know that Draper is now only about 20 seconds behind that chase group. So it's starting to get very interesting here with our men's race. One of our reports out on course from one of our spotters has said that Callan is as tall as the windmills on course and looks like he's out on a coffee ride because he looks so smooth and in control. And now, while I'm sure he doesn't feel like he's out on a coffee ride, it's just saying just how in control and good this young man looks so far. You can see right now that close-up really does look totally in control. And we did sit down and talk to Robert Callan only yesterday, of course. Interesting interview for me, where I had to get myself up onto a box so that I could actually be eye to eye with Robert during this interview. But we will get that interview to you shortly. So while our athletes are out on course, we know our age group athletes are also out on course now. We're only 14 minutes or less than 14 minutes away before our middle distance race also starts here. Once our middle distance race is underway, that is all of our athletes out on course. It's starting to really heat up here at the finish line area. Lots of people around. It's a great setup here, the race venue here in Almere. Incredible scenes out there now with so many people starting to make their way down towards this finish line area. We've got food trucks, there's entertainment, the music is blasting. It's just a really great atmosphere. See pretty much every single professional athlete here today choosing to ride a disc. You'd be an absolute crazy person not to. So deep dish front, disc on the back. It is the only way to go for this particular bike course here in Almere.
I was gone for a second. Did you mention that we have a change in the lead and in the chasing position? Els is now in second.
As I anticipated, but the thing with Els is, you know, she was in no rush to try and bridge gaps. This is the sign. This is the athlete that is experienced, that knows that you don't need to push these gaps up in minutes. You've got such a long day ahead of you. It's important that you take your time. Els is very, very confident of her abilities. She's one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced, in the women's field here today. And yeah, it does not surprise me at all that you've told me that.
Interesting to see that the roads are quite wet here now.
So it looks like there has been some rain, and this is exactly what we've seen all week, that we've had pockets of rain in different areas. And while it's completely dry here at the race venue, you can see that it has just rained out there on course. And look, not so much of a problem, just that the athletes just need to be aware. I mean, it can be quite slippery, so you just don't want to be taking some of those corners at speed, because the last thing that these athletes want now is to come down. But again, just like Robert Cullen, that close-up then of Daisy Davies, and really under control. And here we go. This is what we wanted to see. That chase group has now indeed caught the likes of Onion Stonovic. That's him on the front, on the back right now. We can see in that red suit, that is Wojciech Kopachinski. So Wojtek also there, Tristan Olaj also there, Milan Bronze up there. And of course, Pim van Diemen, another of our Dutch athletes in that chase group, and they have now caught Will Grace and Onion there on the back. It's going to be very interesting to see if Onion, I mean, the last thing Onion wants is to be dropped from this group. So really needs to concentrate right now. Doesn't need to do anything silly. He just needs to sit off the back of this group and just pace off them.
Wojciech Kopachinski, only 22 years of age, also quite high with 1.86 m. Not racing for too long. He was third at Challenge Israman, 9th at Challenge Sir Banias, 16th at Challenge Molen Gran Canaria, and 11th at Challenge Gdansk. Also his very first long distance race.
I love how many debutants we've got here today at the European Long Distance Championship. Just going to make the race very, very interesting, particularly once we get to the latter stages of the marathon. But that is Milan Bronze on screen right now. He is from Almere, so he is the one and only true local. Doesn't live here right now. He moved to Girona, so he's based in Girona in Spain. But great to see Milan having such a great race.
And interesting now to see that I think Milan saw that the guys, Pim van Diemen in front, that they are
starting to push away.
Yeah, and then good of him. Yeah, well done. He's awake. He sees that, and now tries to stay with them.
This is when the dynamic gets quite interesting, Julian, because you can see now also Onion also a little worried. That's Will Grace on the back there. And there was a little bit of looking around, because it's just that shuffling of positions. And when you've got a group of this size now, if you're not concentrating, you know, you put your head down for a minute or two, and before you know it, when you've got athletes like Pim van Diemen, who is very, very strong on the bike, we know from his race last year, he caused a lot of destruction in that second lap. Right now, them boys having to take it quite easy around that corner. It's very, very wet. But these men also need to make sure that they stick to that 12-metre rule. It's very difficult. Whenever you have an athlete or a group catch another group, it takes a little bit of time just for everyone to sort out where they fit in, where they need to be. And this is when mistakes can get made as well, Julian, because before you know it, that 12 metres turns into 10 metres, turns into 5 metres. You have a technical official out on course that they see that they will allow a little bit of time for these men to sort themselves out. But if it looks like they are not, and that they are taking advantage of this situation, we will start seeing some penalties being given. And we know that that blue card, that drafting card, 3 minutes in the sin bin, they need to do that in the next penalty tent that they come to. And if they don't, then it's an automatic DQ. So this is it's a tricky situation. They really need to keep control. You can see already they're starting to really pull out to that 12-metre mark again. So doing all the right things right now.
And as we've seen, Pim van Diemen, he was not in that chase group first, and this is Tristan Olaj, also really huge.
This is a really cool close-up. If you can just see his bike right now, right above his forks, you can see the really cool decal of the windmill. So very cool Dutch bike for Tristan Olay right now, and I love it. I love it when they're able to do it. It's so cool. And so many of the bike companies these days are able to do so many amazing paint jobs for the individual athletes.
And Tristan, 1.95 m, so really huge. He was 12th challenge rough in overall 7 hours 49.59, and had 2 DNFs in Texas and Sribanyas. Yeah, but you can see the weather really good here. On the one side, on the left, you can see it's quite windy on the one side. On the other side, through the clouds, sun came through, heating up everything a little more. And our middle distance athletes are soon about to start. This is why the start is packed again. Lots of athletes out there. Over 800 volunteers, as we said. Of course, without them, this race wouldn't be possible. And in total, in middle distance, in long distance, all our other events today, 3,000 athletes altogether in Almere at that wonderful venue here.
And so that is the start. Right then you heard the starting horn of our middle distance race here. So this is the last race to go off. It will be a rolling start for our middle distance open athletes. There is no professional race here in that middle distance race, so it is age group only. But it is the last race to go off here today. So all of our athletes now officially on course. And so while our middle distance race is underway, we know that right now our professional lead male and female are on a part of the course. So there is one part of the course here in Almere where our motorbikes are not allowed to go. So that is all motorbikes, our cameramen, our officials. It's only a small section, but it does mean that we will not be able to have video of our lead male. We know that Daisy Davies is the first to go into this section. Robert Cullen is the first of the men to go into that section. And then we obviously have our chase group behind. But this does give us an opportunity to show some of the interviews that we did manage to get from our top tier athletes yesterday. Robert, so great to have you here in Almere for the first time. Now, you're renowned for your swim bike speed. Is this a course that you think will suit your strengths? You know it's flat and it is fast.
Yeah, I think actually tomorrow will suit me because it looks like it's going to be pretty windy. So I think the bike will be like a really important part of the race. So hopefully I can do some damage there and yeah, have some time on the fast runners.
Now, you mentioned to me earlier on that you've been a little disappointed with your performances over the full distance. You've had some great halves, middle distance races, but so far this season you just haven't been able to quite finish off those full distance races. Do you feel ready to really give it some curry here tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel like I have two bad full distance races this year, and this time I think that I will try to keep it together the whole way.
So third time a charm.
Third time the charm, yeah.
Now, I did hear also that fellow Swede, Jesper Svensson, who was our winner, our champion here last year, has been really good in terms of giving you a little bit of secret information on what it takes to win here. Have you taken that on board?
Absolutely. I can't tell you them, but yeah, he's giving me all the secrets that he had last year. So yeah, hopefully I'm prepared.
Now, I'd forgotten just how tall you are. Can you tell me, how tall are you exactly?
I'm almost 2 meters, so 198.
You have to be one of the tallest triathletes pro triathletes on the circuit right now.
I think I'm the tallest,
you
actually.
Are the tallest. You take that award.
Yeah.
Well, look, we're really, really happy to have you here, and I can't wait to see if you can get that bike record tomorrow. I'm not sure. I don't think the conditions are going to be conducive to fast times, but I'm pretty sure we'll have Andrew Starkovitz watching, hoping that you don't get his record.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we can do some, at least try to make it.
Perfect. Well, listen, best of luck. Can't wait to watch you.
Thank you.
Such a lovely young man. Oh, look at that as we've got the farmers out in the opposite direction. Of course, still plenty of room for our lead female, Daisy Davies. still leading the way. We know that Els Visser currently in second position, so exactly where we anticipated Els to be at this point in time. So Daisy Davies at around that 65-kilometre mark right now.
But she was able to keep the gap of 6.5 minutes onto Els Visser, which is around about the same than 25 kilometers before. Then it's interesting to see what time in behind will be Milowski and Vorin.
Well, it looks like 6 minutes 30 for Visser behind our leader here on screen, and then of course Antonia Milowski at around 7:50 back now, so 7:50 back in third, and then Meg Vorin in fourth at 9:05 behind Daisy Davies. So you're right, still significant gaps between our top 4 women. Not the same story with our professional men's race, of course. So we know right now, even though Robert Callan is leading the way, that group behind is just growing bigger and bigger. So we've got Tristan Olaj, Pim van Diemen, Milan Bronze, Wojciech Kopaczinski, Onion Stojanovic, and Will Grace and Will Draper. So the 2 British men with the same names, so both Will Grace and Will Draper. So great to see Will Draper has managed to make his way. He has ridden so incredibly well in the beginning stages of this race, because he was, quite a ways down out of that swim. So he's now sitting at around 2:36 back, but right on the back of that chase group. So brilliant work from Will early on here today. And right now, we have got the pass. So Daisy Davies being overtaken now by our lead male, Robert Callan. So the first time today that Robert Callan is technically leading the race overall. Of course, our professional women starting first, 15 minutes in front of our men. But Robert sitting up out of the error bars. Great opportunity when they come through these aid stations to get themselves up and out of the error bars. Missed that first bid and got that one. Perfect, thank you very much. Has a little check behind. But you can see now, taking this opportunity in and out of the aid station to get up out of those error bars, to get out of that saddle, to give that lower back a much needed break, just to stretch out those hip flexors. Same with Daisy Davies. So this is smart racing from both of these athletes right now. As I mentioned earlier, on this course, it is so easy to just stay down in that aero bar position all day long. And before you know it, you come into T2 and you try to stand up straight and your hip flexors are literally screaming at you. So great to see. Look at this. I love Will Draper's position on the bike. Beautiful. He's a great bike rider. He's done a lot of bike racing in the past, but great position for Will on the bike. Complete opposite to Robert Callan when it comes to his height. He's much, much shorter, much more compact athlete, but just as lethal on the bike, I have to say.
And as said, 2 challenge wins already this year. Challenge Morgan Gran Canaria and in Samarkand recently. 2nd at St. Pölten and 4th in Samarine and Challenge Subran. Yes.
And it's interesting, he's recently moved back home to the Isle of Man, so he's here with his parents, but he's had quite a major change. He was definitely, it's been a big move. His partner, Chloe Sparrow, also moved back there with him. But it's, yeah, when you make major changes like that, it often takes a little bit of time to readjust. He coaches himself, so he's self-coached, and it does take time. But I look at Will and I look at the results that he's had this year, and he's just on such a roll right now. So great to see him racing so very well. I got to meet Dad actually yesterday, and it's great to have him here too. I think they're big supporters of Will and his partner Chloe. Would love to see Chloe here this weekend, but unfortunately wasn't able to come. But big shout out to Chloe back home, because I'm sure she is watching, and she's probably very, very happy right now with what she's seeing and where Will is placed in this race so early on. Interesting fact about Will, though, even though he is debuting over the distance here today, he has technically started a full distance race in the past. I think back in 2023, he did start a full distance race, but with no intention of starting the marathon. He did go into that race injured with, I believe, quite severe ITB issues. So the plan was only ever to do the swim and bike. So at least he has had some experience. He knows what he's in for right now as far as the distance is involved. But anyone that's done a full distance race knows that the marathon is where it's all at, and particularly once we get to that 30 to 32 kilometre mark of that marathon. So it will be interesting to see how he goes when he switches out his bike shoes for run shoes. But he's set himself a fairly steep target. He wants to run a 2:38 marathon. He thinks that he is definitely capable of doing that on this course here today. See now that that men's group is starting to splinter just a little bit. Some of the men trying to make moves early. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens over this next 20 or so kilometres. Won't be too long before we see them make their way back here, where they will have completed 90 kilometres and will only have 90k to go.
Amazing pictures we have here. Almere and surrounding. Windmills, long roads, lots of wind, and we see the Dutchies. They are on fire. Pim van Dijk and Willem Brons and Tristan Ollie, together with Wojciech Kopczynski, Will Grace, and as said, Will Draper. Will Draper on his first long distance race. Also, same goes for Wojciech Kopczynski, as said before, 22 years of age, Polish athlete.
So young. This is the thing that, you know, Will Draper, 25 years of age. Daisy Davies, 23 years of age. These are young athletes to be taking on the full distance, but it seems to be the way of the world right now. These athletes are, I often used to say, I remember actually talking to Martin van Riel, and I remember when he was thinking of going long, and I said, can't you just hold it for a year or two, just keep to middle distance, you know, obviously with a T100, that distance, which I think is obviously perfect for him. But no, they want to go long, and it's, I understand it, but I just think, I wish these athletes would just wait a couple more years before they take on the full distance. But you know, you can't tell them. And right now, I mean, who am I to say? He's having a great race out there, and Daisy Davies leading the women's race. So, you know, I think I'm best to just sit here and keep my mouth closed.
Absolutely right. And yeah, there's one other guy, as we said, Will Draper in his first long distance race. And you had a talk to him yesterday and beforehand, and we listen to his interview now.
Will debut over the long distance and also first time racing in Almere. You've been here for a few days now. Have you had a chance to take a good look over the race course?
Yeah, I've enjoyed some time here over the past couple of days and been able to see the lake, which we would normally expect to be still, but there's a lot of wind chop, which I guess is pretty consistent with the weather I'd get at home. Windy, showers, then 10 minutes later the sun, so all of that's in check. And the bike course has been good. Ride out on the bike paths, they're amazing. They're not like, if you think bike paths, you think you can't go too fast, but these are smooth tarmac.
Oh my gosh, sorry to stop that interview early, but it looks like, oh my gosh, we've had a crash, and it is Pim van Diemen. I'm not sure what happened here, but you can see that the roads are quite slick. There is water on the roads, there is mud on the side. This is devastating, absolutely devastating for the Dutchman. Oh, and he looks like he's in absolute agony right now. Oh my gosh, this is the sort of stuff you don't want to happen. You can see that there is water on the roads here. This is just gut-wrenching stuff. So right now, Pim van Diemen looking likely to be out of this race after a nasty crash on the course. And then you look here, I mean, the course is completely dry right now, so this is exactly what these athletes are having to experience. There are sections of this course where there is just a lot of water. It's been raining all week long, and there are pockets of rain out on course, and oh, I'm gutted for him. I'm absolutely gutted for him.
It was actually a pretty straight course section, as it looked like. But yeah, as you said, there was mud on the course. There are some winds maybe out there.
Do you know, this is what happens. It's a long day out there, and you just cannot afford to lose concentration for a second. And I really hope that even if he can't continue, that I hope there is no permanent damage. He looked like he was in a lot of agony.
And we feel so sorry for him because
he was
having a great, he was having a great race. He was the one getting to the chase group and getting the chase group to Stojanovic in the race.
Absolutely, he's one of the big movers, and he was one of the reasons that they were able to catch so quickly.
And he was in second position the last time we saw the chase group, so it was Tristan Olay in first position, Pim van Diemen in second, Milan Bronx in third. So somewhere there in between, something must have happened.
And we've been told that out on course, while it's difficult for us to see it here on screen, that there's parts of this course where there's just really, really heavy winds up front, and then the winds are starting to dissipate. We know that they're at around the 73-kilometre mark, but the wind is definitely playing a huge part here. Whether that had something to do with his crash as well as the wet roads, the combination of side winds and wet roads, we're not quite sure, but we will try to update you shortly. And right now, we will go back to that interview with Will Draper. Will debut over the long distance and also first time racing in Almere. You've been here for a few days now. Have you had a chance to take a good look over the race course?
Yeah, I've enjoyed some time here over the past couple of days and been able to see the lake, which we would normally expect to be still, but there's a lot of wind chop, which I guess is pretty consistent with the weather I'd get at home. Windy, showers, then 10 minutes later the sun, so all of that's in check. And the bike course has been good. Ride out on the bike paths, they're amazing. They're not like, if you think bike paths, you think you can't go too fast, but these are smooth tarmac, nice bike paths, and that takes us out to the main part of the course, which I'm yet to see, and I'm sure the first lap I'll love it, and the second lap maybe not so much. I'll be waiting to get back on those bike paths back into Almere.
Now, look, while it is your first time over the distance, you are definitely coming into this race with some incredible momentum. Fresh off a win at Challenge Samarkand, you got your first pro win obviously earlier this year as well at Challenge Gran Canaria. You were definitely on a bit of a roll. Are you feeling confident about this race and this extra distance that's going to be involved?
Yeah, I guess it's hard to be confident. Maybe excited is a good word, just to see what I can do over the distance. I've raced almost, I think I've seen your fact sheet in Samarin and it was nearly 30, 70.3. So yeah, back to being a rookie again. And I mean, I forget even myself, I did the long course World Championships earlier this year, which was around 5 hours 45, I think, of racing. So it was a shorter distance, but quite a slow course. Whereas this is obviously a longer distance, but quite a fast course. So time-wise, I don't think it's too different, and what we had there was some quite overwhelming heat. So I'm hoping the same in Samarkand and a lot of the races this year. So I'm really hoping that if we take that factor away, it won't be too bad. And I've obviously, I just have to go out there and do what I've planned in my head, and I'll find out whether that's right or not. I have no way of testing it because unlike shorter distances, you can't just go and practice 180 kilometers and a marathon in training. You just have to work your way up and then hope for the best on race day.
Well, we have an expression, ignorance is bliss, and I think sometimes when it's your first, you really don't know what to expect, and that can actually be a really good thing. Now, conditions, you were just talking about it, we have seen over the last few days, you know, all 4 seasons in one day. One thing that's been consistent since I've arrived is the wind. We've spoken about it with some of the other athletes, top contenders today, that the wind will definitely be a factor here on race day. I know you are a very strong cyclist. You've got to be happy about the wind.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's we actually can plug in the route into some software and it tells you the distribution of the wind, and it's very in favour of a stronger rider because a lot of it's crosswind. So it's either coming diagonally from the front or diagonally from behind. And what this does is it allows riders like me on their own to not really be penalised by not following in a sort of 20-metre draft group, because that draft is obviously a lot less influential than 12 metres, but there still is an element of benefit to riding, partly psychological and partly physical. But in the crosswinds, if the person at the front of that group is riding too hard for someone a little bit further back, you see it in professional cycling, those races just split to pieces. And if you fracture, which, I mean, I might be one of them because I'm good over 90k, but if you fracture towards the end of the race, you really are going to be isolated, and there's not really, there's no descents, there's no breaks to really take the pressure off of if you're suffering from the physical side of things.
Now, it's interesting you bring that because we know that obviously swimming, there's quite a few very, very established, like great swimmers here. Swimming, if we have to say, is not your strength, but your strength lies in obviously your bike and your run. But I think this is actually going to be a blessing in disguise for you because, like you said, if you are a strong swimmer, I've seen it time and time again here at this race where over-biking, because it is such a fast course, and so many athletes over-bike and pay the price on the marathon, you are going to have the advantage of not being in that front group and actually being able to ride your own race for 180 kilometres. And I think it could be a matter of you just plucking off runners one by one as they start to implode in front of you.
Yeah, definitely. I think that has been something. Obviously, I'd love to swim at the front, but I always try and use it to my advantage. I actually think it's how I won Challenge Gran Canaria, because it was a 4-lap race, and on the first lap I actually lost time to the lead group. And then about halfway through the race, within half a lap, the gap came from 90 seconds to nothing because the dynamic of them groups can be very on and off. I think there's less athletes here than that race. I think that was really quite a big group at the front, so I think I presume people will make smarter decisions in the start of the race, and but hopefully they don't, because that works in my favour. But as you say, I'm really not too worried about my swim. I will still swim as hard and as well as I can and get myself out of the water in a good position for me. But then it is a long bike ride, and there's no point in trying to race anyone in the first 150k, because with 30k to go, suddenly everyone's a lot more fragile, so you may as well start racing then. And even the pace that I want to run at, I think, would be the fastest run of the day, so the pace I'll set off at, because I think I'm capable of that if I don't think about anyone else. So I can only do kind of what I what I think I could do, and it's sensible. It's not a pace that I've said because I want to win the race, I have to run this pace. So we'll try that, and I've looked at other people, and everyone who does well in the marathon off the bike has always got a sort of 3 to 4% drop anyway, so you have to go out strong. You can't just sit on an armchair for the first half and wait for sort of kilometre 30. So I'll give myself a chance, but it wouldn't bother me if I was 10 minutes down off the bike. If I did start a full once in 2023, so I had IT band syndrome, which meant I was never going to run. So I did the swim and the bike, and my motto after that race was condition, not position. So it really, when I finished the race and looked, compared to a 70.3, it did not matter what position you came off the bike in, it was the condition, because I was in a group of about 8 guys, and we were all at 20 metres or 12 metres because it was a different branded event, and I think the difference between each guy was about 5 minutes, and between first and last was half an hour by the end of the run. So yeah, it really doesn't matter too much when you look at the off the bike, and yeah, I think the race is going to start with 10k to go. So yeah, I think I'll be, even if I'm in a good position, the tail will be between my legs until I see the finish line.
Well, we can't wait to see what you can do out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
And of course, that was Will Draper, 25 years of age. He's already had a lot of racing up his sleeve this year. I think 7 middle distance races, 1 long course race with that World Long Distance Championship, 1 Xterra. And now, of course, today, his first full distance race. I did mention earlier he recently closed a huge chapter in his life, moving back home to the Isle of Man. He was based in Leeds for many, many years, training with the likes of Ali and Johnny Brownlee under the guidance of Mark Buckingham. His partner, Chloe Sparrow, she had her debut here last year, finishing in 5th place, so great debut for Chloe. But great to see Will having a very strong day so far. But it is this man on screen right now, the giant Swede himself, Robert Callan, who is leading the way. He has the wind behind him right now, so he is hitting speeds of over 50 kilometres an hour. And he is on his way back here to us in Almere. So not long to go now before we see Robert Callan complete lap 1 and make his way onto lap 2. So less than 5 kilometres left. And we have been given reports out on course that Pim van Diemen, it's looking like he may have broken his collarbone. So our hearts go out to him. Really, really disappointing for him. Looks like there was mud. What were the reports on course, that his rear wheel just slipped out from underneath him?
Right, something like that. We saw it on screen before. There was some mud, but just slightly next to the road. But yeah, it was still wet there, and we were told, yeah, his rear wheel slipped on mud in the middle of the road. And of course, then you can barely do anything.
Well, it's all country roads out on that section. You know, farmers are out there, the tractors are out there. We've had a lot of rain the last week. So just that combination, unfortunately, means that there was some mud on the road. And it's just sad to see that Pim van Diemen out of the race now.
And really unfortunate for him. Interesting that the rest of the group was not affected at all of that.
As you can see right now, as we see them on screen right now, this is that chase group.
And I think it's interesting, what does that maybe do to one or the other hat there now in the chase group, because you see someone crash in front of you or behind you?
Oh, it definitely, it's not something that you want to see. I mean, even though these athletes are all racing against each other, they all want the best for each other as well, and so they would be really disappointed for Pim van Diemen. He was doing the lion's share of the work here in this chase group, and no one wants to see that, regardless of whether it's your competition or not. No one wants to see someone have to go out of a race because of a crash, and it's disappointing. But now, you know, these men, they're experienced men. They know that they have a job at hand. They need to make sure that they put their heads back in the game and continue doing. As you can see, that they've just all overtaken Daisy Davies. So that is Daisy, our lead female on screen right now. And that chase group of men has been able to go around Daisy. They are now all heading back. You can see getting ever so close to Almere. But Daisy just not looking phased whatsoever right now. She has led this race since the gun went off this morning at 7:10, and really still looking very much in control. We know Els Visser is currently sitting in second place behind her. Of the two, obviously you would have to choose Els Visser as the faster on the marathon. We don't know how Daisy Davies is going to fare over the 42.2 kilometres. She's never done it before. So it will be interesting to see. But I love the fact that Daisy has said, you know what, catch me if you can. So behind our leader, Els Visser, we've then got Antonio Milosky in third, Make Voren in fourth, Marta Rogovnik in fifth, Margaret Elfers in sixth, Helen Moss in seventh, Gabby Obman in eighth, Lena Bonde in ninth, and rounding out our top 10 here on the first lap of this bike course, Vanessa Pereira. Great to have Lena Bonde back racing. She used to be a regular on the race circuit. Hadn't seen her for a while, definitely hadn't seen her all of this year. Unfortunately has had a few personal issues, which you never want for a professional athlete or for anyone for that matter, but great to have her back racing. This is her first race back for the 2025 season. We also have Kristen Leopold. She used to also be a regular. She's the oldest in the field at 41 years of age, also racing here today. She's here with her family, her two kids. So great to have Kristen here, setting such a great example for her two young children. Interestingly enough, if I look back through the men's results, we know we've got that chase group. I did expect Mikel Ugarte to be in that group, and I find him now quite a ways down in 10th position, over 7 minutes down on this chase group. So interestingly enough, I really thought that he would be part of this chase group.
I was looking for him too, yeah, you're right. Well, at least he can right now work together with Mathieu Merlon, who's together with him, 9th position. But yes, still, it's almost 5 minutes to the chase group. That is quite a lot. And yeah, I had hoped or saw Mikel actually somehow getting closer to the chase group, which did not happen. And even right now, already kilometer 65, which was the last tracking point, they were riding 2 to 3 kilometers slower than the chase group.
But it's an interesting thing about the bike course here, just different sides of the dike, different conditions. These men and women have had the wind at their side, they've had the wind in their faces, they've had the wind behind. Right now, our leader, Robert Cullen, with the wind behind as he makes his way here into Almere. The sun is shining here, but we've seen in other sections it's been quite wet on the roads. We've had mud, and it is something that they're going to have to really concentrate on, Julian, in this second lap. This is when you start to lose concentration. You know, now they've been racing for just over 3 hours for the men and just, for the women, sorry, and just under 3 hours for the men. And once you start getting into that 4 or 5 hour mark of the race, it's when that your brain starts to fade just ever so slightly. And that's when mistakes can get made. So it's really important throughout this second section, this second lap of the bike, that these athletes really need to concentrate at the task at hand and not let their minds wander.
But yes, as warm as it might look out there, with the sun out, you see on the left side the flags, how windy it is, how the winds come from the left side. All the clothes that our volunteers are wearing. So definitely not the warmest place to be. And again, we have the section where you have to be focused, concentrated, mustn't do any mistake, and also be aware of your nutrition on the bike, as there are some cobblestones sections again.
Right now, Robert Cullen making his way towards us here. We are situated, our studio is situated right beside the finish line. You can see a little technical here as he makes his way. He doesn't actually come all the way into us here, but very, very close to us, and then he will make his way on to the second lap of this bike course, giving himself an opportunity to get up out of that saddle.
As now our chase group has entered lap 2 either. So Tristan Olej, Will Draper, Wojciech Kopyczynski, Milan Brons, and Onion Stojanovic, who was out of the water first this morning. They are 2 minutes and 12 seconds behind, so a little bit closer than last time.
But nothing significant yet. Obviously, it's the second lap where we'll either see some big gains or not happening here.
So it's said to be that the wind is pretty the same, but heavy for sure, and the temperature's solid as well. I like Dutch saying the temperatures are solid.
And we need to define the word solid, because I still think it's freezing. But
as we can see, Will Grace ahead of Daisy Davies, I guess. So because Will Grace did not appear now, he appeared in the second lap. So he's 3 minutes 14 behind, around about 1 minute behind the chase group. So he lost.
Wow, that is interesting. So he's lost that minute in a reasonably quick amount of time there, because the last check we got, Will Grace was definitely still in that chase group. And now already it shows you just what happens when you lose that group. 1 minute deficit already. It's crazy. So big changes here in the men's race. I thought Will Grace would be able to stay with this group. As you can see them coming through now. They are about to complete lap 1. This is the chase group. We know Robert Cullen has already gone through this section.
Looks like Will Draper is now in leading position. The Dutchies were for a very long time.
There's Milan Brons on the back of that group. We know we've lost Pim Van Diemen due to a bike crash, and Will Grace is no longer in that group, is now 1 minute in arrears of that chase group. Daisy Davies
better.
slowing down, making sure that she gets that. And you know, it's very important, particularly as it's her first time over the distance. It's really important that hydration, nutrition are absolute key for her here today. Right now, Daisy Davies also now 90 kilometres into this bike ride. She has made her way through town as Will Grace goes past there. Tricky spot for Will right now. He knows that that group in front is working well together. So a little bit of a mental battle for him. He knows he's on his own now. He's not getting any help from anyone else. So it's a tough situation for Will to be in. Big gear being pushed there for Daisy Davies as she gets herself out of the saddle. Now starts to settle in for lap 2. So reports out on course that the conditions haven't really changed too much from that first lap. Temperatures have risen a couple of degrees, but that wind is on the side. So it's the only tough part. It has switched just slightly. So originally when it was a pure southerly blowing, they did have the wind behind them for the long straight sections along the dike, but that has changed and now it's almost predominantly a side wind, which doesn't offer as much help.
Robert Cullen has just passed kilometer 95 now. We are almost exactly 3 hours into the men's race. Started this morning at 7:25. Last split, Robert Cullen was 2 minutes 11 or 12 seconds ahead of the chase group. It's going to be interesting how much closer they might have gotten. And now we can see for the very first time, I think so, that one or the other age group athletes is of course on the course too now, as we are in the second lap on the bike course of pro athletes.
Well, that's an interesting fact to bring up, Julian, and it's just that little bit of another extra thing that the athletes have to think about now is that there are going to be other athletes on course. So all of our age group athletes from our long distance race, also the open long distance race, as well as the European Championship. So with our professional athletes now starting lap 2, they're going to have to make sure that they stay alert and that they make their way through all of these age group athletes as well. Just makes that race, it just adds to the complexity right now of having to deal with the conditions. And you can see off to the right there, look at the water, that chop is still definitely well and truly up. We've even got some white caps now. So that tells me that that wind is definitely well and truly still with us. Look, even that seagull looks like it's having a hard time trying to fly with the wind. So that wind is definitely going to play a part here as the athletes' legs start to fatigue. And then you've got that wind just starting to pick up ever so slightly as well, that combination. And then you throw in the age group athletes that the professional athletes need to make their way through as well. It just adds to the complexity of the race here.
I think that's the first athlete of the middle distance, if I read it right, on the motorbike, because he has a red start number. So that is our leader of the middle distance race. As we said before, it's only an age group race. However, lots and lots of athletes taking part in that middle distance race. See how sunny it is again. It's really switching moment by moment. I was checking the rain radar here and there. So far it looks like there were some clouds that could have brought rain, but they went more to the north, past us. Now we are actually waiting for Els Visser to get through town.
We know that Els is currently at around 6 minutes 40 down on our first place Daisy Davies. So Els Visser in second place. We know it's only a matter of time now before we see her make her way through town to start lap 2.
So far, she didn't appear in lap 2. Now, right now, she has started lap 2. Just now, Els Visser appeared.
We've missed her going through there, but we can now report that Els Visser is on her way around the second lap of this course. 6:40 down on our leader on screen right now, give or take.
6:49.
Oh, there you go. 6:49 to be
directly,
specific. I
then
like
it is her, yeah. And yeah, those are more middle distance athletes. Oh, that could be, no, that's Michael Ugarte. Yeah, that's Michael Ugarte.
This is the second chase group in our professional men's race. So Michael Ugarte, who I thought would be in that first group.
Yeah, so we've missed, in 8th position now, he moved up 6th position, is Sebastian Norberg. He is now 8:50 behind, and Miguel Ramos together with Pascal Tischler in position 9 and 10. Pascal Tischler, he's actually the
Partner
thank you. I was
of Antonia, that is correct.
want to bring that up earlier.
You've done your homework, I like it.
Yeah, thank you. I started to use your tactics of doing research and using Instagram. That
I tell you, people always say, you know, how do you research athletes? I said I become an Instagram stalker.
Yeah, she's the biggest stalker on the planet. Believe me, you cannot hide anything from Belinda.
It's the best way. But yes, that was the second chase group of our professional men here today. Interesting dynamic occurring behind this man. Of course, Robert Callan leading the way. We had Will Draper take the front of that chase group, and he really pushed the pace there, and it started to splinter the rest of the group. We heard that Milan Bronze and also Onyan Stojanovic were gapped just for a little bit, around 10 to 15 seconds off the back, but have managed to claw their way back on. Milan Bronze looking comfortable again now in that chase group, but Stojanovic not looking so good, and he is starting to struggle just a little bit with the pace that Will Draper is setting on the front. So definitely very impressed with Draper's race so far, taking control of this chase group. It's not a position that Will's always used to being in. He's used to doing the ride solo for a lot of the time, coming out of the swim with a deficit, then riding his way up towards the front. I'm not sure if he would have even anticipated catching this chase group so early on. I think it was always the plan to try and get them at some point during the second lap. But to get them this early, it really has put him in the box seat now. But he does need to make sure that he is not left doing all the work in this group. Difficult situation, because he also doesn't want to play the game where he's sitting behind either and that pace starts to drop off. He knows that Robert Callan is up front. He doesn't want that lead blowing out too much. One of the things I love about Will is he's very strategic with his racing. He will know exactly what's going on around him, in front of him, behind him. I mean, he's learnt from the best in the business with both Alistair and Jonathan Brownlee, two of the greatest short course athletes the world has ever seen. Those gaps starting to open up behind our leader, Daisy Davies. Antonia Malowski now 11:50 down, so still holding third position here in our women's race, but 11 minutes 50 seconds down on our leader. Make Voren still in fourth place. Daisy Davies just gone through the 95-kilometre mark here. And going past one of our middle distance athletes. So just for our audience's information, in the European Long Distance Championship, it was not compulsory for our athletes to wear their bib number on the bike. So that race bib number only compulsory for the run. And here we go. This is the woman we've been waiting to see. We're trying to get a shot of Els. We've been told, obviously she's gone through the second lap already, but Els 6:45 down. So we are waiting to see Els Visser 6:45 down on our leader, with Molarski 11:50 down. So Els, the gap isn't getting any bigger, but it's not coming down either, but it is the women behind that are losing time to Davies right now. So while Els is not losing time, she's not gaining time. So at the end of lap one, Daisy Davies leading the way. Els Visser at 6:48 down. Antonia Molarski at 11:43 down. Marta Wagovnik now up into fourth place. She's managed to overtake Make Voren. So great to see Marta up 13:21 down in fourth position. Make Voren in fifth position, 13:34 down. Margrit Elfers at 15:18 down in sixth, and Helene Moss at 15:37 down in seventh. So that's our top 7 professional women out on course right now at the end of lap 1. So these athletes that you now see, our professional men and women overtaking, are our middle distance athletes. They started at 9:50 this morning, and they are now making their way around the first lap. Of course, being the middle distance race, they have 1 lap swim, 1 lap bike, 2 lap run here today. Great shot of the race venue down here in Almere. You can see just how choppy that water is. Really has been a tough swim for everyone today, and the times are definitely showing. And while we know that Els Visser currently in second place, I did get an opportunity to speak to her yesterday to get her thoughts on what her expectations are for today. All right, Els Visser, you weren't able to start here back in 2022 due to sickness. You came back in 2023 and took the win. What would it mean to you to take the tape here again in Almere?
Oh, that would mean a lot. In the end, it's like the race in my home country on home soil, having all like the Dutch people here to like cheer me on. So yeah, it will definitely a really big highlight and win for me.
Now, I still remember back, and I don't really want to bring it up, but 2022, I was here, and I was one of few who got to see you before the race start when you had to make that decision that no athlete should have to make. I mean, you were really genuinely very, very ill, and I'm sure it must have been one of the low lights of your career, but then to be able to come back the very next year and take the win, I mean, talk about chalk and cheese.
Yeah, that was like devastating in 2022, but then in the end it also makes the sport beautiful, right? The lowest of lows, and then the obstacle we have to face and how we have to get through them, and then if you like win and take the tape, then it like means like a lot. And yeah, I think it's more meaningful to also experience the lows to be able to celebrate the highs.
Now, it's interesting you talk about that because obviously I arrived here on Wednesday and I was one of the lucky ones to see the official premiere of Resilience, that incredible, I'm getting goosebumps, even thinking about it, incredible documentary that Red Bull did on you and your experience in Indonesia all those years ago. And you know, that word resilience, it really resonates with me because I think it's the number one word I would use if I had to do one character trait to get through a long distance triathlon. Resilience is the word I would use. Those experiences you had back in the day, how do you think that they have shaped you into the athlete that I see standing before me now?
Well, in the end, it's not about like being the fittest, you know, but it's all already like really about like the grit and how much you want to win and how much you want to cross that finish line, and the determination, the resilience you can like show. And in the end, we all have it in it. I think like my story, it's maybe like a really cool example of it, but in the end it's all we all have like resilience in it, and like sometimes it's hidden or sometimes it's a bit lost in you, but it's always there in every one of us. And I also hope my documentary, that everyone sees it's not something that it's untouchable, that everyone like has it, and in difficult times, when we are like very challenged, that you kind of like try to get it out of you and to get stronger out of every situation.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. And last question before I let you go. The conditions now for this little soft Aussie here, it's been cold, it's been windy, we've had rain, we've had sun and everything in between. As a Dutch woman, you come to expect this sort of temperatures, this sort of conditions. Is it something that suits you, or you don't give it another thought?
I also love the race and the heat, but I also think in the end for me, like the tougher the race, the longer it goes, it more like plays into my advantage. So I really think that it will help me and it will like suit my strength. So let's make it like a windy day with some rain, and I will like dig deep to give my absolute best.
Fantastic. And of course, Els Visser, absolute legend of the sport. She's one of those women that her personality is just infectious. She's incredibly intelligent and she's a brilliant athlete, and I love having her back here in Almere. She won the race here back in 2023. I still vividly remember 2022 when she was the favourite to win and woke up race morning incredibly ill and had to make that really tough decision of not starting. And I remember coming down to the studio and I actually had tears in my eyes because I felt so bad for her, and it was a horrible experience for everyone, but particularly for Els to have to make that decision. And then to be able to come back the next year and win it was, I think it made that win even more special.
Yeah, she was here with us in the studio back that time when she couldn't race, and yeah, in tears. It was really dramatic. So this year, yeah, she was second in the Ironman Les Sables, got the Kona qualification there, 8 hours 44:35. A DNF in South Africa, unfortunately, but 3 T100 races in Singapore, London, and recently at the French Riviera.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, a bit of a mixed bucket for Els this year, and she'll be the first to admit that. Had a few injury woes as well as a lot of engagements with speaking, etc. I mean, outside, we always look at professional athletes and we think all they do is eat, sleep, train, repeat, and then race. But there's so much more that goes with being a professional athlete. You know, they've got so many responsibilities with sponsorship, with their sponsors, with things that they do outside. And I know Els is very big on wanting to give back to the triathlon community and to give back to a community that's given her so much. And again, following social media and Instagram, I've seen that she's been traveling around the country and doing a lot of speaking engagements, which takes time and energy, and that's time and energy away from training, away from racing, away from resting, recovery. But it is part and parcel of being a professional athlete, and it's knowing how to manage it well enough that you're still getting the recovery, that you're still getting the training in that you need to compete at the highest level possible. And so, speaking to Els, she was very upfront, very, very honest with me, and said, you know, I'm coming into this race with a little bit of an injury issue. I haven't been able to probably do the training that I would have liked to have done, but I think what she lacks in that department she more than makes up for in her years of experience and also just, as we said, I keep using this word, but her resilience when it comes to long distance racing. So I'm expecting big things, and saying that, looking at this this latest update, this time split, she's actually brought that time down just by a few seconds, so now only 6:28, I believe, behind Daisy Davies on screen. So Els Visser actually starting to put some time back into our leader.
And we said before, the gaps are a lot bigger in the women's race than the men's race. Third position, still Antonia Milowski from Germany, 11:53 behind. That is quite a lot. And also Marta Wagovnik, now 13:30 behind. Lost some time too. Marin Born, first out of the water. Now 14 minutes behind, it's fifth position and sixth position. That is Margaret Elfers from Germany, 15:25 behind.
And so really right now at this point in time, the only one within striking distance of our lead female is Els Visser. And when it comes down to the run, we know Els is a very accomplished runner over the marathon. She's, again, a little bit of a question mark over her form right now. So it'll be very interesting to see. And of course, massive question mark over Daisy Davies because she's never done it before. So we could be in for a very interesting race here between these two athletes.
Yeah, we don't know how the race will develop, especially with Daisy. She said she will just give her best, give it all. Her goal was to beat her bib number, so bib number 3. She wants to beat that. Right now, she's on a good way to do so.
Job of it right now. That's right, she is. And we have had reports out on course talking about bib number 3, but in third place, Antonia Milowski, still holding third place, just under that 12-minute mark down, but saying to our spotters, not actually feeling so great. But this is the interesting part about long-distance racing. I remember racing and feeling great for the first half, feeling absolutely miserable for sections, and then coming out the other side feeling great again. And I think it's one of the most important lessons that you can learn when you do full distance racing, that just before because you go through a section where you're not feeling so great, where the legs aren't behaving, where the lungs aren't behaving, when you're starting to get, the doubts are starting to creep in, it's very important to think, okay, this is not the end. This is not how it's going to finish. This is just a phase, a section I'm going through. I just need to ride the wave and then get through the other side. And so many times I've had internal conversations with myself. It's usually during the second half of the bike and also the latter stages of the marathon, where I literally have conversations with myself, fighting with the demons that are saying, you know what, Belinda, your day is done. You are out. You are not feeling good. And that other section saying, shut up, I can get through this. And you'd be surprised just that positive self-talk, taking in some, because often when those dark thoughts start to creep in and when you start to feel like things aren't working well, that is the first sign to say, I need to get some nutrition in, I need to get some calories in, I need to start hydrating, get some electrolytes in. And often you find if you can do that, 5-10 minutes later, you just start to see that turnaround start to happen again. And it's all connected. So you start feeling good again physically, mentally you start to feel good again, you start the positive talk again, all of a sudden you're on a roll, all of a sudden that next split you get, you're starting to put time into the person in front and it's a different story. And you are continually going through this scenario for 8, 9, 10, 11 hours depending on how long. And that's what I think makes this sport so unique. It's such a roller coaster of a day. Rarely do you have an athlete that gets to the end and says, you know what, I felt good from the time that gun went off to the time I crossed that finish line. And do you want it to? Because that's half the reason we love this sport and why it's so special, is because you do go through so many the ebbs and flows, the highs and lows that you go throughout the day is what makes it so unbelievably special when you finally cross that finish line.
Freaking mind game, true, yeah.
Absolutely.
And that could be because right now, especially on that bike course where you barely can see your competitors, even though the road is really, really long, it is a mind game. And on the one side, you have Daisy Davies or Robert Cullen in leading position, no one in front of them, just going straight, and you have to keep up the pace, you have to push yourself. On the other side, the chase group, they can see the leaders, but still they have to keep pushing. And that would change in somewhat totally when they get to the run course, because when they do their lapping there, you can see the other athletes quite often. You can watch across the lake, or maybe when you
There's
get
also
closer.
a couple of out and back sections
Right.
that they do this in, which is not normal. I mean, the run course, and we will talk about it a little bit more once we are on the marathon course, it is 4 laps. Slight changes this year to in the past years, and there are more sections where they will actually get to see each other, which makes a big difference. It really does make a difference. Right now, though, of course, Davy Davies just needs to concentrate on what she's doing, looking forward, not looking back at all. The same with our lead male, Robert Callan. We do know that there's some movement happening behind Robert Callan now, with Milan Bronze having been dropped from that chase group along with Onion Stojanovic. So those two athletes have not been able to stay with the pace. So the likes of Will Draper, we talked about that. I think him joining that group has really made a difference to that chase group, and he has really put the pressure on, and that's resulted in both Onion Stojanovic and also Milan Bronze being dropped from that group and are now riding solo behind.
And again, speaking of mind game, that is also tough, especially Onion Stojanovic. Such big plans for the race today. Of course, nothing is lost now. He's a solid runner. But yes, for him, exiting water first, being in leading position, now being dropped by the chase group, tough for him.
But you know, this is, as I mentioned, I keep talking about this, it could be a good thing for Onion, because now he's going to be forced to ride his own pace and within himself, which could actually result in him having a really good marathon here today. And if some of the men in this chase group have gone too hard or have overbiked, they're going to pay the ultimate price on this marathon, and we may see Onion start to run through the field again. So, you know, early days now, as we've got right now on screen, that is Wojciech. He is one of the men I was talking about. He is one of the remaining 3 left in this chase group. So Wojciech, Kopachinski, still riding very, very well. I tell you, one of the hardest things it's been for me for researching this particular race is the names. We had a long day yesterday where I had these athletes recording their names into my voice recorder on my phone, just trying to get my tongue around them all. But Wojciech really riding very, very well up there with Tristan Olai and Will Draper. So only 3 remaining in this chase group. We have lost Will Grace, we have lost Onion Stojanovic, and we have lost Milan Bronze from this chase group. Great shot there of Tristan, looking very, very comfortable. I was wondering whether Tristan was going to be able to stay in this group, but so far looking very, very comfortable. Will Draper, of course, leading the group here, setting the pace. You can see a close-up now of that windmill that I was talking about on his bike. Very, very cool decal there. One thing I love about Tristan, he has not been shy in saying that he wants to win here today. He doesn't want second, third. He wants to win. He wants to be the Dutch champion. He wants to be the European long distance champion. He did race a couple of weekends ago. There was a new race, new middle distance race just down the road, about 40 minutes down the road from Almere. He did it as a little bit of a warm-up race for today. He did win that race. Milan Bronze finishing 4th that day. So we know that Tristan is in good form. No injuries to speak of. But really great to see Will Draper looking nice and comfortable there, setting the pace in this chase group. Will self-coached since he moved back to the Isle of Man. He's definitely one athlete that has raced a lot this year, probably more than any other professional male athlete that I know of. I think this is race number 8 here today for Will. So he is an athlete that does love to race. been a defining year for the young Brit, or I should say Isle of Man. Very proud Isle of Man. So, of course, today racing for Great Britain. But look at that shot, fantastic. Tristan Olay, Wojciech. So we have a Brit, a Dutchman, and a Polishman here, all chasing the giant Swede up front.
Did we mention the special motivation Tristan Olay has because he got married on Tuesday?
Oh, that's right.
We didn't talk about that.
How did I miss that? Yes.
He got married on a Tuesday. That's not really typical.
I remember when he told me, I thought, have I got this wrong? Have I read it incorrectly? But yes, you're correct. That's right. Did get married, and that is definitely extra motivation. So
he was so happy yesterday when we had the interviews, and I wasn't sure someone of the others on, so asked him, hey, didn't you get married? And his face lightened up of happiness. So he was really, just happy about being here. And with that whole week, he said it was just perfect setup.
It's and another, of course, one of the other athletes, we haven't mentioned him yet, but Piotr Wawicki from Poland as well, getting married next weekend. So, of course, he said to me he would love nothing more than to try and get a podium position so he can take home the bouquet of flowers for his to-be wife next week. And he said, oh yes, I'm treating this weekend like my bachelor party. I'm like, well, it's not exactly the bachelor party I would want, but incredible to think that racing a full distance race this weekend, getting married next weekend. So
yeah,
congrats.
Piotr Wawicki right now in 17th position, maybe not so close to the podium like he was hoping for, well, 15 minutes behind.
We might be able to convince one of the podium getters to give the flowers to Piotr to give to his to-be wife next week. But right now, on screen, Daisy Davies. We keep mentioning her name because she has been basically leading this race since the very beginning. 3 hours, 46 minutes and 48 seconds on our clock. So right now our chase group still just over that 2-minute mark down, 2:13. It'll be interesting at that next time check to see if that's managed to come down, stay the same, or actually increased. But right now, Will Draper setting the pace, and he is the reason that this group is being able to stay within striking distance of Robert Cullen out front.
Will Draper, he got the chance also as a wildcard to race T100 races in London and Vancouver. We finished 11th and 15th.
Actually, it was a great, I'm not sure if you watched London, but he had a fantastic sprint finish with Sam Long. It was very cool. Of course, he was the victor there.
Yeah, I think they asked each other, you want to go for it? And then they went. Yeah, third in the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships in Pontevedra. So kind of used to longer distances, also with the T100, which isn't kind of a...
I think the World Long Course, when I saw that he was third there, it gave me... I felt good about today. I thought that this is really going to be... he was in good form. We know he's coming off great momentum. He's had some fantastic races under his belt. He's dabbled in the longer distance there. We also know that in 2023, I think it was, he actually started a full distance race with no intention of actually doing the run. He was injured. So he has had a taste of what it feels like to do a 3.8 kilometre swim and a 180k bike ride, which is huge when it comes to today. So he He knows exactly what he's doing right now, and it's just the marathon. Obviously, with the world long distance champs, they're 30 kilometres. We have 42 here today. You ask most people, the race, the marathon doesn't really start until around that 30 to 32 kilometre mark. It's that last 10 to 12 kilometres where the wheels can really fall off if you haven't looked after yourself. So that's when we need to pay attention to see how Will is feeling right at that point. But right now, doing everything right.
Yeah, how the legs are going to feel. I mean, also looking at Wojciech Kopinski. I mean, also, we said it, he's 22 years of age, first long distance.
So he's technically the youngest in the field. I thought it was actually Daisy Davies at 23. But yeah, it looks like Wojciech is our youngest athlete racing today in our elite field.
Probably stronger on the bike than on the run, but we never know how that will end up. As we see now, Daisy Davies still leading position, overtaking here or there one or the other age group athlete on the course. But that is also nice about the course. Lots of space, and with the long views, you see the athletes ahead of you. Right now it doesn't look so windy anymore, but we don't know how it is actually out there. The rain radar still says that the rain will not reach us. It stays out on the sea, quite north of us, thanks to the wind from the south today that pushes all the rain clouds up to the northern parts, directing Denmark and Norway. But yeah, that's Dutch weather. You never know how it can change. Can be in 2 hours that there will be some rain, but we never know if winds change, or right now we have some sun left.
So one of our spotters down on course asked Daisy Davies how she's feeling so far. She gave the big thumbs up. So looking very positive for Daisy right now. Also was very happy to hear that the gap between herself and Els was not coming down, or if it was only a small amount of time. But that the gap further back to third was around 12 minutes. And mentally, when you're out on the bike and you know that you've got a 12-minute lead, it's a very nice position to be in. And I know Daisy was a little shocked. I don't think she expected to have such a large gap over the rest of the field. You all know the second half of this bike, so once they get through halfway of this second lap, we'll start to see whether athletes have been looking after themselves or not. Right now, Robert Callan definitely looking after himself. He has not looked any different this entire bike ride so far. Really in control. So we know that chasing group behind has reached Lelystad. So right now on the course, Robert Callan is riding into a headwind, so pretty strong headwind. So one of the tougher sections of the course right now. For both our first and second, this is exactly what they wanted. So both Callan and Draper, they thrive in these sorts of conditions. It'll be interesting to see, particularly in that chase group, whether the likes of Ole and Rapinski will be able to actually stay. It's going to be very interesting to see if they are able to keep the pace that Draper is going to continue with. Spotters on course are saying that he is starting to wind it up.
So kilometer 125. Will Draper, Tristan Ole and Wojciech Kopyczynski are now 1 minute 55 behind. So they got closer, around 20 seconds, one can say. So they are cycling a little faster than Robert Cullen at the moment. And Milan Bronze in 5th position. He was dropped by the group and is 3.5 minutes behind. On the one side, a bit, makes you wonder, because Milan Bronze is a great biker. On the other side, yeah, he had some struggles with injuries. Not a perfect way into the season so far. And we see Robert Cullen overtaking a car here. Not that bad.
Not often you see that happen, but not surprising either.
It looked like the newest car, however. I think the bike is more worth than the car, probably. But yeah, still going strong there. Robert Cullen, he knows he has to get away as far as possible from the chase group, or better say, keep the distance as well as possible, because they are getting closer. And looking at the runs, he is maybe the most experienced athlete of the top 5 with regards to long distance racing, and also with the age. However, he is not the best runner, but we never know. He did long distance finish already, including runs. Will Draper or Wojciech Kopyczynski didn't. Tristan Ole knows how to do that. Wow, and Will Grace and Onion Stojanovic, they are reunited now again. Probably not what Onion wanted to do in the reunite, but they are going together now and are 5 minutes, 5 seconds behind. Really struggling here, yeah.
And you're talking about run times, and you're correct. Cullen obviously is the most experienced here right now, but his fastest run time over the distance is 2:53, and we know for this from past results here, that's just not going to cut it. You're not going to win the race here if you run a 2:53. He will have to significantly improve that run time if he has any chance of holding on to that top spot.
Especially now with the winds, conditions are not easy to even go faster like that. So yeah, he has to put up a personal best. We don't know how much energy the bike course would have costed him in the end. He's racing strong, but the gap is not as big as he might have hoped for, I guess.
So when we look at run times and looking at the men's race right now, the fastest on paper that's within striking distance is, of course, Tristan Ole. 2:42 he ran this year at Challenge Roth, so back in July this year, 2:42, which is definitely the sort of run time that he will need to produce here today if he is to take the win. We don't really know what Will Draper is capable of. He thinks he is capable of a 2:38, which again is what he will need to run thereabouts to take the win here today. Run record here, Victor Arua Bagalo, 2:38.48 is the run record for the race here in Almere. Daisy Davies having a little look behind. She will not be able to see a single soul, or certainly no other professional women. Still holds a significant lead over Els Visser. Whereas Robert Cullen, we know that that gap is just slowly but surely coming down. So right now, for the first time, it is under 2 minutes. So Will Draper now 1:54 down. Tristan Olai 1:55. And Wojciech Kopaczinski at 1:57. So this chase group of three really doing a great job, slowly but surely starting to eat into the lead of Robert Cullen. But again, Robert Cullen just looking faultless right now. Amazing how quickly those time gaps when you lose that group. So we've got Milan Bronze now in 5th place, 3:27 down. We've got Will Grace and Onyan Stojanovic riding together, 5:05 and 5:07 back respectively. So those two riding together. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to pick up Milan Bronze. About a minute and a half between Will Grace and Milan Bronze right now. So right now, Robert Cullen from Sweden leading the way, just under 2 minutes in arrears. We have Will Draper. Our spotters out on course have told us that Tristan Olai has just taken the lead of this group. So Tristan deciding he needs to take some time on the front as they continue to make moves on the man leading the race here today, this giant Swede. We did get an opportunity to catch up with Tristan earlier this week and talk to him about the race that he is expecting to have here today. Tristan, you are coming into this race as the favourite to take the top step, according to Torsten Rade's tri-rating predictions. Do you thrive on this sort of pressure, or do you put it to the back of your mind and you don't think about it again?
No, I drive about it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and yeah, for me it's new to be a little bit of the favorite of the race, but yeah, I like it.
And you were 6th here back in 2022, and I believe that's when I first met you, and it was your very first full distance race.
Yeah.
Roll forward to now, you've done quite a few full distance races since your first back then. Is it a distance that you now really like and embrace and want to keep doing, or do you still prefer the shorter distance, the middle distance racing?
No, for sure, the full distance is now my main focus, and yesterday I was counting, and I think this will be my 10th full distance. So yeah, it's funny, 3 years ago I did my first one here, and it was a special one, and now I think it's even more special to come 3 years later back to be here again and to be the favorite. Yeah.
Now, what would it mean to you as a proud Dutchman to actually take that top step here at this race? We know Menno Koolhaas won it back in 2023, but before that we hadn't seen a Dutch men's winner since 2012, I believe. So I think it's time that we keep the Dutch winning streak going. Last year it was Jasper Svensson from Sweden, who's not here this year. What would it mean to you?
Yeah, a lot. I'm racing all over the world, and sometimes my father, my mother, my girlfriend travel with me, and this is the only race where 20 or 30 people, friends, family can watch the race, and it will be very special to win in front of them, of course, yeah.
And I think particularly with this full distance, we know that the race doesn't really start till around that 30 to 32 kilometre mark, and that's when I think you're really going to be relying heavily on home crowd support, of which you're going to have plenty of.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. It's a long day, and I think the race tomorrow will be decided in the second half of the marathon, so
now,
all the crowd will support me.
Oh, I have a feeling between yourself and Milan Bronze, it'll be interesting to see who gets the most support.
Yeah,
it's going to be crazy.
For sure.
Now, lastly, it's been the talk for the last few days. I arrived here from Australia on Wednesday. Conditions. We always know here in the Netherlands, it's always going to be a mixed bag. It's 4 seasons in one day. We've seen that here today. We are predicting that there could be a little bit of rain tomorrow, but most definitely there will be wind. Is this something that you are looking forward to, or would you prefer it to be hot and still?
No, I love the wind, and I love the rain as well. I'm a big guy, and I sweat a lot, and lose a lot of sodium. So cool conditions and a lot of wind is in my favor, for sure.
I'm pretty sure they're the conditions that we're going to be presented with tomorrow, so it looks like your luck's going to go your way.
I hope so, yeah.
Thanks a lot. And that, of course, is the great hope. He was predicted to take the win here today. Torsten Radev, our stats guru, has him down as leading the race. As you can see him on screen now, he is leading that chase group, having a quick look behind to see if they're still with him. Of course, we know Will Draper is there, as well as Wojciech. So the young man from Poland, 22 years of age. But right now, Tristan will be really happy. That gap is under 2 minutes. It's continuing to come down slowly but surely. And we have had a report out on course right now that Robert Cullen, leading our race, is afraid that he is losing air, that he may have a puncture, but he cannot tell if this is correct. So it's going to be interesting to see what those next time splits are, because if this is true and Cullen does have some sort of a slow leak, it'll definitely mean that this chase group on screen right now will catch him. Of course, these men will have no idea of what's going on up in front, but our spotters out on course will keep us up to date with that. But right now, he does believe that he has got some sort of a slow leak in one of his tyres. In our women's race, right now too, a bit of an update. Els Visser now only 5 minutes 40 down. So again, like our chase group and the men, Els Visser slowly but surely starting now to take time out of our leader. You often find this is the time when it happens. So they are into their second lap here. And this is when you start to see changes take place. So now only 5 minutes 40 down for Els Visser in second. And that's a great shot there of Tristan Olay, currently in second position.
They want to get closer, as we see Dominic's coming ahead. We're taking some other athletes probably out there, age-group athletes. Yeah, on the one side, the chase group wouldn't want to overdo it, of course, but catching Robert Cullen would be, of course, kind of a jackpot for them, especially for Tristan. As we said, he's one of the strongest runners in that whole group. However, you never know what will or can a Will Draper do, or a Wojciech Kopinski. And there we see Will Draper leading the chase pack again.
So these two working very, very well with each other, not afraid to get on the front. We know that the wind has definitely picked up on course out there, and they're getting blown around sideways, headwinds, tailwinds, they've got the lot. So the fact that these two athletes realise that if they want any chance of catching Robert Cullen, they need to do it together. We will try and update you as soon as possible to see if indeed Robert Cullen does have that flat. So apparently he's constantly looking down at his tyre. Still riding at about 43 kilometres an hour though, with the wind in his face. So he's not slowing down too much right now, but let's hope that he really does not have a flat tyre, as that would be devastating for Cullen. He's done so much work here today. You can see as the athletes have a little bit of trouble there making their way around some of our middle distance athletes on course. They know this is something that they need to navigate, that they need to negotiate during this second lap of the ride, excuse me.
And again, you saw some mud puddles on the side again. Not sure if we have passed the section where Pim van Diemen early in the race has crashed. For the ones who came in later, for you to know, Pim van Diemen was part of that chase group once, played a big role in that chase group actually, helped the group to get closer to Robert Cullen. And then unfortunately, his rear bike slipped, and yeah, he might have broken his collarbone. At least he's out of the race. Unfortunately, he was in very big pain. Oh, it's such a nice picture again, see, with the clouds, the sun. You have the green fields and the windmills in the back.
The windmills that are working, definitely working today. Right now, this chase group, I'm trying to see, obviously we can't pan back, but we've got Tristan Olay and Will Draper here. I'm trying to see whether Wojciech Kopinski is still there with them, or whether that elastic band has broken. We know that he was there with them, as we are waiting to see. I just wanted to pan back to see if he's actually still there in that chase group with the two men.
Well, after now almost 4 hours and 14 minutes, it's still a lonely race for Daisy Davis.
It's been a very lonely race, of course. She's led from the gun, had a great swim, out of the swim in second place here this morning. We know that Els Visser now only 5:40 down in second, and they're at around that 130 kilometre mark on the bike.
There, while third position Antonia Milowski has reached kilometer 125. She is 13.5 minutes still behind.
That is a huge gap.
Yeah. it even increased by almost 1.5 minutes from the last.
Right now it really is looking like a two-woman race between Els Visser and Daisy Davies on screen right now. This last 50 kilometres will be very interesting to see if Els, this is where Els really does, where the experience will really start to come to the forefront. And it'll be interesting to see just how much time she's able to put into Davies here.
We expected maybe Marta Vagovnik to be a bit closer to the group. She was, last time we had a time 13.5 minutes behind. Yeah, we thought it would be a bit closer. She's a great runner, one must say. She can run really well, but I mean, 13 minutes on an Els Visser is still a lot. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean, I didn't have the smoothest of travel plans coming here to Almere. It's certainly not the way I would want to turn up for my first full distance race. Obviously turned up to the airport on Wednesday to try and travel here. Plane was cancelled. She then obviously tried to come again on Thursday. That flight was also cancelled. I mean, by that stage you'd start to think, am I supposed to even be coming to this race? And then of course was able to get a flight on Friday morning very early. So the disruption, not just from the travel, but the mental game that plays on you too. She finally got here to Almere yesterday, right before the interviews that were taking place here and the pro briefing. So certainly not ideal, but she's handled it like a pro so far. But yeah, I thought that Marta might be a little closer up the front.
She's even lost another minute now. She's 14.5 minutes behind. I mean, on Els, it's of course 6 minutes less, so to say. It's so to say only 8.5 minutes, but still a lot. There, while Margaret Alfers has overtaken Maike Voren and has moved in 5th position. Actually, yeah, got 20 seconds closer to Marta and the others. And then we have Line Bonde from Denmark in 7th position, 60 minutes behind. That's the top 7. The women's race at kilometer 25. Of course, Daisy Davies and the others are further ahead.
Actually a really great race for Margaret so far. So I think 9 full distance races, so she's quite experienced over this distance. 31 years of age. Hasn't had the greatest season so far. I remember seeing her back in Challenge the Banias in Abu Dhabi earlier this year. Unfortunately, resulted in a DNF. But today might be her day. She'll be very happy with where she's positioned. It is a long way behind, obviously, 1st and 2nd, but still up there in that podium position, definitely within her grasps.
According to statistics, she's a better swimmer and biker than runner, but, well, yeah, it's a long distance. You never know what can happen there. 2024, she did 3 long distance races in Cozumel, Hamburg, and South Africa. So she's not completely new to this distance.
And right now, reports out on course in our men's races. We're back with Robert Cullen. Let's see if we can get a close-up, or at least see if that flat tyre that he thinks that he's having. Our spotters have tried to get a closer look, but they just can't tell if there is a slow leak in either his rear or front wheel. But we know Will Draper and Tristan Orlai are definitely putting a little bit of time into him. They have managed to drop Wojciech Kopachinski, so I was correct. I didn't think I'd seen Wojciech in that last shot. So Wojciech now unable to match the pace of Will Draper and Tristan. And so that chase group now down to 2.
from 7 in beforehand, yes.
It's crazy to think, and that's all happened in this second lap of the bike. This is what happens. And I think it'll be interesting once we get to around that 30 kilometers to go mark. See if any more destruction has taken place. But right now, it's looking okay for Robert Callan and that potential flat tyre. You know, I've been in the sport of triathlon for over 30 years now and counting. We don't need to get too technical there, but
I'm going to say like almost my age. Huh?
Give or take, shush, you're not allowed to say that. But it is incredible for me to be sitting here and to think that this race has been going since 1983. I mean, it's the oldest race in Europe, second oldest in the world behind Kona. It's, yeah, the history in this race is just unbelievable. So it's, are we going to see a Dutch champion here today? I mean, we could have a double Dutch in Elsviser and Tristan Olaj, or are we going to see another Swedish winner? Last year it was Jesper Svensson. Right now leading the way we've got Robert Callan. Or are we going to see a double British, which we've never seen here before, ever before. So with Will Draper and Daisy Davies. So, yeah.
Yeah, we had a British coming in second last year. Joshua Lewis was that. Yeah, and we had British winner. You remember? Kieran Linders in 2022. Yes.
Not a double.
Not a double. No, of course.
About the
yeah,
double,
sure.
The double winner.
I just, yeah, but at least a British winner we had before. Yeah. And I thought about...
I don't think we've had a British female winner here.
Let me see. No. No. Not so far. No. 2 Dutch wins in a row. Elsviser and Malin de Boer. We had from Germany Katarina Wolf, Sarissa de Vries back then in 2021. One von Flaken 3 times, yeah. 1 French, but yeah, so far no British. That would be something new.
Could be. But I know for the Dutch out there, obviously they would love to see another double Dutch win here today. And definitely looking at the way that this race is presenting itself right now, definitely doable.
You told her a lot of times to take in enough nutrition on the bike. We hope she did that.
So right now, out on course, we have been given reports that the weather is starting to change again. You can see that that sun not shining as much now. There's a bit more cloud cover out there. The wind is starting to pick up again.
But we will stay dry, first of all, for the moment. The weather radar tells us there could be some rain around 12:30, so in around an hour, but we never know here close to the sea. But that would be slight rain. There could be bigger rains around 2 o'clock. That would be on the run course, but yeah, as said, hardly to predict. And still one must say for that there are around 3,000 athletes racing Challenge Almere in the middle distance and long distance. It is not too crowded on that second lap on the bike right now. There had been some moments where of course you have to be careful. But broad roads, lots of space for the athletes to take over. As you can see, there are some middle distance athletes even overtaking Daisy Davis, which of course doesn't play a very big role for her, but you can see there are some puddles still on the road. So there had been rain in some parts around Almere, on much drier roads. So Will Draper together with Tristan Oli, the chase group. There were 7 in the beginning. As said, Pit Van Diemen out with crash. Milan Bronze, Onion Stojanovic first out of the water, and Wojciech Kupinski all haven't been dropped and will race too. So now it's only those 2 working well together. We said before, Will Draper was in the lead, now it's Tristan again. Just have to be careful, Will, here not to get too far away from Tristan.
Yeah, these 2 men definitely riding very, very well together. Both taking turns on the front. Tristan, 27 years of age. He doesn't live too far away, actually, about 45-minute drive from here in Almere, coached by Guido Vroomen. And this is his 2nd time racing Almere. He raced back in 2022. Actually, that was when he did his very first race over the full distance. And I do believe he finished in 6th place back then, a time of 8:03. But this is actually today his 10th time over the full distance. So his 2nd time here in Almere, but he started back in 2022 and is about to complete 10 full distance races, so he's done a lot in a very small amount of time. But this has been a race that he's set as a goal, as one of his main goals of the year. He really does want to win this race. He mentioned in his interview he has a lot of family and friends coming to watch, a lot of pressure, but it's also a lot of support that he is going to get on the run, especially when he needs it towards the latter stages of the marathon. He has done a couple of training camps, I think one 5-week camp up at altitude at St. Moritz. But the big news, of course, is that he was married on Tuesday. I still can't believe it. I'm like, what about the honeymoon? This is not a honeymoon, but I suppose if he wins here today, then he gets to celebrate a really good honeymoon.
Absolutely. But yeah, big news on the course, and so far that Daisy Davis has now found the rain out there. So earlier than thought, we have at least some clouds coming through. Yeah, it looks a lot more uncomfortable out there, I must say.
Isn't it crazy? I literally was watching and it was sunny, blue skies, dry roads, and now we've got wet roads, no sun. This is exactly what we've been experiencing all week long. But it's incredible, the changes. And it's, you could look in another 5 minutes and it'll be sunshine and dry roads again. So, yeah, incredible. But this is what the athletes come to expect here in the Netherlands. And I don't think it's going to do them any harm.
And especially, as she said before, she knows the British weather, and that is quite similar to the Dutch weather here. So for her, it wouldn't play a very big role, I'm sure. Yeah, Belinda, what goes through your head when you're in this position for that long time, leading position on your first long distance? She has never ridden a bike in a race for that long, and that alone in the lead. I don't know if anybody tells her how far she's in the lead. Or
she would have an idea. There would be people out on course that were giving her splits that she would have an approximate
at least,
idea.
yeah.
But the hardest thing will be if she starts getting splits where she gets told that Elzvizar is actually making time up on her. That's when the mind games can start. But right now, she's in a great position. She's leading the race. She has a good chunk of time over Elzvizar and an enormous amount of time over the rest of the field. But you can see this is that section, Julian, where the athletes need to be so incredibly careful. You can see the mud on the road there, particularly on either side, but also down the middle. And you really have to choose your line wisely here. We do not want any more athletes coming off the bike. Losing Pim van Diemen the way we did was absolutely heartbreaking. But it's looking pretty good right now for Davies.
Yeah, spotters told us she's now around 5:52 ahead of Elzvizar, so
a little bit of time, but again, Elzvizar is really not taking that much time out. It's around 10-15 seconds. So if Daisy is able to find out those sort of splits, she'll be very, very happy, because really they're not significant enough right now. Daisy just needs to keep concentrating on what's going on in front and not worry about what's going on behind. And the ball really is in her court. But again now, it looks like we are back to almost dry roads. I know you can see those wet patches on the side, but the actual road right now, a lot drier than what it was before. But isn't it crazy? Look, and that sun is starting to shine again, Julian. I mean, it's just ridiculous. This is within kilometres, just such massive changes in the weather and the conditions.
A great job of the cameraman, still
wiping down that screen, making it nice and dry for us again. Thank you very much.
And right now, it just feels a lot better to watch that. Some sun, it looks
does.
dry. Yeah, we were just told, so yeah, we've got to stay a little longer with Daisy Davies, because the men's race is in the section where our bikes cannot, or where all the motorbikes cannot stay with the athletes, also not the referees. So for that moment, we're going to stay with our leader here. And yeah, we see again the ponds, almost say on the right side here. You have to stay away.
It tells us that there's been some significant rain come down to be able to leave puddles like that, of that size. Yeah, crazy. And I know even here, being inside the tent here back at the finish line, it's a lot windier here now than what it was when we first arrived this morning, in the early hours of the morning.
And quite fresh still, even though mostly, well, of course, we don't get any rain because any sun because we're in a tent. But yeah, without the sun, and see again some raindrops, so I think it's quite freezy out there.
Yeah, it's cold. It's definitely cold. Although I'm sure if we were to ask these athletes now, they'd be quite happy with it, because I don't think the heat is going to play a part at all here today, which should mean we are in for some fast times. And talking about fast times, Julian, updates, obviously we cannot see our men's race at the moment because they are in that zone where the motorbikes are not allowed. But we are, based on the split that we were given at 124.4 kilometres for Robert Cullen, he is estimated, and of course this is just an estimation, we've still got plenty of riding left to do, that he is estimated to come in with a 4:01.15 bike split, which would mean that he will take Andrew Starkowitz's record away by, I think, 57 seconds. Still a long way to go, and anything can happen.
And they have passed kilometer 150, Robert Cullen. And interesting to see, at kilometer 125, he was 1 minute 54 ahead of Will Draper and Tristan Ollie. It's now 2 minutes 16. So
wow, he's pulled it out again.
Yeah.
Interesting, and it's funny because, you know, we have got reports out on course that he was worried about having a flat tyre and that this may slow him down, obviously.
And he still thinks he's losing air.
He still thinks he's losing air, exactly.
Not much.
But, you know, maybe because he's thinking that he's actually pushing a little bit harder to make up for the disadvantage, if it is there. And that's why he's been able to pull that gap back out again. But it'll be interesting if the boys behind realise this, because we talk about the mental games here, and these men know they're working well together. Will Draper and Tristan Olay know that they are working well together. So to then get that split, well, hold on, boys, sorry, you're starting to lose time again. Right. To be like, what are we doing wrong here? But Robert Callan is riding very, very well.
Speaking of losing time, Wojciech Kupiczynski, we said earlier, he was dropped from the group. He's now 3 minutes 33 behind, so he lost 1.5 minutes on the chase group.
It's crazy that he's lost that much time so quickly. But this is what happens, particularly the latter stages. These chunks of times just really, it starts to blow out very, very quickly.
And Daisy's doing some stretches here, which is totally fine.
Still pushing a really big gear. You can see when she gets out of that saddle that her cadence is quite slow, so not changing gears as she comes around the corners. And you know, we don't think about that, but that starts to take its toll after a while as well. You know, trying to get back down into that aero position again and get back on top of the gear again. And it'll be interesting to see if Els is able to put some more time in that last, as I said, 20 to 30 kilometres on the bike ride here. Just a little bit of a lack of experience from Daisy right now, but again, time will only tell. Let's see what happens on that run.
Wow, Milan Bronze now has passed kilometer 150. He's now 7 minutes behind. Wow, he's lost quite a lot of time. Onion Stojanovic and Will Grace aren't even at that point right now, so they are
even further back.
8 to 9 minutes behind. So in the second lap, there has happened a lot in the men's race. Funny-wise, we said before, the gaps in the women's race are a lot bigger, still they are, than in the men's race. However, now, also the men's race has put up some big gaps, which are from time to time growing. And here he is, our leader, Robert Callan.
Still looks brilliant. I mean, I've seen zero change from kilometre 1 to now kilometre 150 you said they're at now, so still looking very, very strong. And as we mentioned, putting time back in to those two chasing him behind. Is this going to be the day that Robert Callan is finally able to have the full distance race that he knows he is capable of? Is he going to be able to put together the marathon that he knows he is capable of? We know one thing is for sure, he is going to have to run a PB here today if he wants any chance of taking the win. And it will need to be a significant PB. But how incredible would it be to see him take the bike record? 4:02 and change here for the bike record set by Andrew Starkowitz.
Our spotters told us that now for the next 10 kilometers he has wins from ahead, but for the last 12K he has wins from behind. So they say it is definitely possible that he can break this record, which we actually did not really see coming.
I would not have woken up today and said we're going to see some new records being set today. I just thought the conditions were just too unpredictable. I mean, to wake up and already have wind blowing at 5:30 in the morning, and I just thought, no records here today. They're off the table. But our sport is ever evolving. This is what I love about the sport of triathlon. We see it over every distance, just what's capable, and things that back when I was racing that I thought were never possible in my lifetime have been possible, and then some. And we're seeing athletes continually raising the bar, and I love where our sport is at right now. And the sport of triathlon it's so exciting, with so many different distances, with the Pro Series, with the T100 Series, with the Challenge races, European Championship. Challenge Roth this year was also incredible to see Sam Laidlow come back and take the win. We know that we have the World Championships on tomorrow in Nice. I think we're going to see some incredible things yet again. And you know, it's just it is a great time for the sport of triathlon. I love just seeing what is possible. And now I don't put a limit on anything, Julian. You know, I mean, 10 years ago saying that a female could break 8 hours, I would have laughed in your face. Now I'm like, yeah, it's only a matter of time. It's going to happen. And it's the same, you know, when we were talking about men breaking records. And I remember in my day, breaking 9 hours was incredible. Now, you're nothing. You're not even competitive if you can't break 9 hours as a female. So it's amazing in such a short amount of time, just how far our sport has come.
And how fast it develops in case of course, the bikes, the shoes, all of the materials, but also the way how people train and the possibilities to train. There's more money in the sports too that you can use, right? That you can use for camps, for anything else.
Well, even something as simple. Someone asked me a question the other day. They said, you know, back when you were racing, Belinda, did you do any wind tunnel testing? And I said, I don't think wind tunnel tests even existed for triathletes back then. I mean, of course they did. I was being facetious, but it was certainly not something that you did as standard. It was something that was very expensive, very difficult to get to. I would have to travel to Europe for it to happen, and it was just not something that you did. Now, if you are an athlete that is serious about being at the pointy end of the field, you're doing wind tunnel testing a couple of times a year. So it's completely changed. So just the access to wind tunnel testing, to some of the incredible products that are on the market now, these carbon printed aerobar systems and hydration systems that were just, they just did not exist in my day. And I just think the changes we're going to see over the next 10 years are going to be something incredible.
So yeah, so we cannot really say or see from here if there is a puncture at Robert Collins' bike. For now, many kilometers, he said he thinks he's losing air. You see a lot of mud on the left side of the road. Just look at that. It's not completely clear there. That can be tricky.
Well, one thing's for sure, if it is some sort of a puncher, it's an incredibly slow lead, because it is certainly not slowing him down. If it was a true puncher, there would be no way possible that he could be riding the speeds that he's riding now. And again, it could just be a mind game right now as he's getting to the latter stages of this bike ride. Maybe he feels like his pace is dropping, and we may get to the end and he may have a very, very slow leak. But right now, he needs to just focus on what he's doing, put that in the back half of his brain, and because he's putting time into these men behind him. That's a good thing.
What I was thinking about for Robert now here is when he thinks he's got that puncture, he's pushing harder, because he was able to widen the gap again on the chase group. How much energy is he putting into it? How much is he saving for the run? As we said, his PB on the marathon, what you say, 2 hours 53 or something?
Something.
Yeah, so
he's going to have a huge PB here today.
Yeah. Because with a gap of 2 minutes, that might be not enough.
No.
Absolutely. Well, you never know. Will Draper has never done long distance. Can he hold it up? Tristan Ole, okay, yeah, has done long distance.
And has run a 2:42. Yeah. He knows exactly what is needed to run here fast. And he knows he's done it. He raced very, very well in Challenge Roth in July. He had a very strong run there. So, but again, I was speaking to Robert, and he said, I have not run the marathon I know I am capable of, what I've shown in training. And it's all about what you can do on race day if you can put all three together. And it's a tricky puzzle. Very rarely do people get it perfected. But today, this could be his day. And I mean, I would love to see it. He knows that Jesper Svensson won here last year. I'm sure he wants to keep the European title within Sweden, which would be really cool. Not expected, but really cool. And so, yeah, let's see. He's very, very close now. Not too long before he makes his way back to us here in transition.
Whereas we heard from our spotters that on the one side, yeah, the wind is really, really strong from ahead at this point. And Tristan Olli is making a move in the chase group and opens a small gap on Will Draper. So for that last fourth of the bike course, he wants to give it all. He wants to keep the gap as close as possible to not risk anything on the marathon. And if he feels like that, if you feel he has got the energy, go for it. Especially later on with the last 12K where you get winds from behind, maybe you can use that.
But look at that great shot there of Robert Cullen with the windmills in the background. He's a windmill himself. But right now, for a really tall guy, very aero. So 4 hours 30 on the clock for our professional men, 4:45 for our professional women.
Okay, so now we heard that they're soon taking the turn to the right towards the last dike and then having wind from behind. The prediction now is 4 hours and 4 minutes for Robert Cullen.
Well, I'm sure Andrew Starkovitz will be very happy to hear that, because it's always nice to have records and to see how long you can hold on to them for. And Andrew Starkovitz, of course, recently retired last year, so he'll be very happy to be able to hold on to this course record for another year.
I mean, yeah, Stark, he always gave it all, and also on the last kilometers of the bike. So I think Robert has to go fast. However, now, yeah, with that turn to the right, now wind from behind on the 12K, that can play a role, but also depending on how much air is in that tire. We don't really know.
But it will be a very nice feeling for Robert Cullen knowing that he is on the home stretch now with a tailwind. It is a very nice way to make your way towards transition and onto that marathon.
And it's still an amazing effort of Robert. With these conditions, one must say, it's really... Yeah, because we were wondering in beforehand of the race if, yeah, of course, a course record with these conditions, we said, will be really, really hard, but what will be the times about in the years before? You needed to win this race, you needed a 7:40 in total, but we also had 1 year, I think, where Kieran Lindas won with not so well conditions, when he needed 7:55. It was Kieran Lindas 3 years ago, 7:55, but else it was always around 7:37 to 7:41 to win this race. So interesting to see, yeah. Onion yesterday said, oh, I feel like it's more going to the 7:50. However, right now I would say we can go a little faster. Not, of course, course record, but yeah, the race is a bit faster than I expected it to be.
No, it is. And of course, last year's results, Jesper Svensson from Sweden taking the win, Joshua Lewis from Great Britain in second, and Lars Lomholt from Denmark in third. For the women, we had Marlene de Boer from the Netherlands. She was a very popular winner here last year. Alana Siffert, now hasn't she gone on to do some incredible things? Alana's from Switzerland. It was her first time over the distance, and she has continued to win almost every race that she lines up for. She races more than any other athlete I've ever come across. And recently just come off a win at Gerardmer again. racing so incredibly well.
And she got the big three, didn't she? Embrum,
yep,
Almere, and Abjus.
And
yeah.
as well, and of course had a very, very strong race in Challenge Roth this year as well. And last year, Jana Uderstadt home in third from Germany. But we've had some great winners here in the race over the years. Menno Koolhaas, Els Visser back in 2023, Kieran Linders and Katharina Wolf in 2022. Christian Hugenhaug and Sarissa de Vries back in 2021. Maddie Troutman and Yvonne van Vlerken back in 2019. Jaroslav Kovacic and Yvonne again. Of course, Yvonne's won it 3 times in a row here. Joe Skipper back in 2017. We've had some great Germans, Marcus Fackbach, Jan Raphael. So, some fabulous champions over the years here in Almere. Originally, the run course here was 6 loops. Back in 2023, they changed it to 4. I'm not sure 6 loops, that would do my head in. That's too many loops. But 2023, they changed it to 4 loops.
Because they could use the expo space, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Back then, the island, what we've talked about before, we will show you later the run course in the graphics. But yeah, there was, for 2 or 3 years, there was the big expo here, why they all set up the whole place on that little island. And of course, we couldn't run there because of that, the expo. And when that was over, I think they have created really an intelligent way. We will look at it later. There are spots where you can even see at one point where you're standing, see the athlete 3 times. That is really, really cool for that. Yeah. And not too long to go until we get there. Robert Cullen is pushing hard to move closer to T2.
He is indeed. And behind, we are getting reports that Will Draper is definitely starting to suffer just a little bit. I'm not saying he's completely gone yet. He's just having a hard time keeping the pace that Tristan Olay is holding right now, and he's just zigzagging back and forward, up and down. We heard that he'd been dropped at one point but made his way back on. Now we're hearing that gap is starting to open up a little bit just again. So it'll be interesting to see whether Will Draper makes the call to keep trying to stay there, or whether he says, you know what, I'm just going to ride this last 10 kilometres at my own pace, get myself prepared and collected and ready to run this marathon. So while we know Will Draper is probably just starting to feel the effects, and again, we know he has very, very little experience over this distance. And whereas Tristan, on the other hand, has 10. This is his 10th time over the distance. And just the difference in their facial expressions right now, you know, with Tristan's giving the thumbs up, saying, yes, I feel really good, I'm in control, I'm loving this. Whereas Will's probably, you know what, I'm starting to feel the effects. It's just starting to grate ever so slightly on me.
Daisy Davis, of course, still in first position. Interesting to say, kilometer 150. We have a new time of Els Visser, and she is 6 minutes 2 seconds behind. So that means the gap also grew at this point between the first and the second. So Daisy Davis is not giving up there in front. She's holding up the pace.
Hats off. This is incredible racing from this young woman right now. I mean, zero experience over this distance. She's never raced anything longer than a middle distance race. She's 23 years of age, and she is showing the racing maturity far, far beyond her young years. To be able to be putting time back in to the likes of Els Visser, and I mean, look right now, there's no upper body movement. She doesn't look like she's laboring at all in her breathing. She looks completely in control. And normally, by this stage of the bike ride, this is where you start to see athletes get up and out of the saddle. They start to become restless and uncomfortable. And when you start seeing athletes move around, that's when you know that it's just they're starting to feel the pinch of this longer distance, particularly because, as you said, we're at about the 150, just over, and still looking faultless to me right now, not moving around in the saddle, not moving around. Her upper body still looks nice and relaxed down in that aero position. really, really impressed with Daisy. And you can see, I can hear the music out front here. They're getting ready for the return of these athletes right now. We can't see it, but we can hear it. It's a real party scene down on the finish line. Getting prepared for our professional men and women to make their way back here to us and into T2. Behind Davies, Elsviza, we know that that's just over the 6-minute mark now. It just keeps teetering just over that 6-minute mark. Antonia Milowski still in third, but Marta Wagovnik really starting to put some time into third place. So great to see Marta starting to make her way up towards that podium position.
And she is, I would say, the best runner of the 3 to 6th position at the moment. Of course, you never know, but Antonia Milowski, strong, great race of her so far. But I see Marta Wagovnik a lot stronger on the run course.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because obviously for Marta, this will be the longest she has ever run. So predicted to run a sub-3. She's predicted to run a 2:36, and if you're wondering where Torsten was able to get those sorts of stats from, we know that Marta has raced the World Long Distance Championships 2 years in a row now. She was second in Townsville in Queensland, Australia last year, and also second this year in Pontevedra in Spain. And of course, that's over 30 kilometers.
The PTO, she's listed 20th best runner actually, which is really high. Of course,
it is.
No long distance course done so far. That is something different, but still, yeah, a really well result for her so far.
We talk today about the European Long Distance Championship. It is the main event for the weekend here. Not just our elite men and women, but also all of our age group athletes that will be crowned European Long Distance Champion at the end of the day. But proceedings here, the week started on Thursday when we had the Junior Challenge, the Business, Family and Student Relay. Yesterday we had the No Limits and Senior Challenge. It was fantastic to come down and watch that take place. And then today, alongside the European Long Distance Championship, we have got the Open Long Distance Championship, the Open Relay, and of course the aquabike over the long distance, the middle distance race, and aquabike over the middle distance as well. So it has been a chock-a-block packed program since Thursday.
And Almere is doing everything here, the organizers, to put up a fantastic race. We said before, and you're going to see it later on the run course, how many spectators there are out there. Already at the swim start, there were tons of, and it was a great atmosphere. And the run course with full laps is perfect to see the athletes many times. And also around, they do a lot. Rabobank, for example, is the sponsor. They committed to the race for 3 more years. And they were able to raise the prize money increased by 25% to now 50,000 euros. So that is important. Absolutely. Also for the athletes.
Crucial for the elite athletes.
Robert Cullen on the dike. He has winds from behind and is pushing hard.
Look at that. If you look at that, you can actually see Almere in the distance. So we are
You're on the left side where you see
absolutely
the high house.
the left side. You can see that high building. That is us here. So I'm waving. Hello. And 5 kilometres, I believe, or thereabouts, left for the big Swede Robert Callan as he makes his way back here towards us.
Yeah, he had a 49-minute swim, so when the time was that he will be on the bike for around about 4 hours, 4 minutes, he should arrive in Almere at 4 hours 53, so that would be in around 8 minutes.
So you can see right now he's on the outskirts of Almere. And while we can see that he is within striking distance of Almere, we know behind that Tristan Olai has found literally an extra gear or two, and he is absolutely flying. He's trying now. He knows it's now or never with around 5 kilometres or less to go. Tristan is looking for that final push to try and bring that gap down. Love seeing all the spectators on the side of the road here. But we have definitely got a race on our hands between Robert Callan, Tristan Olai and Will Draper. Do know that Callan has had some great results over this distance. Back in 2024, he was 4th at Ironman Texas. So he just needs to really put together a smart marathon here today. So right now, final stages of the bike ride here for Callan. Tristan Olai is chasing hard from behind. He's managed to put about an 800-metre gap between himself and Will Draper now. So finally, that elastic band has broken for Will Draper. It's a little tricky here towards the end. This is where the athletes need to really make sure that they are concentrating. They don't want to do anything silly here right before they hit transition. One of the great things about this race for all of our leaders, it looks like it's been a very clean race. There's been no penalties given amongst our top athletes. Davies now back on the final dike. So this is on the dike now. This is the final section of the bike for Daisy Davies as well. Still holding around 38 kilometres an hour. So she really has not faltered at all. There's been not one section of this bike where she's gone through a bad patch and her speed's actually dropped significantly. She's been holding around that 38 to 40 kilometres per hour all day long. So our latest split still around that 6-minute mark back to Els Visser. Only a matter of time now before Robert Callan makes his way into transition. It'll be very interesting to see what that final split will be between himself and Tristan. But it looks like he could possibly have made some more time, upward of 2 minutes 40 now. So that is one of our middle distance athletes going past our lead female. So we've got our middle distance athletes on course as well. Also, they are wearing the red numbers. That's how you can, and they have to wear their race number on the bike, whereas the European Championship, they do not have to. It is not compulsory for them to wear their race number on the bike. So of course.
And it's something I think you mustn't get distracted from, that they go faster than you go. You have to keep your pace. They're in a total different race.
Call it when you're putting the blinkers on, Julian, so really need to put your blinkers on. I mean, in saying that, it's often nice. I mean, Daisy's been out in front all day long on her own. It's actually refreshing. It's nice to have some company, even if they are going past you at speed. You still get a little bit of a push from it as we are back with our lead male. He is almost here in Almere. Great to see. What a race this man has had so far here today. Literally a couple of less than 2 kilometres. I know this because I've run this stretch many, many times. You can see those tall buildings just off there to the left. That is where we are here in Almere.
At the finish line, yeah, and the transition area is 300, 400 meters ahead. So it's not very long anymore. On the left side, you can see that will be the run course later on. We're going to run clockwise, anti-clockwise, that way, anti-clockwise, so go the same direction. He's cycling now, he will also be biking.
And you know what? The latest update, obviously, Robert Cullen on screen now, leading the way. Tristan Olai, 2:41 down. Will Draper, 3:39.
Well,
so we were given the information that Will had finally dropped off the back of Tristan, but already now at 3:39 down on our leader, Robert Cullen. This is incredible. I mean, the amount of time he's lost in such a small space of time. But in saying that, this could be the best thing that could happen to Will, because it's allowing him now to just ride his own pace into transition, those last few kilometres, and get his run legs ready. We know that Will Draper is a very good runner. Yes, untested over this full distance. But sometimes these things happen for a reason. And it's going to be very interesting, the 3 men coming into transition now, and this is where the race is going to be on.
Robert Cullen now on the last meters on the bike. We can say Andrew Serkowitz will keep the record.
He would be very happy.
That's true. However, amazing effort of Robert Cullen. A strong bike by him.
And look at
with
that.
Not perfect conditions, one must say.
No, but look at that nice blue sky back here in the transition area. Now, should tell everyone, the transition area, T2 here, what you see on screen right now, is how many, a few hundred kilometres, maybe 400 kilometres, 300 kilometres.
I was wondering, what are we going?
Meters.
Where are you going,
It's
lady?
been a long day. 300 metres down the road from us here, give or take.
Yes, roundabout. Give me 10 seconds and we'll know.
So the transition area is not here at the finish line where we are. Excuse me, definitely not kilometres. Metres we are talking here. So as Robert Cullen makes his way into T2, he's around 300 to 400 metres down the road from us. He will now make his way to the bike rack. He will rack his bike. He needs to make sure that that helmet stays done up.
Yeah, so it's 900 meters.
Oh, 900, so even more. So
yeah.
900 meters.
Because then they have 4 10.1 kilometer
Wow,
runs
okay.
around the lake. Yeah.
And then the extra towards us here to make the finish
Right.
line. So there you go. 900 meters down the road. He's racked his bike. He's now able to undo his helmet. Helmet will come off. That needs to go into the kit bag. Once he goes into the official change tent. And his socks and running shoes will come on, and it will be only a matter of seconds before he is now out onto the run course here in Almere. Let me just tell you, 42.2 kilometres, 4 laps. So 4 lots of just over 10 kilometre loops. And then they have, obviously, the athletes will run a 900 metre, not kilometre, metre loop as they leave transition before they then start the first of 4 laps. It's a very flat and fast course. There's literally only one very slight incline at the start on the bridge, but other than that, it's pancake flat. Of course, they'll have to do that incline 4 times. The run is quite exposed to the wind on several sections. I ran it earlier this week, and there is definitely sections that are very exposed, which will definitely start to take its toll during the second half of the marathon. So great to have the first of our professional men now into transition and making their way shortly out onto this run course. So final bike time for Robert Cullen was 4:05.05. So 4:05.05 for Robert Cullen, and we do know that he is now out onto the run course. So he has left transition as we are back with our leader. So Daisy Davies now also onto her way towards us here in Almere. So while we are with Daisy Davies, as she makes her way back towards Almere, we do have a graphic on the run course here in Almere. 4 lots of just over 10 kilometre loops. So you can see right now, aerial view. And I mentioned the athletes will do that 900 metre loop before they then begin the first of 4 laps. That's coming past us here. That is the finish line that you can see right there. They will pass the finish line here on 4 occasions. They make their way around the Via Vata. Absolutely deadpan flat, apart from very, very slight incline over the bridge. They then make their way all the way back towards us. Here again, pancake flat all the way back, and then out the other side before they then will make their way to us here in the finish line area. Great thing about this is the stadium will be packed solid, and they will run past the stadium, past us here 4 times.
And there are lots of spectators already out there.
I bet there are. Oh, as we see, Will Draper now making his way into transition. So we've missed Tristan. We know, look there, you can see the 3 bikes are in. So Tristan Olai also in second place. Will Draper into transition in 3rd place. They are our top 3 professional men right now heading out onto the marathon. I did talk about the run being quite exposed sections here, so they will have to contend with that. So while it is a very fast marathon course, I think today with the conditions that we've been presented with, the wind will make it quite difficult, particularly on the 3rd and 4th lap, as we can see our first shots now of Robert Cullen on the run here in Almere. He's on the first loop, that 900-metre loop that they need to do at the beginning before they then start onto the first of 4 laps.
I can say from my run yesterday, it's the same wind like yesterday morning. That's one part where you had heavy rains getting closer to the finish line. And after the finish line, after like a kilometer, then again you have heavy winds from front. But especially here, you cross a little bridge, and that's where the water also flows out. So there's lots of winds, and maybe we can see it any second when he comes around the corner. Yeah, we can see with the bushes and trees, there's lots of wind out there. And he's now getting closer to the.
You can look at that. Look at the. You can see the flag on the lead bike blowing. You can see the leaves on the trees blowing. We do know that Robert Cullen came into transition with just over 2:46, I think it was on the clock. 2 minutes 46 over Tristan Olai, and 4:05 on Will Draper.
And Wojciech Czupy-Kopyczynski, he's now 6 minutes 34 behind. So yeah, quite big gaps after actually a very long bike course where they were pretty close to each other. But that 7-head chase group has split up quite a lot. And now the question is, what will be the tactics of Tristan Olai and Will Draper? Will they go quickly behind Robert Cullen or step by step?
And this is I love this section. As I said, this is where they get to run past all of us here down in the race venue. This is where they'll get the most support. There'll be so many people cheering him on. You can see right now that's the race venue right in the foreground there. He looks really nice and comfortable so far. So far so good. We know he's not renowned for his running speed. 2 meters, or just a smidge under 2 meters for Robert Cullen. He is the tallest professional athlete, I do believe, in the world right now.
And we can hear our speakers outside too. Now really heating up the place. And now look how many spectators are there already. And it will get packed more and more.
Yeah,
now,
here we go.
It's the red carpet. If they would take a turn to the left, that is the finish line, but they will keep on going straight.
It's almost cruel, isn't it, Julian,
yes,
that they get to see that there. You can see the blue carpet of the finish line for the European Championship. The red carpet is for the open long distance race. And the athletes need to make sure that they do run down that right carpet after 4 laps, but still a long way to go for Robert Cullen before he gets that pleasure of running down the blue carpet here. You can see just off to the left, that is the tent where we are situated here in the live coverage. And you notice this with a lot of the taller athletes, Julian, they look like they're jogging. because they've got such long legs, they've got that really long, slow stride. Magnus Ditlev, whenever I see Magnus Ditlev running, I always think, this guy's just going for an afternoon jog. But then you see the pace that he's actually running and you're like, no, he's not.
Just want to say, with all the winds in Roth, every time I saw him there, he looked so slow, but he was
He's cruising.
incredibly.
Yes, exactly. And I think that's just what happens with these longer, taller athletes. They often look like they're running a lot slower than they actually are. But it will be interesting to see just the difference in the turnover between the likes of Callan and, of course, Tristan Ole, who will know that he's only 240 down on the Swede, and he will want to catch him as quickly as possible. But this is the issue. He doesn't want to do it too quickly. He has got 4 laps, and he needs to really make sure that he doesn't go out too fast, too early on this marathon.
Right. And he's also a tall athlete, so 4 centimeters smaller, I guess, than Robert. So both pretty tall, while then Will Draper in behind will make a lot shorter steps. They're going to be really interesting to see the strides, how that works.
Because you'll see the difference in their turnover.
Yeah.
Will Draper will have a very fast turnover, and here we've got our first sights now on Tristan Ole. So great to see Tristan as he makes his way through the finish line area here down at the race venue. Slightly faster turnover, as you can see already, than the likes of Robert Callan. 2:43, I believe, was the exact split. You can already hear the cheers. He will be a very, very popular man here today.
And we've seen it before when the camera maybe turns again, that the stands are already packed with spectators. So yeah, beginning of the run, it was 2 minutes 27 seconds, and for Will Draper 4 minutes 47. So it's going to be interesting. That part 2 yesterday was heavily windy, I must say. That's the longer straight part where you have the water on the left side, no trees that much on the left that could stop the wind, and yeah, you can see it. Yeah,
look at the wind there, Julian.
And then it also goes up a little onto that bridge. That was running. I was like, that hurt a lot to go up there. And later on, you see in the back, you see some trees, the island with the forest. Then the wind will definitely get less. And in the end of Weirwater, you have it from behind for some part, and then again from front before the finish line. Now this is Will Draper, and now let's have a look at his way of running.
He looks good. He always looks good when he runs. He's a great runner. He's nice and compact, very efficient. I mean, he's run with some of the best runners in triathlon in the world, both the Brownlee brothers, 2 of the greatest runners ever. So it doesn't surprise me that Will Draper is also a very, very good runner. But again, he's going to be in uncharted territory once we hit the 30-kilometre mark. He's never run or raced, I should say, over 30 kilometres before. So it'll be very interesting once we get to that 32-kilometre mark on the marathon here today, just how Will Draper is going to be able to cope with that extra distance.
After 2 kilometers, we can say Tristan Ole was already able to take away 10 seconds of what have been 2 minutes 25 roundabout. Now it's got a little closer, and also Will Draper will now, for the very first time, pass the finish line and experience the energy of Almere.
Having a quick check of the watch. He has set himself a fairly hefty goal here. He knows what he wants to run here today. Sub 240, 238 to be exact. I definitely think he is capable of running those sorts of speeds, but it's just if he is able to pull it off here today. As we go back to our professional women, so more of our age group middle distance athletes making their way towards the finish line. You can see Daisy Davies taking a little bit of time just to give that back a bit of a stretch. This is smart racing from her, getting up and out of the saddle. She knows that it is only a short amount of time before she will be making her way towards us here. She wants to make sure that her body is prepared for the marathon. Definitely around this time that the body really is just saying, you know what, I've had enough of the bike, I want off. I just want to get my feet on the ground, I want to get my running shoes on, and I want to start this marathon We know that Elzviza, again, it just keeps going up and down, up and over that 6-minute mark, then down under, but it looks like it's down to around that 5-minute 40 mark. Was the latest update I was given from out on course. So Elzviza really riding this last 10 to 15 kilometres very, very well. So that last check was 5 minutes 40.
Yeah, our spotters told us, but we can maybe also see that Cullen looks smoother on his running than Tristan Olai. However, Tristan got a little closer to Robert, but that could also be the first 2 or 3K. You have to get into the running. You have to, some get faster to that, some lead a little longer. You have to get into the rhythm, find your rhythm, deal with the winds.
And already I look at Robert now and I can already see that he's picked his pace up just slightly from what it was at the beginning of the run. There's nothing worse when you've been down in the aero position for 180 kilometres with your body bent over and all of a sudden you're demanding your body to stand up straight. Your hip flexors are screaming, your lower back's screaming, and it does take just that first couple of kilometres to really find your groove, to find that rhythm. So right now going through the first of many aid stations out here on the run. I believe 5 aid stations in total per lap, so plenty of hydration options for the athletes here today. Not that I think they'll need them. It is not particularly hot out there. I think it's perfect conditions as far as the temperature goes. So many parts of Europe this year experiencing such insanely hot conditions. There's been so many races done in extreme heat, but here today, apart from the wind, you'd have to say perfect temperatures for running a marathon.
Yeah, having a look back, Wojciech Kopyczynski now 6 minutes 16 behind. He has made it to kilometer 2 also. Now he has passed by the finish line for the very first time. And behind him we have still the times from the beginning of the run. Milan Bronze in 5th position, 10.5 minutes behind. Following 6th position, Sebastian Norberg from Sweden. Will Grace now 7th, so he was overtaken by Norberg. He's 12 minutes behind, Norberg 11, and also Onyen Stojanovic still together with Will Grace, 12 minutes behind, so they have lost quite a lot of time now on the last part of the bike. Speaking of last part of the bike, this is where Davy Davies is also getting to, as Robert Cullen already is half around the water. And getting closer to the island we spoke of. And it's going to be really interesting to see because also maybe you recognize that on screen before when we showed you the run course. It looked like they would run across the water. And it actually looks like that, even when you look at Google Maps. There's no way in Google Maps. I don't know if Google Maps is not where, hasn't recently taken pictures of it. However, yeah, it's really small ways on top on the water. It's a special plant that they use there. I have no idea how to say that in English, but it's special plants they use there. Yeah, like little ways on the water.
It is. It's my favorite section of the run course, actually.
They can be quite slippery, however, when it's wet. We'll see later on.
But we definitely have a race on our hands right now. All 3 of these men in 1st, 2nd and 3rd definitely all capable of taking the win here today. As you can see, Daisy Davies on her way back towards us right now. For a young woman, 23 years of age, lining up for her first time ever over this distance to have led the swim and the bike. She will come into transition as our leader. She will have a significant lead over Els Visser. So last check was 5 minutes 40. The gap between Davies and Visser. Even if it has come down slightly once we hit transition, this is still an incredible lead for this young lady. Shoes are off. So one last left-hand turn for Davies before she makes her way into transition, making sure she dismounts before that red line. She doesn't want to give herself any unnecessary time penalties here. And look at that. Looks actually pretty good for someone that's just ridden 180 kilometers for the first time ever.
And Els Visser was at the end of the bike lap 5 minutes 42 behind, so yes, like our spotters said. So she was able to get a little closer, but not that much, so it was interesting to see that. Daisy Davies was able to keep up the pace. And now to take a more than 5 minute lead onto a run course is not that bad.
I tell you, for your first ever time over the distance, it is perfection, or as close to perfection as you can get. So it just means it gives her the time now, you know, obviously going out on a marathon for the first time ever, it gives Daisy time to work her way into this marathon and not to do anything silly early on, which is only going to be of benefit to her once we get to the 35 kilometre mark of this marathon. Right now, Robert Kalin in the lead. We know that Tristan, this is a great point though, because this is the 180 degree turn that we talked about before. This will be the first time that Robert Kalin should be able to get eyes on his competitors. So these two, Tristan Ole and Robert Kalin, should get eyes on each other at some point here as Kalin makes his way back. Reports out on course that is a headwind for the first half of this run lap and then a tailwind for the second half.
Then the back on the left side, you see that what I meant where we're going to run. How you call that in English, those?
Just a...
German is Stieg, but it doesn't...
I'm not sure if we have a proper word, like just a walkway?
Walkway sounds great, yeah. I would use walkway now.
A walkway on water?
Yeah. Oh my God, look at the guy here on the left.
Here we go, now this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. This is a really important part. First time, zero acknowledgement from either of these men. As it should be, they are racing here for the win. They don't need to acknowledge each other. But it is the first opportunity for both to have a look, to see how each other is looking, the form on both, and to see what that gap really is. And I would imagine, Julian, that for Tristan, this is only going to make him hungrier to hunt Robert down.
Definitely. If we're a bit lucky, they can see each other again, because just the point where Robert took a turn to the left, he will pass by that part again, where he's going to do a big loop to the right side now, coming back to the spot where he just was, and then, yeah, get back from the island again. So that's the point where we said you can see the competitors 3 times in one spot. That was the first time that they were able to see each other. Now we get onto that walkway, so to say. A bit more windy there, but the whole area there on the island, at least yesterday, was pretty without wind. Now I can see on the bike, on the leading bike. The flag is moving a little bit. You see on the water there's some waves. I thought that was a cool feeling running on that way.
It is. It's one of my favorite sections. I really do love this run course. I think it's got a little bit of everything. Through some beautiful garden areas, and then this area, obviously this exposed area, but right on the water. Yeah, it's a great run, and you think, oh, 4 laps, I'm going to go crazy after 2 laps. But it's got so much of everything that there's always something different to look at, and the 4 laps goes actually really quickly. So while we are on our men's race, we know that Els Visser is making her way towards transition as well. Just to give you an update on our women's race.
So yeah, we're supposed to see her entering T2 any minute. Interesting to see if Robert is interested in anything he's been offered. Coke. No, it's not Coke. Let's take water.
Take water. A little early for Coke. I think he's decided I don't need the Coke yet. So making their way.
And also middle distance athletes now on the run course.
Middle
You see
distance
that from
athletes
the
on
red
the course too.
number.
Remember, obviously the red numbers will be the middle distance athletes. As Daisy makes her way over one of the many bridges. It's the only time there's any sort of elevation here on this run course.
Still, we're waiting for the time of Els Visser. How much time will she gain or lose on Daisy Davis when leaving T2? Our system doesn't show us any new. So we said it was 5 minutes 14 when she stopped her bike. In T2 it was 5 minutes 20. Now she started the run. It's 5 minutes 28. So, different than I thought. She lost 14 seconds in T2 on Daisy Davis. Shows how quick Daisy was able to do the transition.
That's correct.
You say that like that, yeah.
So you're right. It was 5:14 coming into transition and coming out the other side. So obviously at the start of the run up, it's now at 5:28. Again, you can see just that slight elevation there as they make their way up over the bridges. So even though it looks like nothing, remember they've got to do this 4 times. And with the marathon, it's all about trying to hold that rhythm, get into a nice rhythm that you can hold and just hold it for as long as possible. And having these slight inclines and declines just means that you're in and out of rhythm a little bit more. The declines, of course, can be a nice thing because they can kick you back into that rhythm again, but also a little hard on the legs the further into the marathon that you go.
Yeah, it's set to be 18 degrees now out there, but winds up to, well, our weather app says up to 50k, but I think there, as I said, the 2 positions right after the finish line, right before the finish line, where there are heavy winds, and yeah, we will see how that will affect, yeah, especially in that part. Look at the hair flying from the woman behind.
You can see just how windy it is.
Yeah.
And I think with these athletes, they just need to mentally prepare. As we see Els Visser in the background there, making her way towards us now.
And we will not avoid the rain, as it looks like. Like in an hour or so, there will come a big rain towards us.
Not such an issue with the marathon. I mean, they're not going to get cold.
Not nice for the
more of an
age-groupers.
annoyance than anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But it will also help keep body temps down. No one's going to be suffering from any sort of heat issues during the marathon here today. But can't wait to see the amount of applause that Els Visser is going to get as she makes her way. As you can see, the Red Bull truck there pumping out the tunes. Of course, we should talk about the special edition of the Red Bull Kilometre. So we do have a competition today.
True.
The Red Bull Kilometre, where athletes get to test their run speed over 1 kilometre. I remember Robert Cullen actually saying to me if things weren't going well, if things were starting to go south, that he would have a crack at that 1 kilometre Red Bull. So it'll be interesting to see who gets the fastest K today.
Just in the last lap, of course, yeah. So it just counts the last lap and the fastest one.
Of course, well, I mean, you can't have it in the first lap when the legs are fresh.
Yeah.
Well, what fun is there in that?
So Els was saying something maybe to people on the side on the track. But now, yeah, I think it's going to be really loud on the finish line because the local favorite is coming by for the very first time.
It is going to be interesting to see just how Els decides to do this marathon here today. We know that she's had a bit of an injury.
Ooh, and she has lost 12 seconds. Yeah. It's 5 minutes 40 now.
We do know that she's been, not that she's been secretive about it, but well, we didn't discuss it in detail, but we know that she did tell me that she has had a few injury issues. I think she's on the other side of that injury now. I don't think it's completely out of the woods for her, but it's also meant limited run training coming into this race. So it might be just a matter of that she's going to take the conservative approach to begin with, simply because she doesn't have the run mileage that she would normally have for this type of racing. So maybe she's just going to play it safe to start with, and then we're going to see her coming home strong. So right now, Robert Cullen still running in the lead here, but we do know that he is being hunted down by Tristan. So Tristan Olij, the Dutchman, the favourite on paper to take out the win today.
Yeah, as the run's going on, Robert Cullen in leading position, Davy Davis also too. We're gonna jump into a quick commercial and I'll right back with you in a minute.
Activate.
We are back at Challenge Almere-Amsterdam 2025. We are 5 hours 50 into the women's race and 5:35 into the men's race. We see Daisy Davies from Great Britain leading all the way, one can say. She exited the water in second position, directly on the heels of Maaike Voren from the Netherlands, who fell behind now. But Daisy Davis, on her very first long distance, was able to keep up, to stay in the leading position, and now has a lead of 5 minutes and 40 seconds on former winner Els Visser, who struggled a bit on the first kilometers of the run. Lost around 20 seconds. And we will see how that will develop. But as said, Daisy Davis on her very first long distance. Of course, the legs are moving now. We've got just getting started on the marathon. The hammer always comes at kilometer 32, is what one says. She just mustn't overdo it. Keeping up the pace and see what Els is doing in behind, because Els is the one who has to push hard and who has to somehow kill 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Looks like Daisy found her rhythm. And also after, oh yeah, we now got the time from kilometer 3 and it's now 5:58. So another almost 20 seconds lost by Els Visser. 6 minutes now on Daisy Davis. Wow. We did not for 100% see that coming. We thought Els will, at least for a longer time, hold the distance or get at least slightly closer. We didn't think her to lose 40 seconds on the first 3 kilometers. However, that is not even 1/10 of the marathon. So a lot can happen. There can be cramps and struggles. The marathon is a long way of up and down. But for now, she is looking strong. Daisy Davis doesn't show any weakness as she heads now to the turning point on the bridge where she could see her opponent. Here that won't happen because you would need like a minute or two on the chaser, then it would be able to see each other. Could only happen maybe when she comes back. As I said, after that bridge there's a point where you can see your opponent 3 times. So maybe then they can see each other, but so far, yeah. Daisy Davis, 6 minutes ahead of Els Visser. Really interesting now, Line Bonde has moved into 3rd place. Ah, that's, okay, now we see on that, we have again some troubles with the timing chip, but it looks like, yeah, we see having a little chat and laughing at each other. Line Bonde and Antonia Milowski are now running shoulder by shoulder. Line Bonde in T2 has overtaken Antonia Milowski. However, now Antonia is back in 3rd place. Both are 17 minutes behind. Interesting little chat they had to each other.
Just a bit of support as they go back and forth. But Line Bonde, obviously from Denmark, really impressed with her ride here today. She's had a little bit of time out of the sport. She raced Almere here back in 2021, which was actually her very first time over this distance. And she always says to me, she said to me, she's remembered it as an incredible experience. So today, Challenge Almere here, so the European Long Distance Championship, her 10th full distance race. So yeah, it's been a tough time for Lena. Went through a divorce earlier this year, which really obviously affected her mentally and physically. So hasn't raced at all. So great to see her back here today. And she said her goal for today is to really get back into the sport that she loves and that's given her so much. So I know that we are all very, very happy to have Lena back on a start line. Her mum is here with her. She always comes to all of her races and gives her, she said, a great sense of calm. And mothers have a tendency to be able to do that. So incredible to have Lena back racing.
So interesting to see how they're going to work together. And much more interesting is that behind them we have Marta Wagovnik, only 40 seconds behind. So, and she is a very, very strong runner. And I think anytime soon she can get really close to those two. Is that her? No, that's not her. That's her.
Right there in the red suit, just looking at her to watch.
And she's flying.
And you can see Robert Cullen in the background. Look at that. So Robert Cullen still leading our men's race here in Almere. And right in front of her, we've got Marta Wagovnik. So great to see Marta running well. I think she'll actually start to overtake a couple of the women up front.
That's what we said before. Yes, she is the strongest runner out of the maybe even top 6, but actually stronger than Antonia, stronger than Lina, and just 35 seconds behind. Normally, that is something she is able to do to get a 3rd place here.
Great shot there of Antonia making her way past us here. Looks very comfortable early on now in the marathon.
But now she passes the finish line as 3rd place. Gets lots of cheers. And that's now a nice close race for the podium now. Now we have Robert Cullen and also Line Bonde and Marta Wagovnik all running together. So lots going on now on the finish line. And Belinda, just to tell you, because you were out for some seconds, each kilometer, Els Visser is losing 10 seconds on
And you know,
Daisy Davis
that really surprises me. I think under normal circumstances, we would not be seeing this. But as I said, Els Visser coming in with a bit of an injury cloud. We don't know how much training she's been able to do on the run. We also know that she's had a very, very busy season with what we call extracurricular activities outside of racing and training, but still a part of being a professional athlete. But honestly, it's early days yet as far as the marathon goes.
Yeah, just said 1/10 we just have now, so lots to go.
Oh, here we go.
Ollie.
Yes, not too far behind at all.
Yeah, having a look. He is 1 minute 56, so... Oh no, that was, yeah, 1 minute 56, 1 minute 50. Got a little closer, not too much. I think both found their rhythm, Robert and Tristan. Playing the mind game now.
So it was great to actually get out there and have a look around to get a feel for the temperatures out there. Obviously, we don't get to know exactly what's going on in our little room here. So I got to go out and experience the crowds out there are really starting to get bigger and bigger. You can see down right now, it's really nice conditions. It's not cold at all. And it's certainly not warm either, so it's not too hot. I don't think it'll be an issue at all. I mentioned that earlier today about the heat not playing a part here today in the marathon. Robert's still looking strong. Both of these men, both Robert Cullen, Tristan Ole, looking very, very good. Tell you what though, this women's race, obviously first and second are way out in front, but the race for the final podium with our professional women is going to be an absolute ripper.
Hopefully, yeah. I'm a bit afraid that Marder at some moment as the starts the rocket, keeps going away from both.
Puts the afterburners on.
I can learn so much English from you.
Here comes Will Draper too. He's not losing any time to the men out front, which is good to see. Still sitting at around that 4-minute mark, but he's also not making any forward progress on them either. So right in front of Cullen, you can see Marta Wagovnik and Lena Bondet sitting in 4th and 5th place.
And while Marta is new to the long distance, the other two already did more, so several long distance races, as we see Will Draper starting his second lap.
All three men still looking very comfortable as they start lap 2.
So Will is 4 minutes behind.
Exactly, so not losing time to our front two, but certainly not making up
30 seconds from
too
the
much
last
time.
one.
Yeah, which is not bad. I mean, honestly, it'll be very interesting to see. As I said, I think Will's going to be I don't like to use the word conservative because he said there is a time he wants to run, which is 2:38. You can't be conservative if you want to run at 2:38. But I think he's definitely going to go by feel as well. His goal won't be to try and chase those men down in the first lap or two. What I love about Will is even though it's his first one, he's done a lot of homework, he's done a lot of research, he has a strategy in place, he has ABC plan in place. He's really thought about what's needed, what he's capable of, what his goals and aspirations are, but he's also willing to pivot if needed.
Daisy Davis still in first position at kilometer 3. We can see now that Marta Wagovnik has moved into third position, and she started the run 3 kilometers before with a deficit of around 30 seconds. Now she is almost 10 seconds ahead. That shows how much faster she is running. According to our statistics, she's running a sub 4-minute pace. And with that, 20 seconds faster than Antonia Milovski. And almost 40 seconds faster than Line Bonde. Wow. But yeah, she's at the PTO listed as one of the top 20 runners. Not on a long distance, yes, we don't know that yet. But it's interesting to see. Line Bonde, she was 15th at the 70.3 Portugal, and she had 2 long distance races this year. Long distance race are in Sweden and Hamburg. In Sweden she had a 3:14 marathon, Hamburg 3:18. Not that bad. We'll see what's going to happen today.
And actually, Gabriella Oppen also not too far behind these women now as well. So definitely within striking distance for that last final podium position at 18:54 back, but you know, not that far behind Line Bonde now, just shy of a minute. Gabby Obman here also for the first time racing in Almere. And look at this. This is incredible, Julian. We've got Robert Cullen in front. We know leading the race. We've got Marta right behind him on his hammer. And it almost looks like she's trying to pace off him. This is crazy. But again, we know the caliber runner that Marta is. So Marta Wagovnik from Poland, currently in third position, and she really looks like she has found her running legs here today early on in the marathon. Running very, very well right now. She was disappointed with her last race in Samarkand. She came out and race challenged Samarkand. I was there for that race. And she really just didn't fire on the bike, and particularly on the run. Just wasn't able to find her run legs. But I think that's given her so much fire in the belly to come back here today and really put on a show for us all. So now Marta Wagovnik able to put some time between herself and Antonia. It's now just under 40 seconds between the two in third and fourth.
A pity that the gap is so huge to Els. Nothing against Els, of course, but for the drama, a bit much maybe. 11
You know
minutes.
what? I've been in commentary before when I've said impossible, impossible. I've learnt now the long, hard way that nothing's impossible when it comes to the marathon in a full distance race. So much can happen, so much can go wrong, and then on the flip side, so much can go right. So Marta right now running very, very well. I would dare say the fastest on course right now. But as you said, Julian, a long way between herself and Els Visser, currently in second, and even further, of course, to our leader, Daisy Davis. But for both of these women, Marta and Daisy, first time over the distance. For Els Visser, a veteran at this distance, but coming into this race with a little bit of an injury cloud. So no one is coming into this race with in perfect form, so to speak. So it's going to be very, very interesting, particularly on that last lap of the marathon, to see exactly, like you said, what might be possible.
A bit more than a third of the marathon is done for Robert Cullen. Still in leading position. It's a bit of back and forth with Tristan Olli behind him. 1 kilometer before it was 1 minute 48, now it's 1 minute 51, so I think both of them found the rhythm.
But this is really interesting, and I've been in this position before racing. When you think, okay, if I was Tristan in his head, I'd be saying, I know I am the faster runner here. I know I am. It's no if buts or maybes, I am the faster runner on paper and for real. So he would be thinking, okay, I'm just going to slowly but surely start taking time back. And that's what he got. First lap, that's what we saw. He's slowly but surely taking snippets of time back. All of a sudden, someone gives you a split. And at that time's gone back the other way. The mental game that plays with you, you can't comprehend. How is this happening? Why is this happening?
Something must be wrong.
I'm still running well. So you've just told me that I've lost 10 seconds. How can this be happening? And it does. The game that it plays with you, the torment, that the back and forth, the to and fro, and as I said, that internal conversation you have with yourself, it's a killer.
Yeah.
And it can destroy your race.
True. And that's the moment again where we're going to see each other again. Back on the bridge. So there in the back, guy who's standing, of course, this is not Tristan Olli. But at the end of the bridge, they should see each other actually with that distance of, yeah. Interesting to see, especially, I don't know if Robert kept in mind, or both of them kept in mind at what point they were passing each other. But it's supposed to be almost exactly at the same point, round about the flags there.
Oh, I can guarantee that they know exactly where that point was. These two men know that this race right now is between the two of them. And you've got two really interesting athletes. One athlete that hasn't proven himself yet this year over the full distance and desperately wants to. And then another proud Dutchman who wants to win here at home with his family, with his friends. He's got all the support in the world here. He wants to win. You know, I never won my home race, and still to this day it haunts me. There's nothing better, and talking to Els Visser, she said the same thing. There is nothing better than winning in your home country. It's just something incredibly special.
Maybe an age group win opens up for you.
No, thank you, my friend. I'm not going. No, that ship has sailed. No, I'm quite happy being on the other side.
I can imagine.
But it is interesting, you know. Both athletes want this win badly. Both athletes want to be European long distance champion, and then you've got the added pressure or added bonus for Tristan. He wants to be the Dutch champion. And it's looking likely he will get to be the Dutch champion. I think that's almost a done deal. But I know
he has the chance for more, and then he knows he wants to go for more.
He wants more.
And that in his wedding week. But yeah, as we said, he wants to take away time slowly but steady. That had been 3 kilometers or so. It's still a long way to go. As said, 2/3 of the marathon still ahead of them. And then if you look at this, of around, I don't know, 28 kilometers, 2 minutes is not that much.
No, it's not. So right now, at that 14.2 kilometre mark, 1:51 the gap between Robert Cullen and Tristan Olli. Will Draper at 3:52, so that time is coming down with Will Draper. So slowly but surely that time is coming down. I tell you, this race for the top spot is absolutely not over yet.
Yeah, and when you measure it, it's only 2 minutes to Tristan for Will, and that is something I think really you could feel it. The same 2 minutes that Tristan has on Robert has now Will on Tristan. While, yeah, Wojciech Kopuczynski, we said it before, he's a good biker, but only solid runner, so we didn't see him to do any crazy on the run course. Maybe he tries to defend his 4th place against Milan Brons, who was the last one in 5th position. But he has already lost some time. Oh no, something has done. Will Grace is now in 5th position. I have to correct myself. Will Grace, 9 minutes behind runabout, running together with Sebastian Norberg from Sweden, 5th and 6th. Then Milan Brons and Onion Stojanovic, 11 minutes behind, 8th place. Absolutely not what he had planned for. Last year 4th, he wanted to go for the podium. did not work out today. But yes, so to sum that up, 2 minutes each between first, second, and third place in the men's race. Then there's a bigger gap. Well, it's only 2.5, but Kopyczynski slowing down. Maybe Wildrace and Sebastian Norberg. I'm pretty sure that they can catch Wojciech Kopyczynski and go for 4th place. And in the women's race, as we can see, Daisy Davis still running her own race, kilometer 5.3. There, her lead now 6.5 minutes. So she was able in the first 5K to win a minute on Els Visser. That is not that bad.
It's something that we didn't actually anticipate or expect to see. And reports out on courses that Els isn't looking particularly comfortable right now. But again, very early stages here in the marathon. As Daisy takes on some much needed hydration. There aren't too many sections on this course where they won't be seeing either aid stations or volunteers or supporters. There are crowds virtually the entire, or people I should say, virtually the entire way round this run course. Which is good in a way, but also bad. There's sometimes when you just want to have a moment and you don't get that opportunity, but then it's also great because it holds you accountable. And just when you think, you know, I just want to slow down, someone will give you a cheer or give you a yell, and it just gives you that little added motivation.
You see in the background that there's some green lying around, and I heard that there was some strong winds the last days, also at night. The Expo was hit from some winds too. But the weather looks like it's more stable now. Doesn't look too windy, but at least that part wasn't too windy actually. Later on, where there on the back you can see the towers, that's the finish line area. When they on the right side now get closer to the finish line, then they take a turn to the left on across a little bridge. There we have heavy rain, as we can see. Piotr Lewicki from Poland overtaking Daisy Davis here. He's not playing the role he was hoping for. And we'll see if the weather will later on play a role. It's supposed to rain around 2 o'clock, as I said.
Of course, Davies now coming round to almost complete her first lap here. So not too far away now before Daisy Davies makes her way in towards us. Lap 1 of 4 completed. Reports on course, Marta Wagovnik definitely the fastest female on course right now. Currently holding 3rd place. And wouldn't it be interesting if she is able, you just spoke about it before, is the gap able to be made up between herself and Els Visser? And reports on course is that Els isn't looking so comfortable, while Marta is really flying.
Yeah, taking a look at the run split. Marta set to be run of 350, Daisy 357, and Els 408. So that's roughly 20 seconds. 20 seconds on a kilometer is normally much, but for 11 minutes, maybe not enough. I have to measure that now, but...
And even Gabby Obman really running very, very well, sub 4-minute K pace right now. So great to see Gabby also having a great day out there so far early on in the marathon.
Oh yeah, she has overtaken Line Bonde.
And I don't think it'll be too long before she overtakes
Antonia Milowski.
Antonia Milowski, that's correct. Particularly if she's able to keep running at the pace she is running.
Yeah, also 20 seconds faster. on the kilometer than Antonia.
With Gabby Obman, 36 years of age from Klagenfurt. So she's raced 14 times over this distance, so she knows exactly what is needed for this marathon. It's been a bit of an up and down season so far for Gabby with a few health issues, but looking very, very strong right now in the marathon.
Yeah, true. She was second recently, 2 weeks ago, at the Austria Triathlon half. And St. Polten, beginning of the season, she was third. And fifth at the Truma Triathlon in the Ironman Les Sables. There she had a marathon of 3 hours, 4 minutes, 50 seconds. With that, definitely a chance to end in fourth position here. Probably not too close to Marta, who is at the moment running faster than Gabi Obman. Yeah, Gabi also took part in Roth last year, was 11th. And Daisy Davis is about to start her second lap. I always get confused with that.
Second lap.
There were times when I wrote down who was in which lap, but I keep forgetting it.
It does, it gets a little
Would have been a
confusing,
bit quick third lap already.
So second lap about to begin, and she looks really good. Look, even looks like she's picked up the pace just a little as she makes her way in towards the crowds here in town, in the race venue. Truly remarkable effort from this young woman so far. First time over the distance. She has led from the gun. She continues to lead. Still completely poker-faced as well, not giving us any indication of what's going on inside that head of hers right now. Wouldn't it be something if she was able to pull off the win here today? 23 years of age, lining up for her first ever race over the distance. Yeah, that's the first smile I've seen from her since she started, so not often you get to see that with Daisy. She doesn't like to give a lot away, but great to see that little smile. And that tells me, Julian, that she is feeling very confident right now, that she's feeling good, that there's that quiet sense of confidence over her. I know still a long way to go and it's uncharted waters for her. But right now, it looks like she's got things under control. Back with our men's race. Robert Callan still also in control. Last check was 1 minute 53 back to Tristan, with Will Draper only 3:50 down.
So he thankfully grabbed gel, what I saw. Some water. Not too much wind in this section of the course, and if there's wind, mostly more from behind.
So while our professional female leader, Daisy Davies, is at 12 kilometres into the run, for our professional men, they are at around the 16 kilometre mark. .17 kilometres now, so just over. Okay, 17 kilometres now for our lead male.
Yeah, on the other side of Weirwater right now. Has left the island behind.
Interestingly enough, the fastest runner out on course is actually Norberg right now. So
Together with Will Grace, yeah.
But running faster, so 3:35 per kilometre so far for him. He must be getting wings, seeing fellow Swede Robert Cullen in front. So great to see that the Team Sweden are having a really good day out here today. And here we go. This is the first shots that we've had. We've been given reports that Els wasn't looking so good out there, but
well,
I think she looks fine. So it's interesting, you know, right now maybe she's just having a slight bad patch when she went past some of our spotters on course. We've got spotters all around the run course today doing a tremendous job for us here in the studio.
I think the main point is that she constantly runs a pace of 4:08, while Daisy constantly runs a pace of sub 4. And that's why the gap increased. I don't know if Els is playing on going faster afterwards, because like you said, she was injured. First test it, see 10 kilometers, does it work, does it not work, and then go harder probably. Now she has some backwinds here.
What I love is out on course, while we've got our second place female Els Visser on screen behind her, we've got Marta Wagovnik, who is still trying to pace off Robert Cullen, our lead male. So hats off to Marta, who's really trying to use Robert to keep the pace going and to see if she can make her way up towards Els Visser. Still a big gap between these two athletes. But it's an interesting dynamic. I spoke to Marta actually in Samarkand when she told me that she was racing here. And she said, you know, I've got nothing to lose, Belinda, and there's no expectations on me. I've got no expectations on myself, and neither does anyone else, because I've never raced over this distance. So I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm just going to give what I can give at any given time. And I'm going to take some risks because no one expects anything from me. And I like that attitude because she's not scared to have a go. And right now, I dare say pacing off the lead male in any other time would be suicide. But right here, right now, it's doing Marta the world of good. So great to see.
And when you feel like doing that, do it. Yeah, use it. Don't be shy of that. So Daisy Davis has passed kilometer 13. While Els Visser is just now has started lap 2. Oof. 7 minutes 23, almost another minute she's lost here.
That's significant time losses very early on in this marathon.
Well, she constantly runs so far until the end of within the first 2 laps, she constantly ran around about 20 seconds slower than Daisy. Daisy has slowed down a little now, it says. She's now running, at the end of lap 1, she ran a 4:05, now 4:10, so she's slowing down a bit.
And here is the fastest female runner on course right now. Yep, hey, she looks like she's enjoying it.
3:50, wow.
I would love nothing more than to see this young woman have the race of her career here today. I've really gotten to know her very well after we spent some time together in Samarkand, and she is an absolute class act. Sponsored by the Phoenix Foundation. They've been a great support for her, and they've also allowed her to go full-time, so she is not working anymore. She's now officially a full-time professional athlete, which is great to see. As Els Visser now making her way through the finish line area and out the other side of lap 2 of 4 here today. can hear those cheers down on ground. She definitely would be one of, if not the most popular athlete racing here today, along with the likes of Tristan, of course, and Milan Bronze.
But I would say Daisy looks a little more relaxed in her running style compared to Els. Els looks a lot more focused. It's also a nice thing, as you can see here on the ground. Around Weirwater, they set up a run course with marks, how far you have gone so far.
Distance, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Very nice, actually. And quite of an effort, actually, put all those footprints down there. So Els Visser has now just passed kilometer 12, and there she has, well, she has lost another 10 seconds, 7:33. So yeah, while Daisy has now slowed down to 4:10, Els has slowed down to 4:20. So the difference is only 10 seconds, but it's still 10 seconds from Els Visser's perspective in the wrong direction. And I'm really interested at kilometer 12, for example, we can take that one, when Marder will pass by.
Absolutely, I'm dying to see what that gap is. Yeah.
And how fast she's going. When she can keep up 3:50, she runs 30 seconds faster than Els. Then at the end of the race, that can be really interesting. Just imagine she would run down 12 minutes, or it was, wow.
Well, I've seen crazier things happen, that's for sure. It's definitely doable, particularly if you've got a runner up front that's continually slowing down.
Especially from the moment on when you imagine that when somebody would tell you, hey, there's somebody coming from behind, and you were like, hey, wasn't that just like 12 minutes in the lead of him?
How is this possible?
Yeah.
Great conditions out there so far. That rain has stayed away. We've still got the sun shining. The crowds are really starting to come into their own down here on the finish line. You can see in the distance there that really dark cloud. It's been with us all week long. Look at that, Julian, the dark clouds behind Almere. But I think, like you were saying before with that wind, I think that southerly is starting to blow it away. Yeah. But let's see, only time will tell. There are definitely some ominous clouds still lurking in the background there. But so far right now, Cullen is leading. He continues to lead, running around the same pace now as Tristan Olai at around that 150 mark back. But we do have Will Draper in third, who is definitely running faster than them both.
Yeah, we have to wait until the end of the second lap to know how far they are between. We don't have any timing right in between. So yeah, he now started lap 3. And we are waiting for the first numbers to pop up. Third lap for Robert Cullen.
So there she goes. You can see Marta not that far behind Robert Cullen. So she's still looking at using him as a bit of a pacer right now. And seriously, just to think about what Marta's been through to get here, was due to fly here on Wednesday, flight gets cancelled. Rescheduled to Thursday, gets cancelled again. Finally, Friday, gets to the airport, delayed for more than an hour, and then finally makes it here just in time for the uniform check and race briefing. There's no way that that didn't take a toll on her mentally. Doesn't matter how strong you are as an athlete, that's just too much for an athlete to handle. But right now, running extremely well, enjoying herself. From our spotters down on ground, she's alert, she's smiling, she's enjoying the experience. And most importantly, she is making inroads on Elsviser up front.
It's lots of time or kilometers to go for her. That is the other good thing. And we see it's getting darker and darker from there and behind, and there is a little bit of rain coming in around the next 10 minutes. Supposed to, according to the weather radar, it's supposed to rain within 10 minutes, but only for around 10 minutes, so a short phase of rain. However, hope for the spectators that they're not getting too wet. And it's the same amount of rain like it was yesterday. It was, I think, 5 minutes, and we thought we'd get flooded. It was crazy. So now, Tristan Oli has also has finished lap 2, started lap 3, and he is 1 minute 42 behind, so 10 seconds closer.
Interesting.
Yes,
okay.
From the pace, it's 3:52 to 3:50.
That's the first significant amount of time that he's made up, though, in quite some while. So that's good to see.
And it's going to be very interesting to see how far is Will Draper behind.
But we really do have a men's race on our hands here. Oh, look at that shot, Julian. That does not look pretty. That's almost a little scary, isn't it? But right above us, isn't it crazy? I mean, look now, right above us, the sun is shining as Callan makes his way towards us again, heading out for lap 3 of 4. So half marathon done and dusted for the Swede. That's got to be a good feeling to make it through. 2 down and 2 to go. Still looks nice and relaxed in the upper body. He's not, breathing is not labored. He's still holding himself very, very well. Often you start to find towards the latter stages of the marathon, we get what's called the marathon lean. So the head starts to lean off to the side, the shoulders start to become uneven, but right now he is straight up and down. He still looks very alert as he takes in some hydration before he makes his way out past the hotel where all the athletes are staying.
And what we hear from the speakers outside, that Marta Wagovnik is still pretty close behind Robert Cullen. So she was trying still to keep up the pace.
Looks like she's only 16 minutes and 7 seconds. No, I shouldn't say only. She is 16 minutes and 7 seconds down on our leader, Daisy Davies. But remember, Elsviser is 7:23 down.
To heat up the party a little bit in the men's race, by the way, Will Draper starts lap 3 and is 3 minutes behind. And it was,
wow.
It was 3:50 before at kilometer 15. Now kilometer round about 20. It is 5 kilometers later, so to say, 50 seconds. So
fantastic running.
He runs 10 seconds faster than the two in front of him on the kilometer. Wow, we're going to get ourselves a pretty cool race later on. It's already a great race, but I think there's lots to happen as Tristan Oli is now halfway through the marathon. And it's 1 minute 38 seconds, so another 4 seconds. He got closer.
The thing is, every time Tristan comes through here, he gets absolutely picked up by the crowds. He's got so many family and friends here. His wife is here, of course, and they are all screaming for him. And as a proud Dutchman, I know he would love nothing more than to take the win here today and join the likes of Menno Koolhaas, Dirk Wijnala. Would be wonderful to see another Dutchman take the top step. But then on the flip side, wouldn't it be something to see another Swede win here again after Jesper Svensson taking the win last year? And there you go, there's Will Draper coming through. Look how smooth he looks as he comes through the finish line here. So Will Draper from Great Britain, still in the hunt here. Definitely not going to be satisfied with just holding on for third place. He's going to take it all the way in this marathon.
So Will Draper, 2 minutes 51 in behind, another 10 seconds. He got closer to the others. They both have slowed down slightly. He was able to keep it up or go even a little faster. So yeah, when you can keep that up. And I mean, we are only half through the marathon. Question will be in 10 kilometers. Kilometer 32, that's always the one that hits most of the people. But yeah, a lot reminds me of Jesper Svensson last year. Also tall guy, Swedish guy. Steady, straight. Only last year, Jesper was the chaser. Now, Cullen is the one being chased.
Interesting the difference in their ages too. Of course, we've got Robert Cullen at 30 years of age. Tristan Olai at 27 years of age, and then Will Draper at 25. Look, you can see that's the flying sprint, the start of the flying sprint 1 kilometre for Red Bull. And I don't think, even though he told me he might have a crack at it on the last lap, he might not have a choice. He might have to do, he might have to do
it. Because it is around about kilometer 40. No, earlier. But
it's going to be interesting to see whether he indeed is forced to sprint because he has the likes of Tristan Olai and also Will Draper hot on his heels, breathing down his neck.
I think it's actually close to kilometer 33, yeah. Early sprint then. Putting the hammer down. Well, many other athletes have started the third lap. As we said, Robert Cullen, Tristan Olai and Will Draper. Fourth position still goes to Wojciech Kopyczynski. Still 6 minutes 41 behind. Then Will Grace and Sebastian Norberg. We thought they would be able to catch Wojciech Kopyczynski. I was wrong with him. So they are 7 minutes 40 and 7 minutes 52 in behind. So for them, it's, yeah, Will Grace is less than a minute behind Wojciech. He runs 10 seconds faster, the British, than the Polish. And Sebastian Norberg also pretty fast, a little more than a minute behind Wojciech. So on the long run, this could end up not in the right way for Wojciech. And Milan Brons, 8 minutes 43 behind. He runs pretty fast actually too.
Well, in the women's race, obviously Daisy Davies leading the way. Elzviza, 7:53, actually more than that now, I think it's over 8 minutes. And Marta Wagovnik, 15:55. So Marta just clawing her way closer and closer to Els. It's still a long way to go.
So long way ahead in this race. Oh, how cool is this? Yeah.
I know where I'd rather be.
Well, it could be quite fresh out there.
I'd rather be. Well, that's correct.
But yes, Robert Cullen, more than half through the marathon, and in a women's race also pretty close together. We come back to you in a minute as we now head into a short commercial break.
Activate. Activate.
And welcome back to the European Long Distance Championship here in Almere-Amsterdam. Of course, this race here, Challenge Almere-Amsterdam. It's been 13 years now. The race itself has been going since 1984, steeped in tradition. As we see our lead female, only 23 years of age, Daisy Davies, doing a phenomenal job here today. First time ever over the distance, showing us all how it's done. Right now, with the way that Elsvisa continues to slow, and while we have Marta Wagovnik really flying right now, I just cannot see this woman being overtaken. She's doing everything right, using every aid station, making sure that she's fueling properly, making sure she's hydrating properly. Just blowing me away for someone with so little experience. Definitely has a great team around her. I know she's here with her father, who'll be out on course. But still, to be able to come out in your very first time over the distance and dominate the way that she's dominated, pretty remarkable.
8 minutes 37 now. Els Visser behind Daisy Davis. 8:37. Wow, that's a lot. Thinking back, what was it, 4 minutes, 5 minutes 40 after the bike. So it's now 3 minutes that Els has lost within 15K. So slowly but steady, her view has to go back, not front. Daisy Davis, she got back to a pace sub 4. Wow, that is really, really, really great. And Marta Wagovnik now still, she slowed down a little. Pace of 4 minutes. Still 20 seconds faster on the kilometer than Els. But at the same time still roughly 7.5 minutes behind. Lots on the other side.
And the big mover, of course, Gabby Obman now up into 4th place. So Gabby really running very, very well. Of course, 18:44 back on our leader. But still a great race from Gabby to move away through the field up into 4th place.
You can see there in the back, this is us at the finish line, and it looks like we have some rain above us. Still dry here on the other side where Daisy Davis is running. Yeah, that's a pretty thankful passage because there you have some winds from behind. And it goes a bit downhill. Really have to keep that moving. Well, we still see athletes on the right side coming into Almere. They are heading towards transition area 2. While of course here on the left side, our pro and age group athletes are on their way on the run course, middle and long distance together. I think it's a smart way how they solved it here in Almere. On that one road, 2 distances or 2 disciplines at once. Yeah, and Daisy Davis actually has no need to worry if she can keep up the pace, or even if she slows down. It's 8.5 minutes on the 2nd place. Oh, as we see a little crush here.
Oh, it looks like someone has crashed. Wow, that's
bike, I guess.
Oh, that's a long.
I hope not a runner.
A long way. Well, it looks like he's. I mean, you can see where the riders are. They're right up high there. So it's a rather nasty crash that's occurred. He's ended up down on the run course.
It was a little after the bridge. It was pretty close. I hope not that the runner got too close to the bike course or other way around. However,
look at that. That looks like the heavens have opened up to the left of us there. You can see where we are, where the two tall buildings are. You can see the race venue. And off to the left, it looked like a very strong rain coming down. But so far, it's stayed dry for us all here today. Robert Cullen still leading. As with our women's race, this man has been leading for pretty much since the gun went off this morning. He must know that his lead is coming down and that he isn't looking as solid as it was to begin with. There'd be nothing worse than being hunted down by a Dutchman in the Netherlands. That's a pretty daunting prospect, isn't it? It's like, oh, anyone else but a Dutchman. But this is the sort of racing that we expect and that we need here at the European Championships. Racing for their country.
it's 1 minute 15 for Tristan Ole.
Oh, 1 minute 15.
And it's only 2 minutes 19 for Will Draper. Who is now running as fast as Tristan, but 10 seconds faster than Robert. So both of them are running 10 seconds faster.
It's often I ask the question to athletes, do you prefer to be the hunted or to be the hunter? And for someone like Will Draper, because of his swim is not as strong as some of the other professional men, he knows what it takes and what it's like to be the hunter. Someone like Robert Cullen, of course, being such a strong swim biker, would be very used to being the hunted. So both these men in positions that they have been in before. Robert's just got to continue to look forward.
He took a look back, you saw that on the turn.
Just to get a quick glimpse. But he can't be worried about what's going on behind him, because it's all about controlling the controllables, and he cannot control what those two men are doing behind him. He can only control what he can do, and that's why it's just so important for him to just focus on that, to focus on looking forward, to making his way round, ticking this next lap off, and then knowing I've got one lap left.
And don't give them hope. When they see you looking back.
Stealth bomber, you've got to poker face, don't show a thing. That's correct.
It gets more and more crowded on the track, as we can see, so.
Which is not a bad thing, particularly for Robert, because as I said the same thing on the bike, he gets to hide. So when the boys behind are looking up on those long straight sections, trying to see exactly where he is.
He is 2 meters tall. Come on, where should he hide?
That's true.
Compare him to the guy in front of him.
You make a valid point there, Julian. That's
I know what you mean.
But it is a little bit more difficult to make him out, although, that theory's sort of put to bed, isn't it, with these heights?
Maybe behind a tree or so, yeah.
Oh, funny. But and we have been given reports out on course that the rain is definitely on its way. The wind has started to pick up. So right now, all Cullen needs to concentrate on is getting this third lap done and dusted, remaining in the lead, because it's an interesting fact that when you know that you've got one lap left, that is it. There's no more laps to be done, Julian. You know the next time you come round, you are running down that blue carpet. So really, it's all a mental battle now for Robert Cullen. He just needs to get through this third lap in the lead. And what will be really interesting, if he is able to start this fourth and final lap with 60 seconds up his sleeve, he might just pull it off.
You say so?
Well, I might change my mind in a couple of kilometers' time, but for now I'm going with that theory, yes.
Okay. So as we can see on ground now, it started to rain a little. We can feel it here too. But yes, some rain now coming down. The wind started to put up again too. You can see there in the background how that flux in English. I'm learning English here. Then in the back, the things that are moving, the plants.
Flags on the bike. Yep.
No, not flags. Yeah, sorry. I mean, there's also a plant called flax. I wasn't sure if that's that one. You don't know? Okay. We don't have that in Australia, I guess. No, that's a European thing.
Oh, I can hear the rain. The rain is here. So back here, even though on screen right now.
Yeah, you see the ground is already wet.
But we have definitely got rain here now in the stadium. Oh, and it's absolutely pouring here now.
I don't know if you can hear that through our microphones, because one must say we're sitting in a tent this year. Oh wow, look at that, wow.
Look at that.
We sit inside such a tent, so it's quite loud now for us too.
I mean, this is what we've been experiencing all week long. From sunshine and not just a little bit of rain, torrential rain. And look at this.
It's still dry there.
It's completely dry.
Give them a minute and they will be part of the experience we just saw.
And look at the wind. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, how much that has increased now. all of a sudden.
This is the windiest we've had all day long. Look at the weir water there.
And that's exactly the place where I was talking about. Well, when Daisy Davis is going to take a turn to the left over there, across that bridge that you can see there on the left side with the whites on the side. And then the wind that comes from front is extreme. You feel like running against a wall.
Oh,
and you can also see that Robert is until soaked now.
The only thing I can think of, though, as quickly as this torrential downpour has come, I'm hoping that it leaves just as quickly. But right now, you can see that these runners are about to run into the abyss as they come closer and closer towards us here at the race venue. Of course, it won't bother the runners at all. But the wind, it is the wind that's picked up, that's come with this rain, that could play quite a significant part here. It will definitely suit the stronger runners.
Wow. So yesterday we had the similar rain and I was on my way to the venue from the hotel. It's like a 200-meter walk, 300-meter walk. I was soaked. It's like, yeah, you can see it here. Look at the people on the side. It's like you're standing under a shower. On the left side, you see the water, how much that is moving. And this is exactly a place where I said, where there's so much wind coming from front, really heavy, getting a little slippery too in that moment.
Well, that's another thing you have to think about, because they are predominantly on pathways, but there are a couple of areas where they are on pavers and they are quite slippery. And the last thing you want to do halfway through a marathon is slip over. But look at that. As quickly as it's come, it's now starting to dissipate. And that's been the last 3 days here. It's just incredible.
So there, it's still raining out there. We are a bit further in the back. There already, we can say the rain has stopped almost completely.
So right now, Daisy Davies is coming in to complete her second lap. So it will be halfway through the marathon for Daisy. Not long to go now before we see her pass past us through here. And she'll be on her way out the other side, halfway through the marathon here today. Still looking very, very strong. These conditions will suit her down to the ground. The rain, the wind, it is her wheelhouse for sure. She's really strong. Look, she hasn't even broken stride. I mean, seriously, incredible racing from this young woman. If she's able to pull this off at the end of the day, which it's looking highly, highly likely, this is going down as one of the greatest races I've seen all year. To be so young and so inexperienced, never raced longer than a middle distance race, and to do it so convincingly. Like, she's never even looked like faltering. And I know we've still got a half marathon to go. Things are only just starting to get interesting here.
Oh, she's going back.
Gone back to get her special needs. So that was clever. So here's a woman that knows, you know what, I've got time to do this. I'm not going to make a mistake. And she's gone back to make sure that she gets the calories, the nutrition that she needs to get her through this second half of the marathon. Again, such clever racing.
I just want to say it's interesting now that the temperatures have dropped a lot now. With that rain, we feel it here inside our tent. It directly got a lot colder as it was before.
Similarly to Daisy Davies, I don't think Robert Callum will be affected too much by these conditions as well. Being a Scandinavian, obviously very, very used to some crazy conditions. It's not crazy cold out there, but it certainly isn't warm. It's currently 17 degrees, but feels like 12. So that shows you the difference that this rainstorm has brought to the athletes right now. So even though it says 17 degrees Celsius, it actually feels like 12. And I tell you, I reckon it feels like 12 right now.
Yeah, I can see that from your shaking here. I'll look at the spectators. Of course, that's a pity. I mean, so much emotion we had on the finish line.
No, but I'm impressed that they've come prepared.
Well, the Dutchies, come on, the Dutchies know how to deal with the weather. We know that, for sure.
Silly Aussie here would have come with no umbrella.
You would have come, yeah. But does that take any effect, the drop of the temperature, on the athletes?
No.
I mean, when you're struggling, when you're suffering, I mean, and then it's starting to kick cold.
It's a really interesting question, and definitely, you know, that sort of drop. Now, even though I said it was only 17 degrees, which would not make a difference at all, but feels like 12. And the colder it gets, the more calories you burn. All right, so that's what they need to think about now. He's still got over a lap and a half to go. And you do tend to burn more calories the colder the conditions are. So he needs to factor that in, particularly with, you know, obviously with his nutrition and making sure that he gets enough calories in to get him to this finish line. But for someone like Robert Callan, it's particularly coming from a cold climate. This will not be an issue for him, and he'll have it covered.
But yeah, crazy, like you said, the weather. It was 18 degrees out there, and now our weather radar tells us it has dropped to 12. And it's not looking like the rain might stop within the next 20 minutes, but it's not supposed to warm up again. And of course, also some struggles for the age group athletes out there. It's a pity too. They are fighting their way through that rain too. I mean, like when you're Daisy Davis, who's flying through the course in leading position, that rain touches you less than the age group athletes who are just starting the marathon. But no, so it's going to be a long run in the cold. Especially now, I don't know how many athletes are still out there on the bike, if there are, but being out on the bike now, that is horrific.
It's not much fun.
Yeah.
But they'll just be thinking of one thing and one thing only, and that's making it into transition, switching out their bike shoes for run shoes and getting out on this marathon. It'll be very interesting right now as we see Daisy Davies making her way round on lap 3. We know that Robert Callan is making his way towards the finish of lap 3 to start lap 4. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what that time gap is back to Tristan, because really he has one lap to make his move, and he needs to make it now. If he wants any chance of catching Robert Callan, he needs to make his move now. I do believe from our spotters out on course that he can see Callan up the road, so he has got eyes on him. And that will make all the difference, and it'll give him that extra gear that he needs to try to finally see if he's able to catch the giant Swede.
Yeah, he's getting closer to his last lap, and then we have again our timing mats that will tell us how close the 2 or even the 3 are right now. For the women, we can say Daisy Davis, yes, halfway through the marathon, still running a pace somewhere between 4 minutes 06 and 4 minutes 14. But no third lap so far for the chasers.
And here we go. I think this is it. I think this is it. Are we finally going to see a change? Right now, look at that. It's inevitable. He is almost up on his shoulder. So finally, Tristan Ole is almost on Robert Callan's shoulder, and the pass has been made, so he did not muck around. I didn't think he'd be tending to make any sort of conversation as he went straight past Robert Callan, and this is where Robert really needs to change focus now. He cannot afford to lose focus. He needs to continue to push forward. He still has over 10 kilometres left to run. He knows that Will Draper is not that far behind. So now he just really needs to focus on the shoulders of Tristan Olai and make sure that Will Draper is unable to catch him. This is incredible. So for the first time, we have got a Dutchman in the lead here today. And you can see Tristan, he is completely focused, concentrating. He knows that this is not over yet. He knows that Will Draper is not that far behind. He cannot afford to have any sort of early celebration here.
Can he become the first Dutch winner since Menno Koolhaas in 2023?
And before that, I believe that it was 2012 was the Dutch last time there was a Dutch champion before Menno Koolhaas in 2023. Crazy. So, wow, didn't Tristan take some time out of Callan right in the last few kilometres? We had it at 1:15, and then the next thing we see is him overtaking.
And the big question, of course, now is, or the interesting question now is, how does it look for Will Draper? I mean, he was 1 minute and, around about 1 minute behind Tristan Olai. So how much closer did he get? Did he come? He was running around the same pace some kilometers ago, and now we wait for the next timing map when Tristan will enter.
Can you imagine the crowds when we see him
now
come
they're
through
explode
on this third lap of the run? It's going to be insane, the noise.
They will have trouble to clap their hands with their umbrellas on, but
they'll use their
you're
voices
right.
instead. But it's going to be crazy, and the crowds will definitely go wild to finally see the Dutchman take the lead. Of course, he did his very first long-distance race here back in 2022. He's finally back here again. His 10th time over the distance. And if he's able to pull it off today, it will be his first win.
Still pretty windy and rainy out there. But I think I can see some sun coming up there behind the towers.
You better not be jinxing us. It better happen.
I'm just checking the weather forecast all the time. I have my rain radar in front of me. That tells me that in round about 5 to 10 minutes we should be done with that rain. However, in 1.5 hours it should rain again. We'll see. Could hold on the rain for 20 more minutes. We'll see.
This weather.
Well, it's so many runners now out there on the course. Yeah, and that's sometimes a 4th or 5th discipline, the weather, that also plays a huge role. Well, we are in somewhat, I would say, lucky that we got that rain and the storms now, not on the bike already. One heavy accident was enough, one of Pim van Diemen.
When you look at the season that Tristan's had so far, and he had that solid race in Roth back in July, where he set his fastest time, 7:49.59. He was 12th there. He had a DNF earlier in the year at Challenge Sabanias. He had a DNF at Ironman Texas back in April. We know that only 2 weekends ago he was able to take the win at a little independent race down the road. So he knew coming into this race he was in great shape, but to pull off the win here today after the season he's had, which has not been great, and I'm sure he'd be the first to admit that. You know, fantastic effort. Dutch champion. Not too many people get to call themselves a European champion. Of course, the day is not done quite yet. We've still got just over, I'd say around 11 kilometres left of running yet to do, or thereabouts.
While our spotters told us that it's likely that Will Draper will catch Robert Cullen before the stadium.
Oh, it's so hard, you know, when you see an athlete take the lead of a race and work so hard on their own all day long, and then to get swallowed up. I know this is racing, but the mother hen in me just gets a little sad about it all, and I would have loved Robert to have held on today, but you know, hats off to Tristan and also to Will Draper, who are just running really, really smart races, running so well in less than ideal conditions here right now.
But yes, Robert Cullen started his last lap, is now 42 seconds behind Tristan Ollie and only 10 seconds ahead of Will Draper. Also interesting, Will Draper is another 10 seconds closer even to Tristan Ollie.
I'm telling you, this last 10K is going to be very, very interesting. And I love this when you can see the bike riders, see the leaders, the bike riders, you can see exactly where these athletes are on course.
Cheers out to our cameraman there in the middle, there somewhere in between on the motorbike.
You can see there cheering. Come on, Tristan, you can do this. He is going to get the biggest cheer as he makes his way through here. It'll be just what he needs to give him that little bit of an extra pep in his step for this fourth and final lap. Well, we've had just about a little bit of everything here today, haven't we, Julian? We've had the sun, we've had the wind, we've had finally a change of lead in the men's race. We've had torrential downpours of rain. We've had temperature drops, but I wouldn't expect anything less here.
And I think there's lots to come with regards to Will Draper being pretty close to Tristan Ollie, running slightly faster than the Dutchman.
Well, this is why we didn't see Tristan doing any sort of smile. There was no, once he passed Robert Cullen, he knew that this was just one part of the puzzle, and that the bigger issue was going to be, can I hold off Will Draper, who he obviously knows is coming at him.
And now the stadium is about to explode as, for the very first time, Tristan Ollie, the Dutchman, passes the stadium as the leader.
So, interestingly enough, all three right now, our top three, oh, see, just what we spoke about, look how slippery it was around that corner. He held himself up well there, but all three of our top three men are now within a minute of each other.
He's struggling a lot compared to the athletes around him.
This is the thing with these super shoes.
Yeah.
They're super shoes for a reason, but they don't have great grip. And as I said, those tiles that are there, those pavers are very, very slippery. But it's not going to be long. There's Will Draper. Look at that going through. This race ain't over. This race is definitely not over. That is Will Draper now coming through. He is definitely within the minute behind Tristan. This is incredible.
And we're getting close to, we're now past kilometer 32, you know, the hammer.
This is where the hammer, if the hammer's going to come down, it comes down about now. So right now, Tristan Ollie from the Netherlands is leading this race. We know that Will Draper from Great Britain is so close behind. And then Robert Cullen holding on to third. Cullen needs to really dig deep now. He needs to stay on this podium. He deserves to be on this podium.
Okay, here come the numbers. Kilometer 32.4. Will Draper has overtaken Robert Cullen. He's 51 seconds behind Tristan Ollie. And Robert Cullen, now he's really falling back. He's just running a 4:38 pace, so sounds like he's kind of exploding. He is already a minute 20 behind Can you believe that? Minute 20, wow, that's a lot. And already 20 seconds on Will Draper. So, Robert, I don't want to say he has given up, but I mean, mentally, that's a tough hit now.
Yeah, it is. But you know what? Talking to Robert yesterday, one of the things, his goals for this race was to prove that he could actually finish the marathon, that he didn't explode. Now, it's always hard mentally when you've got athletes that come past you. He was in first all day, now he's in second, now he's in third. But third place is still third place. It's still the podium. So he really needs to just completely change his outlook now and say, you know what, I'm not first, I'm not second, but I'm still third, and I am going to fight for this third, and I'm not going to allow anyone else to get it. He needs to really rally, take in some calories, really focus on holding on to third place and not just pulling the pin because he's no longer winning.
Yes, he has to know that. He has to reset his mind. In fourth position, we have Will Grace. He has just started the last lap, so he was in this moment 5:54 behind. So pretty big gap, but depending on how hard the hammer hits now,
absolutely,
Robert.
and whether Robert can change his mental state here and just, he's going to have to hurt. Let's be honest, every single one of these athletes that we're looking at right now, the last lap is a sufferfest. It is a sufferfest to end all sufferfests, and these men are so close that if they are not prepared to dig deep, and I'm talking deeper than they've ever dug before, they will not win here today.
Absolutely.
It is too close. And the same with Robert. If he's not prepared to keep digging as deep as he can, he will lose that final podium position. But this is how racing at this level should be. It should not come easy. And as I say that, we switch to Daisy Davies, who looks like she's done it easy all day.
Yeah, we're just flying. She's now past kilometer 26 already. Still in a perfect position, running a pace of 4:08. She's not overdoing it.
So impressed with her.
Wow, that's still really fast.
Unbelievable. And look, I know she's not doing it easy out there, so anyone that thinks that I think otherwise, please, I know it is still tough. You've still got to get yourself around there, but truly, I'm not sure anyone would have realised that it was going to be this significant a lead for Daisy Davies all day long. She is literally crushing the field here today.
And yes, her position got strengthened by kilometer 23.4. Els Visser is now 10.5 minutes behind. So if Daisy Davies not completely explodes, then she can bring that home. And interesting to see in behind is if Els Visser still slows down, can Marta Lagovnik get closer? She is still running 20 seconds faster than Els. And however, it's still 5 minutes of a deficit. But with what did we start? We start with the two between had 8-9 minutes in between. So it's still 5. Tough for second half in the marathon. However, Els is extremely slowing down, one must say. On the other side, Marta on her first long distance.
It sounds like thunder outside.
Was it thunder?
Well, you know, I mentioned about everything else, but why not throw in a bit of thunder and lightning while we're at it? I mean...
Well, yeah, for some more action, to put in more action. You see Pascal Tischler here. Here's, like we said, the partner of Antonia Milowski, thank you.
That's
well,
right.
Yeah, weather forecast says there can be some thunderstorms later on. Well, we'll see. We're sitting in a tent. Everything's fine.
Yeah. It'll be fine. It's the athletes I'm worried about.
Yeah, that's.
But I'm sure they'll be fine. I mean, that's why they are the toughest.
There's already a thunderstorm, we're being told. Thank you.
They are the toughest on earth. A little thunderstorm not going to sway these guys and these
Especially not that girl.
No. I don't think anything's going to sway this girl. She's unbelievable.
I think when the lightning comes down, she can put up her hand and sends it back to the sky. Because she seems unbeatable today. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but Daisy Davies, on what run with that weather conditions? We said, okay, British conditions, something she likes. But, okay, coming out of the water first, there was something to expect. But staying in first position on the whole bike, keeping the distance, and now on the run, creating more distance.
More distance, that's right. Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And we will be talking about this race of Daisy's for quite some time. And what a future she has in the sport. You know, I always love it when every race I've attended this year, there's always been someone, whether it be male, female, but some up-and-coming athlete. I still remember the first time I saw Alana Siffert, another youngster, start racing, and you could tell straight away that this young woman had something special. And I look and see what she's gone on to achieve, and now I see the same sort of thing in Daisy Davies. Just the maturity, the patience that this young woman has shown today all day long. Never faltered, never cracked.
If she would go on like that, I ask my app, it tells me it's supposed to be a 2 hours 53 marathon. Okay, we'll see if that can happen, but wow, that would be insane. The fastest marathon is held by Elisabetta Corridori, I still remember.
It is indeed, yes.
I have to check about the time back there. Here it is, a 2:52:32 marathon. That would be really close to the record. I must say I don't know what the total time then would be. That would mean she would finish in around 60 minutes, 61 minutes. That would be 8 hours 27. Wow, okay, that's really far away, but that would be...
Imagine doing that for your first ever
why not?
full distance
Faster than Elena Siffert last year, 8:30. Not as fast as Malin de Boer last year, 8:22. However, first long distance, come on. What else do you wish for? Whoa. But, well, let's see. She hasn't slowed down.
She's just so consistent this entire marathon. And I obviously realise that the last lap is indeed the hardest, but she's just ticking it over, not looking phased by anything. Shoulders are still nice and relaxed. She doesn't have that awkward lean that you get as soon as the body starts to tighten up. The muscles in the neck and the shoulders start to tighten up, and you start to get that little bit of a lean going. It's a body just starting to tell you this is starting to really leave a mark, but I don't see any of that. I see nothing. I see nothing but a confident young woman having the race of her life.
And on the way to beat her bib number, what was her goal.
She's well and truly doing that here today.
In the men's race, when we believe the predictions, or if the race goes on like now, Tristan Oli would finish at a time of 7 hours 41:45. Will Draper is set to finish at a time of 7 hours 42:26. So that would be 30 seconds apart.
Nice and close.
Can somebody tell him?
Well, that's what I want. Can you put that order in for me now? Because I would love to see a sprint finish. And I tell you what, if it came down to a sprint finish, I think I'd put my money on Will Draper after watching him at T100 London.
True. With the slippy ground and the curve in the end, wow, that could be really interesting. I see the sun is back.
Just as we anticipated, honestly. Speaking of times, and of course at the end of the day they are secondary to taking the win, but the time that you just predicted for Tristan would make it his fastest race that he's ever done.
Of course,
so
yeah.
His fastest was earlier this year in Roth, where he went 7:49:59. So that would be the icing on the cake if you were able to take the win. So European champion, Dutch champion, and a new PB over the distance. I mean, you couldn't ask for much more.
Same, by the way, for the women's race. Marta Wagovnik, is how you say that. Marta Wagovnik is set to finish at 8 hours 40:43. while Elsvisser is set to finish with 8 hours 41:44, so a minute faster. So if everything goes the way it goes, oh, and Tristan is struggling.
It's just these shoes. It's
the shoes, right?
Shoes on the pavers. There's just no traction, no grip for these particular race shoes. These new race shoes, they've got no grip. They're great on the asphalt, no problem, like you can see now. But every time he has to change surface and he goes onto those smooth pavers, and particularly when he has to corner with them, he's got nothing. So he's basically sliding out each time, and that would be so annoying for him because he just wants to stay in that rhythm and hold it for as long as possible.
We were just told that in a sequence we couldn't see on screen because we were with Daisy that he fell actually and fell on his
He did fall. You know what, it looked, I mean, he was close to falling last time when he went through here and he had that pretty tight corner, and I thought, oof, this is going to be pretty close. He was able to hold himself up because he had the barricades to keep him up. He obviously didn't have anything like that here, but look, he'll be fine. That won't affect him. He's just got to keep on going. And sometimes the adrenaline that you actually push out when you have a fall like that can actually make you go faster.
Of course.
So it can actually work to your advantage. You don't want that adrenaline happening too early in the race, but at this particular point in time where he is in the race, it's not such a bad thing.
They did go past the Red Bull already, right? The mile or the kilometer.
I'm not sure Robert had anything left in him to be able to go for that kilometer.
Maybe.
So
or he saved it for that.
he could, maybe that's what he was doing.
Yeah, not sure.
All right, so this is the opportunity, of course. Good, smart, that he held on going around there, that he'll be able to see exactly where Will Draper is. We know it's less than the minute. Let's see if we can see it. Oh, it's looking pretty good so far for Tristan. I think if Will had any chance, here it comes now, I think. Yes, here it is now.
Not that much.
There he is. No, it's not that much. Come on. There he is. There's Will on one side, Tristan on the other. Of course, not giving each other anything. And why would they? But right now, I think the ball is in Tristan's court. He's got the crowds here. He's got the support here. He's got that added bonus of wanting to not only be the first Dutchman home, but the European champion. He was married on Tuesday. What a wedding gift to give himself and his wife. Would be the win here today.
And he was able to win.
Oh, slip sliding all over the place there. Look at that. He went cross country right then.
He was able to gain 5 more seconds.
I'm telling you, that slip, that fall would have, that adrenaline would have been absolutely pumping. Oh my gosh, he's having all sorts of problems now though.
I'd be interested if Will is struggling in the same way. Or if that's especially his shoes.
Yeah, these new super shoes, the carbon shoes, causing all sorts of issues in the last couple of weeks in triathlon, as we know.
Yeah, whereas while Will Draper is 1 minute roundabout behind Tristan Oli, Robert Cullen now 3 minutes 17 behind, so he lost quite a lot of time. Caught himself again, however, he is now, in beforehand he ran a 4-minute pace, now he's down to 4 minute 45.
Yeah, this is not good. If he continues to run at that pace, he will, there is a chance, a very, very
Will Grace will catch
strong
him.
chance that Will Grace will catch him. Will Grace still running sub 4 minute kilometre pace, which is needed. And Robert Cullen, like you just said, 4:45. I mean, that's not looking good for Robert. He needs to really rally right now. Interestingly enough, Will Draper at 34.7 was 57 seconds down. At the 36 kilometre mark, it's 56. So really these two men running the same pace right now out on course. If that's the way it's going to go now for the final dying kilometres, then Tristan Olai has definitely got this wrapped up.
So from the prediction side, Robert Cullen would finish 7 hours 46:26, and Will Grace in 7 hours 47:05. So still half a minute faster, but yeah, we don't know if Robert can keep up that pace. So fight for the podium. We have a fight for the podium, and we have a fight for the win. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, each fighting against each other. You look unhappy next to me.
No,
So
I'm
skeptical.
nervous. I'm nervous.
You're nervous.
These dying kilometres of a full distance race always make me nervous because you just don't know what you're going to get. I mean, we can look at Tristan now and he looks fantastic, and I know he's going to continue looking fantastic, but is he going to, I don't want him to fall on these slippery pavers, and then you've got, oh, like we said there, people cramping it. It can come on at any time.
Exactly 5K for him left.
Give it another kilometre and I'll start breathing properly again, because I think right now he looks very, very good. He'll be rallied by the crowds. They'll be pushing him forward. He's got athletes out on course cheering him on. And there you saw, oh, that was one. I just saw Will Draper on the other side of the course then. Probably the last opportunity that he will get to see exactly where Tristan is on course. It's been an incredible day so far here today in Almere-Amsterdam. We've been racing for 7 hours and 36 minutes for our women, 7:21 for our men. We've had every sort of weather condition known to mankind presented here today. The sun is out again.
Still 56 seconds between Tristan and Will. And still, just imagine, after 7 hours, 7.5 hours of racing, in the end a little more, only less than a minute. Wow. Well, in the women's race, Marta Wagovnik still working on the comeback to catch Els Visser, but still 4 minutes between those two. But the race is, of course, longer, still longer.
I'm telling you, if it is doable for Marta.
Yes.
Just under 4.5 minutes difference. And that was at the, just on the 26-kilometre mark. So are we going to see a similar situation that we saw in the men's race?
Crazy that Marta, on the last 3 kilometers, Daisy ran faster than Marta. Marta in leading position. She's not slowing down at all. She's running the fastest pace of all 5 women.
I would never have anticipated this at the beginning of the day. And that's what I love about racing. It's what I love about our sport. You can have all the predictions, all the stats in the world, but it's what happens on race day. It's what athletes are able to give of themselves each and every time they put on a race number. And here we have the added bonus that these athletes are not just racing for themselves here today. I mean, we're used to athletes putting on a race number and racing for themselves. Here, they are racing for their country. They are racing for the title of European champion. And it's incredible, just something like that, something simple, but it gives you extra motivation, extra drive to be able to get every last piece of yourself. I wonder if Tristan is able to hear the crowd from where he is on the course right now. I mean, it is absolutely pumping outside. And I wonder if it's being able to be carried across to where he is. Quick check of the watch just to make sure he's still on track.
Tristan now at kilometer 38.5. 2.5 left for him. 4.5, sorry. 3.5. Oh, my math is really struggling. Too many numbers today.
Hey, it's been a long day today.
Thank you, yeah. But yeah, if you believe the numbers, Tristan Oli 7:41.48 and roughly 40 seconds, 45 seconds behind maybe 50. That is when Will Draper will finish. So Will is running slightly faster, but not fast enough to catch up with him.
I wonder if these two men had ever predicted or had the scenario in their heads leading into this race that it would be such a close race between these two here today.
I guess not, yeah. They had a little chat in beforehand when we did the interviews yesterday outside. But yeah, let's be honest. I mean, Tristan Oli before the race said, I gonna win it, not I want to win it.
I know, and I
love
that he took the bull by the horns. And you know, so many times I get to press conferences and athletes will be like, oh, I just want to do my best. I'm just going to race my own race. And whatever that is, it will be. And I'm like, no, that is not racing.
Down the hammer.
You know, have the confidence. And I think people are sometimes scared to do that because they don't want to come across as arrogant or overconfident, but I don't think it is at all. If you've been training hard and your training's been going well and you've been hitting the numbers that you want to hit, then why can't you say, you know what, I know I'm coming into this race in really good form, and I know if I can have the race that I'm capable of, it will be enough to take the win. And you say that. I mean, if you can't believe in yourself, well, how can you expect anyone else to? And I always love it when they say, you know what, yep, I'm confident and I can do this. And Tristan was like that from the very first day. He wasn't arrogant about it, he was just matter of fact. And he said, I'm here to win and I'm going to do everything within my power to make sure that that happens. And he has. He's had a very, very intelligent race. And you know, you can't say that he just sat in and let others dictate the pace. He was on the front a lot, making sure that that gap between himself and Robert Cullen didn't blow out to something crazy. And he's gone on to run a really smart marathon, just as this young woman on screen right now has. Completely different race dynamic and tactics here today between our lead male and lead female, but both just as impressive at the end of the day.
Think about it, if you would have told her this morning, you're going to run a sub-3 marathon. If that ends like it, of course, you can slow down, but right now, she's on her way to a 2:53 marathon. Wow.
Amazing.
Her very first long distance.
And of course, almost about to begin lap 4 here. So she'll make a left-hand turn, make her way over the bridge and towards us, and then she will be finally out on her 4th and final lap. And again, if she was going to start to fade, it was going to be around now that we would see it. I'm yet to see it. She definitely has not faded. She's just kept it ticking over beautifully this entire marathon.
See how dry it's again. Crazy. We saw water standing on the streets there like 20 minutes, half an hour ago.
Now completely dry again. The sun is shining.
Through hell and back. It's set to be back at 18 degrees now. Yeah, I'm happy for the spectators too. Some sun. Some maybe are dry now again.
So that wind was up to 27 kilometres an hour at some points of today, gusts of up to 47 kilometres an hour. So we really have had everything tossed at us possible in terms of conditions. And all of these athletes handling it with absolute style. So big cheers for Daisy Davies as she makes her way out onto the fourth and final lap of the marathon here in Almere. I love the fact that the crowds are still there. Look at that. We know that it's been less than ideal weather conditions. We just had a torrential downpour of rain, followed by the sun shining again, but that has not deterred the crowds at all. They are out in force. And that's what you get when you've had a race steeped in so much history. It's been here for so many years. The city of Almere loves it. They embrace it. It is theirs.
Daisy has slowed down a little, which is totally fine, with a gap of 11 minutes. So now just control the run. You don't have to...
Nice to go into the final lap of the run with 11 minutes lead, 11 minutes up your sleeve. I mean, that's crazy, absolutely crazy. You know, I remember in May when we were in Chamarin together, you and I, for the championship, staying at the incredible Ex-Bionic Sphere, and watching this woman come home in second place. And I remember,
it was quite emotional afterwards too.
It was because, I mean, none of us expected it. I knew she was a great athlete. She was an up-and-coming athlete. She had a lot of potential. But even I didn't think that she was able to pull off a race like that against the field we had. And now, you know, roll forward to September, and she's about to win her very first full-distance event and will become European champion. As will this man on screen right now, making his way back towards us here, looking as smooth as butter right now. I'm sure he's not relaxing quite yet, Julian, but it will not be long before he truly realizes that this race is his, that he will be crowned European champion, that he will be crowned the Dutch champion. Pwah, what a day for this man.
One last section of headwind he has to survive, and then it's only a few hundred meters to the finish line.
You can't wipe the smile off my face. This has been incredible racing from these men here today.
And actually similar to last year, Jesper Svensson all the way took his time to overtake Joshua Lewis, and at some point he did, and then got away. This time, well, it's closer because he has Will Draper behind him. But still, yeah, it was about patience, tactical racing, not overtake it at the beginning of the marathon. You knew he can catch him later on, and he did so. And I think now when the sun is coming out, that also gives you a certain more of a push.
Interesting to talk about what's going on behind these men, though. Obviously, we know that Will Draper in second place. We can see that first and second place, pretty much a done deal, so to speak, right now. But what's going on behind, we've been told that both Robert Callan and Will Grace are both struggling. So, interesting things going on behind our leader. But our spotters out on course saying that they are struggling. We could see by the pace drop that Callan had He did manage to put it back down to about 4:30 pace, but still not the pace that he wants to be running.
Right, yeah, he was so kilometer 36 is the last time we had numbers, so 4 minutes 12 he was behind, then 6 minutes 13, so 2 minutes behind him was Will Grace. Wojciech Kopyczynski, 5th position, 7 minutes 50. But all of them are too far away from each other to have a big impact on the next one, I would say. Steven Norberg, he's now 8:59 behind Wojciech. Milan Bronze, 9:53, then Ojen Stojanovic, 11:20. So it's a pretty certain 1.5 minute step from each to the next athlete. Quite a lot, actually, for the last part of the race, that there are many changes could happen, but you never know.
And right now, I think it's almost at that point where Tristan can start to relax just a little and actually truly believe that he has got this race won. He knows that he just has to run to the end of this street. It's then a left-hand turn up and over the bridge, and then he'll be making his way towards us here, and that magical blue carpet that he will run down to then be crowned European champion. You can see the support for him on the side of the road. Every time someone screams, it's going to be that extra push that he needs to get into that finish line. Right now, both himself and Will running very, very similar speeds. He's got that gap that he needs. It's crazy right now, Julian. He can see the finish line from here, can't you? I mean, I've been out there running. You can literally see the finish line.
I think you can also hear lots of it as the wind comes from ahead.
Absolutely.
But yes, we have no idea what Will Draper is doing. We have the last split from kilometer 36, and then close to where you can see in the back here at the swim exit. There we have our next timing mat, and then we will know how far those two are separated. I mean,
great shot here, as you can see, Tristan.
But I don't see another bike behind him. I couldn't see anything, so I think it's still the same minute between those two. So Will is not too far behind. I just checked the by the way, if you're interested, a little late to say now, but the Challenge Family app is pretty amazing for that. You can save athletes that you prefer, that you want to see. You can follow them on a tracker, you can follow them on a map, which is really interesting. And on that one, Will Draper looks to be pretty close to Tristan still, I must say. It's not that far. Ooh. He's flying, I think, there in the back. I think he's giving it all.
Well,
explode or win it.
Will knows it's either now or never, so...
And on my tracker, he is like right behind him.
Ooh, this is going to come down to the wire, as we expected it to, as we wanted it to.
8 seconds. It's 8 seconds.
It is not.
It is 8 seconds.
Not.
Right behind Tristan only. We must see Will Draper. Will Draper is flying, and he knows he can win it all.
Maybe this is why.
Oh my goodness!
See Tristan so focused.
Left four.
I thought by now we would start to see him relax a bit, but there's no relaxing if someone's that close. Look at him now. He knows it's now or never. He really needs to.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
Absolutely go for it. He will make this left-hand turn now. Oh my gosh! They'll be screaming for him. Can he pull this off? Are we going to see a sprint?
It's 200 meters roughly between those two. Less than 200 meters. It's 1K to go. A little less than 1K to go.
We need to try and see exactly where Will is.
Here
oh
he
my gosh!
Here he comes. He is flying.
This is insane. We are
oh my goodness!
This is going to be a sprint finish.
Get out the way now.
Oh, honestly, I have no words.
Oh wow! What an effort of Will Draper.
I can't
on the last
this.
case of this marathon. And we're now going into a very long straight, face. Will do Drap the takeover right here already.
This is unbelievable. Never in my wildest dreams. I was joking when I told you about a sprint finish. Oh, you see,
Now he knows it.
behind.
Now
he knows
he
he's right there.
And now he's panicking, I would say. And you said it. You don't want to have a sprint finish against Will Draper.
No, you do not.
He won one against Sam Long. By the way, also tall guy. When will Will attack?
You know what? He's
Wow.
going to just bide his time. You watch this, and it will be strategic.
It's another.
It's not a simple sprint.
Yeah, and it's another curve, and it's gonna be. There's a.
And hold on, not just another curve, Julian. There's all of these athletes.
Yeah.
When he did the sprint in the T100, there were no other athletes. It was just the pro race. Now you've got age group athletes. You've got turns. You've got a turn here as well, and plus that sharp turn down the blue carpet.
And now he has to go. Now he's going for it.
Here we go. Oh, he's got it caught. There we go.
Oh, and he's flying.
My
He's
gosh.
flying, and Tristan
Has he gone
is
too
struggling.
early? Has he gone too early? No, look at that. Look at the look. Look at the look on Tristan's face. He's trying to give it absolutely everything. He's got nothing left to give.
Will is looking confident. Will is looking strong. Will is going for it. Will Draper from Great Britain. What a move on the last kilometers by the young British. And he's bringing it home, taking a turn to the left, celebrating already. This is your winner of Challenge Almere 2025, Will Draper.
I, for the first time in my life, have no words. I mean, I'm just going to sit with this for a second. Oh.
Wow, what a bummer for Tristan Oli.
This is literally unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I said to you at the beginning, and I was half joking, if it comes down to a sprint, you do not want to be sprinting against this man here. And look at that, his wife there consoling him. I mean, honestly, so close. Oh, look at him, he's so upset. And I understand. I mean, it's...
Absolutely.
It's bittersweet. He gave it everything. It was the smartest race I've seen Tristan do ever. But it's just...
Speaking of smartest racing, wow, Will Draper. How smart was that? That move in the one corner, he saw that there was space, and he knew that there are tons of athletes.
But there almost wasn't enough space. He hit the barricade for a second there. It was just...
Especially because Tristan was slipping again, and he had a little second where he could go through.
Oh, I literally, I'm still speechless. Chloe, if you're watching, far out. Now we really do need to catch up for a wine, because we need to celebrate this win. And look at that, the emotions are just starting to really come out now. He's so upset. And you know, you can't blame him. People out there saying, oh, you know, he shouldn't be getting upset. But when you put your heart and soul and you really start to believe that you've got this one, which he would have done. Why wouldn't he? I would have thought that I had this run.
Yep.
And then to have someone come and sprint you in the dying meters of a marathon, it's just incredible.
And of course, he feels like if he could, he would want to get those last kilometers back, maybe going a bit faster.
I can promise you now, in the next couple of months when he's out on training runs, he will be going over this scenario.
Oh yeah.
Over and over and over again.
And now we listen to the words of Will Draper.
Were you waiting for the final 500 meter, or was that just like your last impulse that you said, I see him, I'm gonna go and get him?
So with about 4 or 5K to go, I just thought, I've got nothing to lose, I'm just going to run as hard as I can. And I actually wasn't expecting to catch. And then all of a sudden the gap came right down, and I realized, even though I'm currently running as hard as I can, I'm now going to get myself into a sprint. So at the end of the long day, I played it safe. I waited just behind in the last sort of 700 or 800 meters, and I really backed myself for a sprint finish. And yeah, just went for it, and yeah, the amazing finish, and yeah, this one means a lot to me.
Yeah, indeed, because this is your debut race. I mean, this is a dream come true, Will.
Yeah, definitely. It really means a lot. I lost a close friend last week, so yeah, his name was Sam. He was a phenomenal supporter. His girlfriend Lucy is a professional, and yeah, if everyone just thinks, if Sam is, spend another moment just appreciating those that can support you, and yeah, I really kind of closed for him.
We're vulnerable athletes. That's what's happening when we're on the bike. So we need to treasure that we can do this as a sport. And these are great words to Sam, to Lucy, from Will Draper. What a finish! Wow. I mean, it's an emotional one. But afterwards, when are you going to realize your very first full distance? You are the new European champion.
Yeah, it was. I felt like I was out my depth at the end of the bike. I've really not had much chance to focus on the longer bikes, and I really struggled. But the way the course worked, it was a tailwind the last 20k. I knew this, so I just thought, you know what, I'll start the run. I even thought about not finishing. I ran my way into it, and yeah, just took each sort of kilometre as they came, and yeah, just kept my chin up, and it's an incredible debut, but maybe not rushed to do another one. It was very hard work.
All right, great job from Will Draper. Give him a big hand to your new European champion from the Isle of Man, Will Draper.
And look at that. On the finish line.
Congratulations from Tristan Olij, and I think
we're going to speak to Tristan now.
For a few words, maybe first 2 words in English, and then we'll switch to Dutch. Tristan, 8 seconds.
Je mag gewoon kloten zeggen, hoor.
Je vrienden en je familie zijn. We zullen meteen in het Nederlands beginnen. Die zijn daar, die hebben jou de wedstrijd van je leven zien doen. Je bent gestoten op een fantastische Will Draper in die laatste 500 meter. Maar wat een race. Je hebt je persoonlijk record met 10 minuten verbeterd.
Ja, ik wist het niet dat hij achter me zat. Je kreeg verkeerde informatie door. En ik liep de laatste 5 kilometer nog lager 3:40. Dus ik dacht, met 5 kilometer te gaan was het nog 50 seconden. Ik dacht, hij kan niet dichterbij komen. Maar hij laatste stuk gewoon 3:30 moeten lopen en ik dacht, nou, dat redt hij nooit. En met 500 meter te gaan, bij het bruggetje keek ik achter me, toen zat hij achter me. En ja, met het sprinten en ja, het laatste, ik had het was behoorlijk glad, het laatste stuk, maar hij had gewoon meer over de laatste 500 meter. En, ja, balen. Ik had dat niet aan zien komen, maar ja, een race van mijn leven, denk ik. Ik loop een mega marathon PB. Ik heb de wedstrijd gemaakt, denk ik, op de fiets ook. Ja, balen. Nu, ja, kut.
Het is balen, inderdaad, die tweede plaats. Maar straks kan je met trots terugkijken op een fantastische race. Yes. Op een nieuw PP, op een Nederlandse titel. Met vrienden en met familie erbij.
Ja, dat zeker. Maar ja, het is nu even kut.
Dan snappen we. Voilà, geef er nog een applaus mee. Uw nieuwe Nederlandse kampioen, Tristan Olij.
Oh.
Vice European
Such incredibly emotional scenes down there on the finish line. Who would have thought after 7 hours and 41 minutes of racing, it would come down to a mere 8 seconds between these two men. Truly, I mean, Julian, it has to be one of the most remarkable finishes I have ever witnessed in long distance racing.
Absolutely, because it wasn't a shoulder-to-shoulder run on the last 5K, but it was out of a sudden. There was Will 8 seconds behind, overtaking and taking the win, and that just came all so sudden. Also for Tristan, I guess, because Tristan was, I don't want to say in a comfort zone, but I think Tristan felt pretty secure on his way. And if he had
maybe he should have. I mean, I would have if I was him. And he didn't slow down. We could see from his pace. Our spotters out there were telling us he didn't slow down. He was running the same pace. He looked comfortable.
But maybe he didn't have known. If he had known, had he gone faster or so? And your face lights up for Robert Cullen.
Well, you know, I always like it when you've had an athlete that led most of the day, but then unfortunately wasn't able to hold on. But look at this. Will Grace was able to come from behind. We were told that both Will Grace and Robert Cullen were suffering out there in the dying kilometres of the run. And it was very close between these two. And look at that. Will Grace taking that final spot on the podium, with Robert Cullen coming in 4th place. Incredible race from this young Brit. He was able to rally right at the end. Oh, Great Britain, haven't they had a day in the sun here today, or the rain, or a little combination of both, but incredible racing from these two British athletes, both with the same first name. So Will Draper in first, Will Grace in third. I am absolutely blown away by the racing that we've seen. Just so incredibly impressive in less than ideal conditions, let's be honest.
And saying that, 7 hours 41:40 is for Will Draper, the 5th fastest time. He was just 14 seconds slower than Jesper Svensson last year. And also, of course, the time of Tristan Oli is the 6th fastest time ever here. So
and
amazing
look at
results.
That. Wojciech has come from nowhere as well and has overtaken Robert Callan.
Wow.
So right now, Wojciech home in 4th position, and it looks like Robert Callan will take 5th position as long as we haven't missed any other athletes in between. But, you know...
No, Sebastian Norberg is too far away.
Robert Callan really started to struggle those final kilometres of the run, but he's rallied, he's brought it home. Home today in 5th position. But Wojciech, Kopachinski, brilliant effort from him. But that run time of Will Draper, he told me that he wanted to run 2:38. He ended up with a 2:39.15. But that was enough for him to take that win. Oh, and look at Robert, he's given it absolutely everything. He's just mentally, physically, emotionally exhausted.
He had if I see that right, he had a 2:53.49 marathon. Am I right with that?
For Will Draper, no, 2:39.15.
No, for
Robert Callan, yes. It wasn't the marathon that he wanted or expected, but I'm just glad he made it home. As we're back with our women's race, Daisy Davies. At least in the women's race, we're not going to get anything so crazy. I don't know if my heart can take another sprint finish.
Wait for Elswitzer versus maybe
stop it.
Marta.
I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready for it.
Yeah.
Just incredible.
But let's have a look back. Yeah, we haven't heard much of the women's race so far. Kilometer 32.4. So last time we had numbers. Daisy Davis, 12:19 ahead of Elswitzer. And 15:56 ahead of Marta. So between Els and Marta, we had 4.5 minutes. So still, Marta is constantly running faster than Els, but it might be enough for the Dutch to secure her 2nd place. But 12.5 minutes on the remaining 7.5 kilometers. Now it's less now. For Daisy Davis, not much should go wrong.
No, she's taken control of this race from the very early stages, from when the gun went off this morning, and she really has not looked backwards at all. And just going over the men's race again, of course, Will Draper from Great Britain taking 1st place today. Tristan Olai in 2nd, 8 seconds separating the two. Will Grace with that fantastic final kilometres to get that final spot on the podium in 3rd. Wojciech Kapczynski in 4th place from Poland, and then Robert Callan from Sweden in 5th place, and Sebastian Norberg taking out 6th place in the professional men's race here today. Absolutely blown away by that finish today between Will Draper and Tristan Olai.
It's less than 5 kilometers to go, exactly 4.8 for Daisy Davis to bring home her very first long distance, and that would also mean her very first long distance win and the European Championship title Wow, that would be amazing. We will see how this will end in just a few minutes as we send you in a very last commercial.
Activate.
And we are back with our professional women's race. And while our professional men's race here in Almere is pretty much done and dusted, we turn our eyes to the women. And this woman on screen right now, Daisy Davies, took a stranglehold of this race very, very early on, and she simply has not looked back. 23 years of age. She only just turned 23 back in June. But showing the maturity well beyond her young years here. Her first time ever over this distance. And she is absolutely killing it. We know back in second place, Els Visser from the Netherlands. And in third, Marta Wagovnik from Poland. And after the excitement of our men's race, it's going to be good to know that there'll be no sprint finish for first here today. Daisy Davies really does look like she has that first place wrapped up tightly. I'm not sure if we had have asked Will Draper at the beginning of the week if he thought it was possible for him to become the European long distance champ in his first ever full distance race. But he certainly did it in the most difficult way possible with that sprint finish. While we have the men's flower ceremony happening back here at the finish line, we are going to keep all eyes on our women's race from here on in. Will Marta Wagovnik be able to catch Els Visser, or will Els Visser be able to hold on to second place? So we know that that lead has really blown out now for Daisy Davies. Close to 13 minutes over Els Visser from the Netherlands. We're waiting to see just how far back Marta Wagovnik is right now. But we know that that will be our podium here today. Our women's race so very, very different to our men's race, where we had a couple of two lead changes in our men's race. We had Robert Cullen leading for most of the day. He was overtaken by Tristan Olai, and then in the dying meters of the run, overtaken by Will Draper. Now women's race, Daisy Davies leading from the gun and really just getting stronger and stronger as the day went on. Right now on her final lap, still ticking it over beautifully. So our flower ceremony down on ground here. Will Draper on that top spot, looking very, very happy, as he should. We knew he was coming into this race here today in exceptional form. He'd been on a roll all year round, coming fresh off a win at Challenge Samarkand. I believe this was his 8th race of the year. So he's done a lot of racing, and I'm pretty sure there's still more to come. He's here with his mum and dad. They will be over the moon. I tell you what, I might need to tell Will that every time he races, his parents need to come with him, because they seem to be a good luck charm. He won his very first pro race back in April at Challenge Gran Canaria. His mum and dad were there. And now again, very first time over this distance, wins it. Mum and dad are here again, so I think they are good luck charms for the young man.
No pressure on them. But
No pressure, mum and dad, but you're going to be coming with him from now on in. But you know, it's bittersweet. I am so happy for Will, but so upset for Tristan. I mean, it was so close, and it's just, this is the way racing is. It's the way we want it to be. It's the way it should be. I mean, our sport has progressed to such a stage where we are fighting for seconds at the end of a 7.5, 8 hour race, and that's how it should be. That shows that the level of competition is continuing to rise each and every year, each and every season. We are just getting greater athletes, more consistent athletes, deeper fields of athletes, and to see sprint finishes now in full distance races, as crazy as it is, I mean, for the spectators, you could not ask for more.
Absolutely. And as we said, especially the way it was set up, like we saw it, not like McCormick and Leda back then, shoulder by shoulder for 20 kilometers, but here, all of a sudden, there was Will. All of a sudden, he was able to overtake and sprint finish. Wow. I don't want to say, on the other side, not too many emotions in the women's race for the win, but there will be emotions, I'm absolutely sure, because as cool as she might look here, Daisy Davies, already in Chamarin, she was emotional, extremely emotional.
She's got a great poker face. I mentioned that before, but yes, I have a feeling that as soon as we see her cross that finish line, when that realization that she's just won her very first full distance race at her very first attempt, and the time that she is going to do, I mean, I could only dream about doing those sorts of times back when I was racing. And as I keep saying, the level of triathlon just continues to blow my mind with these young athletes that are coming in, and they're just saying, you know what, I don't care what was done in the past, this is what I'm doing right now, and that bar just continues to be raised time and time again.
Yes. On her way to a 2:55:30 marathon, now a little slower, 2 minutes slower than before. If she can keep it up a little, there's a chance to go sub 8:30 in your very first long distance.
Not quite quite sure what's going on down there, but anyway.
Going for a swim session here.
Welcome to Almere, where anything goes. That's great. It's such a great venue for a triathlon. It really is. Everything is in one place. I mean, as I said, all of us, the team and the athletes, get to stay right across the road at the Leonardo Hotel. It is just so convenient. Literally took us, 60 seconds to get to our studio today. It's a little bit longer for the athletes, because obviously transition is that 900 metres up the road. But it's funny, I saw Will Draper this morning and he looked really chuffed with himself. He was coming back to the hotel as I was heading down here. I said, what are you looking so chuffed about? He goes, I was the smart one. I rode one of the city bikes down to transition to set up my transition area, and then I rode it back while all the other athletes had to walk. I'm like, maybe that was the key to success.
The 8 seconds maybe, yeah, you know.
You know, that 900 metres walk each way.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, like you say, the people of Almere are so great. We said it before, 800 volunteers for more than 3,000 athletes on the course yesterday and today. And it doesn't stop when the pro athletes have finished.
Party's just getting started.
We're gonna party until the very end. So each and every athlete. And it's a big party at night later on.
There are not too many races these days that I legitimately want to and can make it to the end. The full distance races. Challenge Roth, of course, is the first one. Would never miss it in a million years. And this is another one, Challenge Almere-Amsterdam. I am always here till the death, because it's just such a great atmosphere and just so much fun and such an incredible celebration of our sport of triathlon. And there may or may not be a sneaky little glass of wine, of course. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that, Julian.
I didn't say that loud. But no, absolutely right. The stand's going to be packed again later on too. And it's that cool mentality, or the great mentality of the Dutchies, how they celebrate with us, totally going crazy to all styles of music out there. And just, yeah, sending a smile to each and every finisher here at Challenge Almere 2025. So crossing that bridge, it's not too far to go for Daisy Davies. 1.6 kilometers left.
Wow, wow, wow.
And she's sped up a little bit, it says. Pace of, well, back to 4:10 at least. Not the fastest she was before, but still.
You think she's going for that sub 8:30 mark? I think she is.
I think, yeah, I think they told her.
I think they've told her, and she's looked at her watch and she thought, hold on a second here.
Well, you can count now. It's 4:10 pace, 1.5 kilometers left. Wow.
So many incredible athletes coming out of Great Britain right now. And I think for someone young like Daisy Davies, you look at someone like Kat Matthews, and she's been such an inspiration, because someone like Kat, just there are no limits, and her attitude towards racing. And I really think that we can see this resonating in other athletes, like these youngsters like Daisy Davies, that look at these women and think, well, you know what? I want to be exactly like you. And they come in with this attitude of anything and everything is possible. You've just got to believe it. And the way that she's raced today, she hasn't held herself back. There's been no limitations. I mentioned it right at the beginning. Ignorance can be bliss sometimes when it comes to doing things for the first time. There's no limits that she's putting on herself. But I love to see young athletes just have a red hot crack and not look back, and that's exactly what she's done here today.
Maybe one last look to the chase group. So far we can say Els Visser is defending her second place. She kept up running a little faster, maybe knowing that Marta is getting closer, but still, yeah, less than 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes, but Marta got slower, a lot slower.
And you know what's that's the experience of Els Visser, you know, knowing just how far and how hard and deep she needs to dig, and she can do it if she needs to. And That's just years and years and years of experience. And Els Visser, I mean, as I said, anyone that knows her knows that she is an incredibly special human being, and she has that tenacity and that resilience to literally go that extra mile above and beyond her competitors.
And she wanted that, and I think she can motivate herself, or at least force herself so much with the home crowd here, finishing on the podium in second position.
And you know what's crazy? For the first time ever, 2 British athletes crowned European champion. First time ever at Challenge Almere that we've had 2 British athletes win, and 2 Dutch athletes in second.
True, yeah, indeed. Yeah, Marela Vagovnik in the 3rd place. She will bring that home most likely. She has 5 minutes on. 4th place from Austria, Gabi Oppmann. Also, great race from her, I must say. Absolutely.
She will be thrilled with that race.
Yes, she won a lot of positions. And then Antonia Milowski in 5th position. Again, 1 more 5 minutes behind. But now this is the celebration for Daisy Davis on her very last kilometer.
We're at 8:26, so 4 minutes to go to break that magical 8-hour 30 mark.
Right now, the numbers say 8:29:12, so she has 48 seconds left then. And that is quite a lot actually for 1K to go slower, so actually she should make it when she keeps that pace up. Well, Daisy Davis is on her last kilometer. A quick look at the finishers of the men's race. So we ended with Robert Cullen, Sebastian Norberg, 6th position. Milan Brons finished 7th, 12.5 minutes behind. Onyen Stojanovic, first out of the water, now 8th, 13.5 minutes behind. Moreover, we have Mathieu Merlon in 9th position and Mikel Ramos from Spain completing the top 10. This is the finish of our men's race. And now we wait for the finish line one more time to explode, to celebrate a winner at Challenge Almere, to celebrate an amazing race of Daisy Davis. Her debut in a long distance race. Here she comes. She might miss the 8:30 slightly.
Don't say that. Come on, Daisy.
It's a minute left. It's quite far for a minute to go.
And you can see very, very busy on course right now with all of our athletes from the European Long Distance Championship.
She's checking her watch.
I know.
Come on, Daisy. Give it all.
The distance race, so many athletes on course.
Could work out.
It should almost not be allowed for her to break 8:30 in her very first attempt, let's be honest.
I would give her that. After that day, think about that weather.
I tell you what, this is going to be really, really close.
There's one more curve.
I can't watch. I can't watch. It's too much for my poor heart today.
The electricity is back. Come on, give it all, Daisy. Oh, she's fighting. Look at her face.
Look at that face. I think she knows now. She can see that clock. Come on, Daisy. Come on.
25 seconds.
This is the first time all day, Julian, that I've actually seen some emotion on her face. She is gritting her teeth. Let's go, let's go. 15 seconds.
You can do it, come on. Ah, that's too close, it's too close. It's too far to go. It's too far.
Oh, she's literally just going to miss it. That was incredible. But honestly, I don't think she will care whatsoever. She is now the European champion. Daisy Davies from Great Britain, your European champion at just 23 years of age. Unbelievable. She really did give it everything at the end there. As I said, it was only those final meters that I actually saw her have to push.
What a dominant race, wow.
I mean, this is a woman that's had some wins before. It's not like this is her first win. Last year, she was the winner of Challenge Wales. She was the winner of Challenge Bubaku. Third at Challenge Gran Canaria this year. Second at the championship. But yes, oh, I'm doing that in style. Oh, I like this woman. She's amazing. Needs a little bit of work on the floor, but you know.
She's got time.
She's got time. I'm 23. We've got years to work on that. But to now have a win over the...
It's like she can't really grab what just happened to her.
No, I mean, I can understand that. First time over the distance, first time winning.
European champion. Right here at the finish line, a double victory for Great Britain. 2 debutants. What were you thinking, Daisy? You see, oh, Will Draper is going to win his very first full distance. I need to win my very first full distance.
I didn't actually know, so you lost to him. I'm absolutely knackered. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, the last lap and run was tough. But yeah, the crowds were epic, and I'm just really pleased to come across the line first. So thanks a lot.
Is this a dream come true? I mean, what a debut. Look at your finish time, taking the gold in the European Championships, and that as a first-timer.
Yeah, I know. I didn't really come here expecting to win. It was more just learning about the distance, and to come away with the win, I'm super chuffed. So yeah, I'm really pleased.
And this tastes like more, or do we need to ask that tomorrow?
You can ask me that tomorrow, because my legs are knackered.
Voilà, ze is er heel wel voor gegaan. Mogen wij een daverend applaus voor de nieuwe Europese kampioene, Daisy Davies.
I love that, Julian. My legs are knackered. It's so English.
She cannot really... I think she can enjoy it, but I think it will take some time that totally hits her what has happened today.
Absolutely. I mean, so young, and she said it herself. She didn't come here thinking that she was going to win. She came here just wanting to try the distance. She thought that this distance would suit her, but, you know, to pull off the win, I think it's going to take a couple of days for it to truly sink in.
Looking at her time, 8 hours 30:15. With that, she was 1 second faster than our last year's second place, Alena Siffert.
Ah, actually. Interesting. And they are very, I think they are the same age, actually.
Yeah.
They are.
Now the second fastest time ever in Almere. With these weather conditions, just imagine.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And now we're waiting for Els Visser. She was roughly 12 minutes behind. So with that, she will not beat her own personal best at Challenge Almere. That dates back to the year 2023 when she won the race, 8 hours 36:24. So also that time was beaten by Daisy Davies today.
Daisy, she wouldn't even know or realise that she now has the second fastest time here ever.
So far no one told her, but yeah, we can text her maybe later.
Really, where do you go from here though? If this is the benchmark that you've just set yourself for your very first full distance race.
I think we said exactly the same about Alena Siffert last year.
We did too,
yeah.
and we've been eating our words ever since because she's gone on to do so many incredible things.
Yeah, we know where it ended, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at Roth, I mean, wow.
Exactly. great to see those grandstands packed solid on both sides.
Yeah, one more word about Daisy. A 2:56.33 marathon.
Wow.
That is a lot.
To break 3 hours on your first go, honestly, just because it's so easy to get things like pacing, nutrition, hydration, to get those right, to really nail those in your first ever attempt, really difficult. You can be healthy, fit, ready to go for the distance, but to actually be able to put it together on the day and to get those things correct in your first attempt, and then couple that with the conditions that they were presented today. I mean, they didn't know whether it was going to rain, storm, hail, sun was out. I mean, it was just incredible. Really, the wind that was blowing during the ride, and then again on the run, that storm that came through. These are things that you have to deal with. And for her to do it on her first go, not having ever raced longer than a middle distance race, absolutely remarkable. One of the things Daisy just told one of our interviewers down on ground there at the finish line was that the experience in the stadium was the greatest finish line experience she's ever had in her career so far.
It looks quite warm now again out there, look. Some already not in shorts. By the way, in shorts. Hans, one of the speakers on ground, ever since this morning, running around in shorts. He's from Belgium. Maybe that's the reason why. I met him this morning when I was freezing next to the cameraman. He came to me, hey, everything fine, and he was like wearing shorts.
No, I'm still thawing out. It's going to take another few hours.
I feel better now.
It's weird. Too cold for this Aussie, but I must admit, fantastic run conditions. So many athletes out on course now, so all of our age group athletes vying for European champion. We've got our open long distance race and relay, our middle distance race, our aqua bike over the middle distance and long distance, our para athletes. It's such a huge event today. Around 2,500 athletes racing today.
Having a look at Elswisser, 1.2 kilometers left for the Dutch former champion of Challenge Almere.
And of course, it doesn't finish at the end of the day here today. Next weekend, we've got Challenge San Remo. On the 11th of October, we've got Challenge Vubacu in France. On the 18th of October, Challenge Peguera Mallorca. And then on the 26th of October, we've got Challenge Barcelona and Challenge Forte Village in Sardinia. We've then got Challenge Jaime and Challenge Canberra to end the year. Big year of racing. And then we start it all again early next year. First race up on the calendar, Challenge Serbanias in Abu Dhabi. It was a fantastic inaugural event this year. And I know that they have got some big plans up their sleeve for next year's race, and it is going to be unreal. And we've got Challenge Wanaka as well. Can't wait to get back there. For sure, one of the most visually spectacular courses in the world. Greatest things about this sport is the places that it takes you, Julian. I mean, I would never have thought in a million years that I would visit Uzbekistan.
Right.
So to get the opportunity to go there this year and work at Challenge Samarkand, it blew my mind. What an incredible country, and that race is just brilliant.
Yeah, the countries, you get to know the cultures, the people. Every time, everywhere we go, it's so great because especially sports brings people together, brings joy together, and that is the nice thing of our job here and of the joy those races can bring to all the people.
Absolutely. It's one of the greatest things about sport.
Els Visser now, so to say, has finished her last lap, so she is 900 meters away from the finish line. Has slowed down a little bit. Doesn't affect.
I dare say that she's savouring these final meters.
She will, yes. But not easily, because Marta is close.
Oh, don't
not
do
the
that
same.
to me again. It better
It's not the
be.
same like before, but when I see the two dots on my screen, it is close. Depending on if Marta can now really set it all off, because she can actually see it. Marta now is at the swim's exit, and Els is now on her last curve. I think it's enough, but it's maybe 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, I can't. I have a limit. One sprint per race. Thank you very much. She'll need to save that to the next race.
Now, I think it should be enough for Els. It's like 40, 50 seconds roundabout. That wouldn't be much actually, but I think it's even a little more. But it's enough for Els to now celebrate. Actually, we should see her right there in the back on the right side. She just has crossed the bridge, so somewhere in the amount of people, there she is making her way. Oh, thank you to the cameraman in this moment. So somewhere there, Els Visser is supposed to be. I see a bike, yes,
I do
and I
too.
see her right behind the bike.
There she is with the white cap on. I can see her. Come on, Els, you are almost there.
Yes, she will make it. And I think for her, it's still a great result.
Absolutely. No.
Of course, she would have left to win the race, but
then
to be
again,
fair, and she will do that.
she
Yeah.
knew she was coming into this race, probably not at the sort of fitness that she knew she needed to take the win here today. She made no excuses, though, which is typical Els. No excuse whatsoever. She's been very, very busy. As we see Marta Wagovnik also making her way now towards the finish. Great racing from Marta. Again, first time ever over this distance. I know she will be so happy with that final spot on the podium. Wonderful women's podium here today. So after a DNF in 2022, a win in 2023, roll it forward now to 2025, the European Championship, and it will be second place for this woman on screen now. Big smiles all around for Els Visser from the Netherlands. I'm not sure if they're smiles or if that's a grimace or a little bit of both.
Now she has 3 minutes left. She can now totally enjoy. Our tracker has played a little trick here on us.
Oh, you can see just gritting her teeth, those final meters. This has not come easy. Nice thumbs up, and that's a proper smile from Els Visser. She will be greeted with the biggest of cheers right now. Look at those crowds, Julian. That's crazy. Love to see it. And coming home in second place here today, it will be Els Visser from the Netherlands. and she will be the Dutch champion, of course. There's her mum and dad. So mum there, two of her biggest supporters, I know. And then a big hug there from our winner, Daisy Davies. So first and second place. Jort Flam, the CEO of Challenge Family, also there to congratulate her. We had Richard Belderock as well, putting her medallion around her neck. And right now I can see the red and white suit of Marta Wagovnik also in the distance. She had such a tough time getting here. 2 planes cancelled. The third over an hour delayed. Finally made it here.
It was not enough for Marta Wagovnik to catch up on Els Visser, but still, hey, what a marathon by Marta on her very first full distance. She did, of course, a longer distance with the World Triathlon Long Distance Championships, but not a full distance. And now here she comes. A well-deserved third place for Marta Wagovnik from Poland.
You can see just how much this has taken out of her today. But still running so well. I definitely think this is a distance that Marta should concentrate on moving forward. I think it's a distance that will suit her, particularly with the strength of her marathon. As I said, not the smoothest run up to this race, so to be able to come home in third, she will be over the moon. You can see the emotions now. You know, I was writing to her a couple of days ago and she said, I don't think I can make it. I've just had my plane cancelled. She then messaged me the next day, it's just been cancelled again. What is going on here, Belinda? I can't get to Almere. And she truly thought that she was not going to be able to get here in time. And so I think now the emotion of all of that, and now finally finishing, coming home in third, realizing what she's done. You know, you're physically, mentally, and emotionally exhausted at the end of a full distance race. It's the craziest feeling in the world. And I love nothing more, Julian, than seeing this on the finish line. Three girls, these 3 ladies, absolutely remarkable in every sense of the word. I could not have asked for a better podium if I tried. Wonderful, wonderful women. And that is just typical of Marta. She is one of the friendliest female professionals that you will find on the circuit.
Marta Wagovnik finished in a time of 8 hours 47:27. A marathon of 2 hours 56:07. That was in the end 26 seconds faster than the one of Daisy Davis. Wow. Great effort of the young Poland.
don't think it will be too long now before we see the likes of Gabriella Obman also make her way to the finish line. Another strong performance from her.
She was 5 minutes behind. So within the next 2 minutes, we should see her arriving on the blue carpet. First on the red one, then on the blue carpet. She has finished her 4th lap. So anytime soon, we will be able to see her. So Gabriele has now taken a turn to the left along the parking lot. So behind that tent that we can see on that long way she's now. Where actually she is round that corner. She must be here somehow. And I think when we switch to the finish line, we should see her there. Gabriele must be on the finish line any second now, because she has that last turn right ahead, sorry. She has 100 meters left, so she is supposed to be here anytime soon, according to our tracker system.
And here she is. That's what we were waiting for. Gabby Obermann from Austria, now across the line in 4th place. Super solid race from Gabby here today. She'll be very happy with that. First time here in Almere for Gabby. Won't be too long before we see the flower ceremony for our top 3 professional women. Love the big hugs on the finish line between all of our professional women. Such incredible camaraderie amongst them all. Our professional men and our professional women.
first place, winner of the gold medal and the new 2025 European champion long distance triathlon in the Challenge Almere-Amsterdam. Please give it up for Great Britain, Daisy Davies. And now, Almere, please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Great Britain. And Daisy Davies. And you girls know what's up right now. The champagne shower ceremony. Yes, yes. Run away, run away. All right, give them a big hand. Go on, Almere. The champagne shower ceremony. Marta Lagovnik, Els Visser and Daisy Davies, your new European champion. Thank you very much, girls. I'm gonna grab the occasion. Or do you first want some pictures of the girls? Yeah, okay, so get together on the highest step. En give them a big hand. Kom aan Almere, zet die handen op elkaar voor dit fantastische top 3 podium. Bij de dames, Polen, Nederland en Groot-Brittannië op 1, 2 en 3. Hier in Almere, nou, een fantastische race.
Great to see the sun finally back out and shining for the celebration of our top 3 women here at the European Long Distance Championship.
De finish, dat was zo mooi.
Ja, ik moest ervoor strijden, het laatste rondje. Ze kwam steeds dichterbij en het gat werd steeds kleiner. Ik dacht, oké, ik moet nu echt pushen om ervoor te blijven. En soms dan kan je ook vechten op een dag, dus soms heb je die vechtlust niet echt. Maar vandaag dacht ik, oké, ik laat hem niet schieten en ik ga gewoon voor de tweede plek.
En Nederlands kampioenen, dat is ook mooi, hè?
Ja, zeker. Het is toch altijd speciaal om die titel te pakken, dus heel blij mee ook. Ja.
En hoe hard ben jij vandaag vooruitgestuurd door dat gekke Almeerse publiek?
Ja, dat was echt bizar. Het is super speciaal om in Nederland te racen. De toeschouwers, maar ook zoveel atleten op het parcours die dan de hele tijd mijn naam riepen en me aan het aanmoedigen waren. En, het is toch een super speciale race voor mij en ik ben ontzettend blij dat ik hier aan de start stond vandaag.
En wij waren ook ontzettend blij dat jij erbij was en dat jij de nieuwe Nederlandse kampioene bent. What a resilience, Els Visser!
What a wonderful podium this was. Marta Vagovnik, Els Visser and Daisy Davies as this year's winner of Challenge Almere 2025. And with that, Belinda, we can say we will be back in Almere. We will now keep on celebrating all the athletes out there, of course, until the very end, until our big party tonight on the finish line. And of course, we will be back too next year on September 12th, 2026 for next year's race.
And I can't wait. Thank you, Julian. It was a wonderful day. It far exceeded even my expectations. And I've got some pretty high expectations when it comes to the race here in Almere. Having it as the European Championship is just adds that next level. And we saw that today with racing. It's so incredible when an athlete puts on their country colours, they grow wings. And we saw that today in our men's race. We saw it today with Daisy Davies doing something extraordinary at only 23 years of age to come out and win her very first long distance event. And Yeah, two very, very deserving champions, but it was an incredible day, and I'm still buzzing.
Absolutely right. I mean, on the other side, as you say, a really young Will Draper takes the win in an incredible, clever way in the end, tactically, brilliantly in a sprint finish against an unhappy, of course, Tristan Ole. So sorry for him.
Give him a few days and he'll realise just how incredible it was, and he'll bounce back bigger and better than ever. But I don't think we could have asked for a better podium in both our professional men's and women's race here, and I'm already excited for next year.
Oh, we will be. Yes, it was a fantastic race, and yeah, we say thank you to all of you joining us, and wish you now a good day. Join other challenge races with Belinda or with me.
Of course. And honestly, thanks for joining us, and cannot wait to see you again 12th of September 2026. Bye for now.
We'll be back. Bye-bye.
jij gaf.
Okay, we go on to the 30 to 34 category in sixth place. Yeah.